All right. Let me dismiss. I go back, grab that, and I will share that into Snoot Club really quick.
There's no way I sent a link like to three different channels and then you literally restart stream. That's so fucking funny.
Well, all right. So the reason I did that is because uh, YouTube can only handle VODs of up to 12 hours.
Yeah. It's like the reason why that what is it? The that one lo-fi like stream that went on for like 2 years is still processing.
Yes.
Is it still processing to this day? Because I have no idea.
Well, I think it's the reason that YouTube only allows up to 12 hours because it takes me like 5 hours to reprocess,
Right.
if that makes any sense to you.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. Someone said nightmare blunt rotation. Jesus Christ.
I mean, that is generally what that gang is about.
Can't spell lunatic without L. That.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-doo. Let me stream for you something kind of cool, kind of poggers, and let me also put this up in here.
This is gonna be jarring. Hang on one moment while I figure things out on my end.
Um, all right, so you're gonna be all right. You're gonna be okay.
Yeah, sorry, I don't have a thing for you, Starman. Yeah, just go through slideshow. Just click the slideshow option because it's gonna be like clickable. It's not gonna be like straight up slideshow to slideshow, like everything out straight up bold.
All right, there we are. You just gotta tell me when
Yeah,
you're ready to switch slides.
yeah, just let me see how it shows on the stream, and then I'll proceed. Uh, it's a little off center. You have to like put it to the left a little bit.
Yes. Give me a moment to fix that.
Yeah, no worries.
I made it too big. I forgot that it does this. There. That should be relatively close. All right, you ready?
I think that should be yes. Okay. Testing 1 2 3 1 2 3. All right. 10:05. Little bit late, but that's fine. That's my fault. Hello everyone. Welcome to this little teaching session in the roundup for today. Everyone was teaching, but today I'm going to teach about something a little bit different, something that could, everyone can relate to. Everyone wants to get their little start on this. I mean, I remember when I was starting, kind of just like a fuck, what the fuck do I do kind of thing. So, and I know I love my sisters, but we're all out of shape. So, given that in mind, we need I'm going to try to get you guys into a little basics or fundamentals into exercise. So there is four different you can see like the four different pictures. I'm just gonna be covering a general basics. I'm not gonna be diving into powerlifting, powerlifting on the top left. That was from the world championship today. He almost pulled for the win. That was 8:48. Very fucking close, but he didn't get it. Uh, obviously bottom left, C-Bum, Christian Bumstead, basically the best classic Olympia uh, of our age. Top right is like calisthenics, kind of shit like that. Just kind of like, because fitness applies everywhere. So, and then bottom right is obviously a runner. So I'd say four different categories in this picture. We're just gonna be going to basics, as I said. Powerlifting, calisthenics, running, or physical fitness, athleticism, and bodybuilding. So again, let us embark on this little journey. My name is Maximo, and it's a pleasure to be in the 24-hour podcast. Click to the next slide. Yeah, that's my logo. Trademark. Do not steal. Anyway, click again. Hello. I just said this. My name is Maximo. Yeah, you can click. My name is Maximo, indeed. Yeah, that's me. Cyrus Mage Guy Sai. Listen, I put that because I'm a stinky lurper. Yeah, you guys hate my kind of people. But I won't get into that. You can click again. That's my just Discord profile, just to let you know who I am, just so you don't aren't confused. Resident Snooter hangs around mostly in Snoot Club. I hang around other places too, but that's very occasionally. I mean, but Snoot Club is like where I usually reside if you need to get me or any stuff like that. You're friendly autist. You can clearly tell I'm not well put together. I'm very mental about things. So if you want an explanation, that's one explanation right there. You're friendly autist, and also happens to know a bit about fitness or something. No, no, I don't claim to know every single thing about fitness. As I said, I'm very exclusive to the more building muscle aspect and powerlifting aspect of it more than I am of calisthenics and general fitness because general fitness I know a little bit about and calisthenics a little bit about, but not even close to the degree I know about like actual bodybuilding and powerlifting. But again, general fitness. We are going to get into what to help everyone to get into general shape for the people who want to get started. So if you can click to the next slide. Uh, Here's a little bit about me. If you click again, there will be a little bit of a bio here. A bit about me. I'm 21 years old. You can't tell by my voice, but I'm 21 years old. Yes, hyperthyroidism happens. It's like that. Uh, my birthday was on June 9th, so my birthday was approximately 5 days ago. Woohoo, right? Uh, I can drink now, and when I go to Dragon Con, I'm gonna have a lot of fucking fun. That's gonna be the first time getting drunk. Uh, Gad, Dolly, please keep your hands to yourself if you're watching the stream. Starman Super as well. Keep your hands to yourself. Uh,
I'm
anyway,
unfortunately gonna miss out on Dragon Con.
yeah, it's gonna be a fucking blast. Soul was telling me about NVC last night. Like, there's a rave from 12 p.m. to 6 a.m. and I'm just like, bro, I'm not gonna stay all that night, but I'm gonna stay up a long time for sure. But anyway, I plan to go to college to actually like get a general study in BS in exercise science and maybe double major, get some kinesiology under my belt as well, just to make sure I know more about the biomechanics of the body and more of the science behind it. Even though I know a good amount, but to be a pro, you must invest into the mentorships and college, obviously non-negotiable. So have I been exercising for 6 years? Yes, I have, but albeit mostly not seriously, because a lot of what I do, or a lot of what I have done, is just research, taking in information from a sponge from a bunch of the top level powerlifters and powerlifting coaches who know a lot about every aspect of fitness. And I've just been taking it in, sponging it in, and I just kind of just don't apply it to myself because, a lot easier said than done. You've heard that a lot. And just listen, do as I say and not what I do. I guess that's a better thing. But I am going to get back to the gym. very soon. Just financials, stuff like that. We don't got to get into it, but just use your imagination. Anyway, I'm a powerlifter, obviously. Powerlifting is my heart. That is the number one thing I do in my life, or the number one thing I'm invested to in my life more than anything else. No, not video games. No, not Sonic. No, none of that bullshit that, a lot of you see me larp about. But powerlifting is like the number one thing that I don't tell anyone about. That is like the center focus of my life, in my genuine opinion. Um, if you want my stats, I'm 5'8". I'm 5'8". I'm about 59 to 60 kilograms, or for Americans, that's 130 to 132 pounds. Usually, people in my weight class, which is 60-kilogram class, usually people in my weight class are 4'9". So that gives you into perspective. I'm a whole foot taller than the people in my weight class, which is very, very bad. So I'm very skinny. Uh, yeah, my best lifts at 5'8", 60 kilogram is 405 pound squat, which is 185 kilograms. My best bench is 110 kilograms, which is 245 pounds. And my best deadlift is 205 kilograms, which is 455 pounds. So on a on the dots calculator, that'll be 434, which is a formula calculation. And for someone to match that, let's say if they're like in the 120 class, I think they need to squat like 650, bench like 400 something, and then deadlift like 600 something to match me on formula. So that's in perspective how strong I am pound for pound. That's just me rambling about powerlifting. But anyway, I'm starting my coaching business soon. I already have a few clients. I coached my best friend. I'm probably going to coach his girlfriend as well to learn more about the female anatomy and how to surpass the menstrual cycle in terms of training, because that does interfere with strength output and general potentiation. And yeah, I coach Shingo a little bit. If you know who Shingo is, he's in the Snoop Club Discord. I made a little program for him, and we're gonna get his knee healthy. We're gonna get his lower back healthy, despite you know the laborious work that he goes through. So that's what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna have fun with it. So if you click to the next slide, or it should be, or it's gonna be a picture. All right, listen to me. You listen to my voice. You listen to how I present myself. I already just told you that I sponge information, but then I don't do as I say. What does my dumbass have to show, right? Like, why are you listening to me of all people? Why don't you just listen to some fucking big brolic man like fucking Sebum or some shit? Why don't you listen to him? Why don't you listen to fucking Ronnie Coleman? Click should be clicking just to be funny comedic effect. Why should I trust you, me, Max, with fitness? If you click again, why? Why do you trust me? Well, if you click again, oh, who's this guy? If you click again, oh, who's this fucking guy? Oh my god, he's like really jacked. He's really jacked. Oh my god. What now, bitches? Fuck you gotta say now? Can't talk shit about me anymore, huh? That's right, Snoop Club. Your fucking iPad kid is jacked. No. You're brown. You're brown. This guy's brown. Click again. This guy is incredibly brown. No. Click again. No. Now I'm gonna give you your first lesson. Just because someone is in shape or has degrees doesn't mean they know what the fuck they are talking about. And I see this a lot. You will see a lot of your personal trainers, or like all these people in the gyms, the resident local gym personal trainers, the funny. They'll have their degrees. They'll have this, oh, they think they know everything, but then in reality, their clients make zero progress. Their clients are weak. Their clients are not in shape, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And a big reason for that is because licenses, to put it plainly, licenses and degrees are outdated. So, say for example, you go to college in 1980, right, for exercise science kinesiology. What you're doing is the best medical advice at the time, right? So back then, like like ice on the wound, salt on the like you put ice on the wound, it'll heal you up, right? No, that was advice at the time, and clearly, many decades later, it's been shown like that's bullshit, right? So, but if you compare to someone that's gotten their degree really recently, right? With books that are modern, with studies that are very modern. You understand? The progress is a lot different, right? So yeah, so I think another lesson to take away from this is if you're going to get a personal trainer or someone with a degree, make sure that they have gotten it very, very recently. Okay, you don't want to get it from someone that's had it for 30, 40 fucking years. Because listen, face the facts. Most of them stick with what their knowledge is after 5 years. So after 5 years of when they studied, like say for example, they graduated in 1980. After about 5 years, 1985, they stopped learning and they refused to learn. So they're just going to stick with the information they had back then and then apply it to you in the modern age of 2020 in a field that's very rapidly advancing, right? So, lesson number two, do not trust people with degrees, or lesson number one, I guess. Lesson number one, do not trust people with degrees or who are jacked in the old age unless they are studying very hard on the new technologies. Like you'll see reactive training systems, RTS. They've been working out and training for a long time, but the reason they're still good is because they keep learning. They never stop learning about it. So keep that in mind. Just always train with the people that are modern and keep up to date. So, if you see proof, this fucking idiot right here, you can see right here, PhD kinesiology in University of Georgia, owner of Advanced Human Performance and Athletic Performance Company, Joel Seaman. So this guy is known for being with a lot of the top NBA players, a lot of the top NFL players, etc., etc. And it's only by happen of circumstance. He does not know a fucking thing about what he's talking about. If you guys on this stream, you can go search up his Instagram right now and you'll see the most bullshit retarded exercises of all time, okay? So it just means it doesn't mean shit, okay? And if you click on this video right here, if you click on this video, this is a video from a person that is trusted in the industry. If you see the exercise that he's doing, right? I want you to look closely. What is that? What the fuck is that? Okay? What is that going to work? First, you're squatting at a fucking. You're barely bending your knees as you squat. You're doing a fucking. You're doing a trap bar deadlift. You're barely bending your knees on an SSB squat that you're not even touching the bar. What is that working? You tell me right now. And to more prove this point, a lot of the people, the NFL, the NBA, they don't know shit. He's just popular and they bring it to him. And a lot of his athletes have very high injury rates and they never get better. So yeah, that is number one proof that it doesn't matter how popular you are or how many degrees you got. If you don't know shit, you don't know shit. All right. So let's continue on. This guy pisses me off. I don't want to talk about him anymore. All right. So I've been joshing around. I've been, having fun and all that shit. But let's get into more serious topics. Like, what are the most common fitness misconceptions? Now, I know everyone in here is very, very adamant and they want to get in shape, okay? But there is things that are holding them back. They're insecure. They're like this and that. Like, oh, like very common misconceptions that people tell them that are inexperienced by themselves, or they just lack the proper person to tell them the right information, right? So, the most common fitness misconceptions, if you click, let's get into that. Number one, I'm gonna use you, Father Oates, as the dumb kid that just struggled in the gym. You know, the broccoli here kid, skinny as fuck or fat as fuck. I'm gonna use you as the kid. Yeah, you're the kid. Okay, just asking the questions to the guy that has more knowledge. So click on this. Okay, I want to lose fat on my abs and on my glutes only, and then I'll be okay. All right. Now, when people say this, they're mainly referring to losing fat in only specific areas of their body. So, what do I say to that? I say, no, no, you're stupid, right? No, 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 no. Click again. Number one, one of the most common misconceptions. If you click again, it'll bring up like some notes. Number one, spot reducing fat. No, you can't do it. Okay, so all you girls and all you men out there who say they want to reduce, oh, I want to just tone down, just only cut fat off my abs and then I'll be good. I only want to cut off, my glutes, my hamstrings. No, not how it works. Okay, you can't spot reduce fat. Get that in your head. It is a process. Okay. Fat distribution is varied by variables and genetics, but a concrete truth is spot reducing fat on a specific body part is not possible. Okay? So, listen, your body functions in unison. Our body is a machine, right? Everything needs to click together. So, when one part loses or gains fat or any other structure, the others parts followed suit in various margins. So, with that being said, you're losing fat in one specific part. Guess what? The others are going to follow just as well. Now, bringing this back into spot reducing, your abs are usually, there are variables out there, like especially people with very skinny waists. The people that are the abs are the last to lose their fat. Okay, as the waist is naturally the widest part of your body comparatively to any other part of your body, right? So a lot of your body doesn't have much room to put on the fat. Like if you see your legs, if you see your arms, like most of it just wants to be muscle, right? If you look at it, and they're small parts of your body, right? So in the biggest, in the most wide part of your body, where it holds the most of your organs in your trunk and the widest, your body is basically telling you you don't have much room to put on the fat anywhere else. So the number one place we're going to put it is to put it in your waist because it's like a reservoir of sorts. It's a storage system. It's where you can put the excess fat, and that's where your body likes to put it. They don't. It'll give little small shreds in other areas, but you'll see with fat people, you know, a lot of the flab is in their stomach, right? And when you see their arms and stuff, like it'll be a lot. You'll see a lot less fat on those than the abs, right? So yeah, and obviously having the fat there is a natural function. It's crucial in case of critical injury or circumstance. Like say if someone stabbed you, the fat would the fat layer could protect you from hitting a vital organ. In fact, you've seen that a lot with people who have been shanked or stabbed or shot. They survive because the fat slows down the bullet enough, or slows down the penetration enough to where even if it does hit the organ, it's not deep enough to where it's fatal, right? So that is the number one thing you have to keep in mind. Spot reducing fat is not possible. So, what does this mean? If you click on the next slide, what does this mean in general? What can I take away with this? In order to lean out, right, there are no shortcuts. Zero shortcuts, my friends. I'm sure everyone knows this coming into exercise. Like, oh my God, like, I need this shit right now. Like, no, no shortcuts. Now, if you click, there are no shortcuts. So, no fat burners, no chest boosters, no fancy machine. I'm sure you've seen in the 80s, like those women. I don't know if you've seen this video. There's this like this like black and white video of this
The
woman
belt
just
machine.
this
It just
the
kind of
belt
shakes their
machine, the
waist.
roller. It just shakes their waist. It doesn't do shit. Okay, not a single thing. You are not losing shit doing that. Also, on Amazon, you'll see this ab tuckener, right? You'll see this you'll see this. Have you seen that little like? It's like it's black and it has like an orange outline, and it's like a little like button like in the middle that you press, and then it hits your abs, right? It forces your abs to flex, right? Have you seen
Yes.
that or no?
It's
No.
basically like a localized tens unit.
Yeah, basically. So no, it doesn't work. You're forcing your abs to flex, but what are you doing in that? It's not doing anything. It's just forcing them to flex. Look, I can do it right now, right? That's literally all it's doing. Do you think flexing gains you muscle?
No. You gain
Flexion
muscle by putting
does
strain
not
on
gain
it
you
and having it
muscle.
rebuild.
Yep, exactly. Exactly that. See, you already know your stuff. All right. So listen, fat burners are a scam because they don't actually have any scientific proof behind them. There are no studies that can prove that they are actually efficient. Right. All these quote unquote studies are backdoored, and they are deliberately, sabotaged, and they're deliberately put into the most optimal, circumstance a little bit to make it seem like it works, but it doesn't. Right. The only reason it sells well is because people are desperate. That's why a lot of fitness products sell well, even though they don't work. It's because people are desperate and they want it to happen now. They're in a dark place in their life and they take advantage of that. That is one of the darknesses of the fitness industry, unfortunately. The fact that a lot of the products are made to take advantage of you when you're going through shit. So do not fall propaganda to that. That's another mini lesson I'll give you to you. Test boosters also don't work because test boosters have minerals that will increase your test. Yeah, but why don't you just eat fish? Why don't you eat ham? Like, that's
Eat a
way more
damn
of a test
steak.
booster. Eat a damn steak. Listen, it has iron, it has this, it has that. Listen, if there's anything that I can give you, what's way better than a test booster, it's not ashwagandha. It's not test booster 1000 by Athlete X. Listen, do not listen to Athlete X. By the way, he's a fucking moron. Uh, a multivitamin. A multivitamin, eat properly, creatine, you're good, bro. More the way to increase your test is to have good habits. There is no cheat code to it. You need to have good habits. Sleep 8 hours a day, eat well, etc., etc. That's how you increase your test. There's no shortcut to it. There's no, you know, natural steroid out there. No, that's not a thing. The only reason it's a placebo that it works is because it has ingredients pulled from multivitamins or vitamins in general that our body processes that indirectly or directly influence tests, and they market it as a test booster when in reality it's such a minimal dosage it won't make a difference, and it's artificial, and you can get way more by just eating food. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Click again. Just hard work and dedication. That's all it is, buddy. Hard work and dedication is all it takes to lose the fat in your body. No shortcuts. Okay. Now, if you click again, I think there's something funny here. Oh, who's that? Who the hell is that? This is Okay. I'm not gonna lie. I only put this to piss Starman off because he. That's the only reason I put this image in there. Now, let's just move on. Uh, right. It's just the chairman super jump scare. I know Starman's pissed at me. Yep, chairman super jump scare. Okay.
Number two.
And for being the dumb kid. So click. Let's figure this out.
I cannot hear you,
Okay,
Colonel.
sorry,
You're
I'm loading.
breaking up.
Okay, I'm sorry. I have to push myself to the limit every day. Pain or no gain. Soreness is not working. You heard that one, right?
At some point.
Okay. Well, then I just need emergency cat transmission. Okay. Emergency cat transmission. Okay. No. 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 Okay. Funny image would be funny. Emergency cat transmission from a person who actually has knowledge. Uh, Listen. I need to max out constantly. I need to be sore every single session. No. Okay. Number 2 point, misconception, maxing out constantly or getting sore all the time will increase my gains. No, not how it works, okay? Maxing out constantly is something only rookies do, and the placebo of progress will continue to enforce that it works. So, you know, when in reality, it's just the newbie gain speaking and you will plateau very quickly, right? So some people get farther than others depending on their genetics. Epigenetics are genetic and DNA that comes out in response to a lifestyle. Like you, so say for example, like you compare a kid that's in his home just fucking playing video games all the time, not doing shit, versus fucking Francis Ngannou from the fucking UFC who's working in the fucking mines all the goddamn time. Your epigenetics are going to be so radically different for muscle building and general overall structure, right? Because your body is preparing you and your body is influencing you. So evolution in a way, but in a more shortened time frame and a more critical standpoint, right?
Localized entirely within your kitchen.
So, yep, localize entirely within your kitchen, right? Regardless of who you are, if you max out and get sore all the time, it's not going to work. So, a lot of people will get far with this and they'll think that that's the way, but in reality, a lot of them are young, a lot of them are spacing out differently, and a lot of them take drugs. Just simple as that, right? So, so there is this video, right, of this kid Nick Yu. You guys don't know who that is. He was 16 years old. He was 83 kilograms, right? And he deadlifted 900 pounds. Okay, he deadlifted 900 pounds. That was above the open world record by a lot, right? And the open world record is any age. So that is monstrous. Okay, and he'd only been training for a year up to that point. That is literally like, if we had to put it into perspective, it's like who is the most genetic outlier of outliers in a sport that you know? Like that was just blessed from the jump and was so much better than everyone, like just ahead of the jump,
Larry
right?
Bird.
As a kid. Larry Bird. Okay. Larry Bird. Who else can I think of? Mike Tyson. I think Mike Tyson is a very good example. You saw Mike Tyson at 18 years old, won the championship against people so much older than him, so much taller than him, etc. Nick Q was basically Mike Tyson. Okay. And people will get that far and they'll think that maxing out is the wave, but in reality, here's the truth. First of all, Nick, you got outed for taking SARMs. So he took SARMs, right? Rad 140, MK. Uh, and also his just recoverability as a young kid is just like steroids. They're going through puberty. So as well, they can max out all the time and get away with it. So, and he also spaced it out. So every time he maxed out, right, he would just recover from it. He would take a lot of ibuprofen and then just max out the next day and be fine because his body's ignoring the pain. And what happened afterwards? He plateaued very quickly. Even though he hit a 900-pound deadlift, he plateaued very quickly. So yeah, just because someone can do it doesn't. Just because that kid like got that far doesn't mean you are. A lot of people will not even get close to that. You know what I'm saying? So like a lot of people will actually stall at like the 405 range. They'll max out for a long while, and then 405 is just that's it. I can't go any heavier. For him, it was 900. For some people, it's 600. For some people, it's 500, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You see where I'm going with this. So do not think that maxing out works just because you see it work for someone that's literally the 0.00001000001% of the population. Okay? They're also young. If you're unk, just forget about it. Uh, the risks that come with this are included, but not limited to, injury, burnout, major fatigue, reliance on stimulants, because when you lift that much and you keep maxing out, your body's going to get tired. And a lot of people take stimulants to go to the gym. You're just going to keep on taking more and more, thinking that um, that's helping you and that's going to make you less tired. But in reality, your body, your central nervous system is just fried, and you keep frying it and frying it and frying it. And you think caffeine more and more is the solution, when in reality, it's not.
All it does
Um,
is mask the tired.
Pretty much, yeah.
It,
I mean,
so
that's
how
literally
caffeine
exactly what it is.
works is it's a just like a neurotransmitter blocker. So it blocks the chemical that makes you feel tired from coming in by covering up the spot uh, where it would like interface with your neurons. And so
Yeah,
eventually you have so much buildup that if you don't have that, and it's all of a sudden all like the backed up shit is finally getting in, and then you're just tired forever. It does not
yeah.
give
That's
your
pretty much what
body
maxing does.
energy; it gives your body the illusion of energy.
Yep. Exactly that. I cannot have put it any better. So caffeine blocks off your receptors of, fatigue and general tiredness. So once that wears off, you're pretty much just that's why it's called the caffeine crash. The actual tiredness in your body just comes crashing down and you're cooked, right?
You boned.
So yeah. Uh and yeah, that's just basically sign number one. If you're fatigued like that, just it's not caffeine, it's just you being a dumbass, all right? Um Listen, muscle breakdown, obviously, you're just your muscles breaking down instead of actually progressing, or it's just going to plateau. General plateaus. You're not going to gain any muscle. You're not going to gain any strength. You're going to be in this eternal plateau if you don't fucking change the damn regimen you're doing, right? So, just because you aren't sore does not mean you aren't progressing. Okay? Soreness mostly is a result of different movement patterns, adding volume, switching programming, etc., etc. Usually, a lot of the time, once you get used to it, the soreness of adding such things goes away by adaptation, which is the reason why you'll see that you're gonna stop. Like if you experience this, right? When you go to the gym, you go consistent enough, you get sore for the first couple sessions, and then it just stops, right?
Yeah.
Relatable.
Yeah. That means
So
that you should like use where you used to be sore as like your main workout, and then maybe do a few like PRs above it near the end of your workout is what I got told by my coach.
it depends, but
Until you
usually
work
a
into
lot of
having the
people,
PRB part of your usual.
yeah. So for a lot of the young people, every one of us is young enough to where our body is basically still, hyper. So recovery is recovery is basically an adaptation is imminent. So you will be hitting a certain, a rep range and you'll be sore, the first couple sessions you go in and then you're not going to be sore anymore. Does that mean you're not making progress? No, it just means you adapted to it. That doesn't mean you have to do all this crazy shit. Just keep riding it out until you literally see there's no progress. Then maybe, okay, maybe I need to add this, or maybe I need to switch this around,
Let me
etc.,
put
etc.
20 on it.
That is that is a whole different topic for another day. But I'm just gonna say in general, make sure just not being sore is fine. Okay, it's gonna be fine. Okay, just it doesn't mean it doesn't work. It just means you have accumulated the stimulus and ride the wave. Especially if you're a beginner lifter and you literally had just stepped into the gym. You think just because you're not sore, you're not going to make progress? My boy, you're in the beginner newbie gains phase. You're going to add like 30 pounds of muscle in a year. Like 30 pounds of muscle in a year. And then after like, what, a month of going to the gym, you're going to stop being sore. What about those 11 other months that you aren't sore? You're still going to get jacked. So, yeah. Click again. Now, what does this mean? All right, click. Push very hard, but not if you experience these symptoms, right? Click again. Pinches and general hurting and injury, those are the most severe, right? So pinches are different, right? So last week I was doing shoulder press and I experienced a little pinch in my shoulder, right? It was irritating me a little bit. So I was just like, all right, I'm not going to do that exercise, right? I'm just going to lay off. I'm still going to do my workout and I'm still going to work out the next day, the body part when it's scheduled, but I'm just gonna go little bit easier. I'm still gonna push hard, don't get me wrong, but I'm gonna go a little easier or I'm just not gonna have it on the program because it clearly irritates. And I need to make sure my moment arm and my scapular plane of motion is prepared and has the steady enough ROM to not get injured. Which is what a lot of injuries come down to. It's your body's stability and uh your body's or like a body part's general stability and mobility is not to par, so it causes injuries. So listen, horrible variables: no sleep, no food, 20,000 steps a day. You're working at the fucking the hospital, you're walking around all the fucking time, all at once, right? So you literally just on your deathbed and you're just like, okay, let's go to the gym, right? Chill the fuck out, bro. You can still go to the gym and you can still push, but just take a breather. You are the most injury prone ever, especially if you're gonna push yourself really hard, right? You're very injury prone. So be careful. You could get very, very hurt. Um, Failing weight or like weight significantly below your usual and or max is very difficult or it's just like not going right. Even if your mind is locked in and you're like, okay, I got this shit, I got this shit, and it just doesn't go. Maybe it's time to just pull back a bit. Your central nervous system is trying to tell you something, okay? And feeling like a weight is dragging you down constantly. So you from your fucking the top of your head to the bottom of your toes, you feel like there's a fucking like you'll see those cartoons with the like the weights like weighing from them on the chains and shit. Like if that's what it feels like every day, chill the fuck. Every day and your variables are fine enough, chill the fuck out, okay? Listen, that is not good. That just means your central nervous system is fucked, okay? And you need to pull back a little bit. So click again. And if you see, make it a bit easier for a period of time or even more. For me, I know how to work around these things, but for you, like I'll take like maybe like a couple days, but for you, like just take a little bit of time until the symptoms subside or it's manageable to keep going, right? Then get back at it. This does not mean to be a pussy and to not train hard. Don't be a bitch, but just pull back slightly from your relative loads, maybe drop a set or two. Just take it a little bit easier, okay? Um uh I'll tell you this right now. So you know like a lot of the old guys at the gym who are like, "Oh, I deadlifted once back 30 years ago and like it broke my back and I'm never going to do it again." Familiar with those kind of people, right?
Yeah.
They are on crack cocaine. Is basically what I'm trying to tell you right now. The only reason they never recovered is because they didn't. So injuries to prevent injuries and to prevent injuries and to surpass them, it's very odd in the exercise space. Instead of avoiding the movement that got you hurt, you actually have to do the movements that got you hurt, which sounds crazy, I know. But your body is a machine and your body functions in unison and it's very high maintenance. So when you're not using a body part or that a motion that hits a specific part of your joint or your muscle or your fiber, your body's going to just take all that energy away from it and shut it down. So it's not going to recover. Where the red blood cells are not going to go there. The protein is not going to go there. They're just going to it's going to shut it down and you're going to stay perma injured, right? It needs blood flow. The body needs to know that you're still hitting that part in order for it to get better. Ever so slowly. I'll give you an example. I remember one time when I was a stupid ass kid, right? I was rack pulling, right? And I fucked up my back. I really fucked that shit up. Like I literally could not walk, right? I couldn't get out of bed without like crouching over, like with a super rounded thoracic spine, right? Like I was literally like I was like Yoda. I was literally like Yoda, right? Dead ass. And some days I literally it was so painful I couldn't get out of bed. What did I do? So what did I get injured by? I got injured by I got injured by rack pulls. So what I did, first off, I grabbed the PVC pipe, or not even a PVC pipe. I just didn't do anything. I replicated that motion, and I just went very slowly. Um, And originally it was very painful, but I kept doing that. But I didn't want to re-injure it. I want to aggravate it, but I don't want to re-injure it. I don't want to push it too far. I just need the blood flow, right? So just a couple reps of air, uh, right? And then I did that a little bit until I got better, until I had no pain, right? So then I'm like, okay, I go to the gym, I grab a PVC pipe and do the same thing. Ugh. More, it's the pain from the original is like still there, but it's not as much. Ugh. Ugh. And I eventually do that enough, and then I'm like, okay, I'm ready for the bar. The bar. Ugh. Ugh. Same motion that got me injured, and slowly work your way up, and then eventually you're just not injured anymore. That's how injury prevention and recovery works. Injury prevention is more so programming and also making sure you leave no muscle behind and to not strain them too much. And then injury recovery is exposing yourself to the movement that got you hurt and just slowly but surely, you know, adding, stacking those very small wins. Okay. So yeah, I'll give you that in terms of injury prevention and injury, reduction. So if you can, who called me? Yeah. Sorry, guys. I blew Starman's head off because he didn't listen to instructions. Rip Starman, RIP Starman in the chat. Yes, I know it pisses him off, and that's the best part. Click off. Click again.
Oh shoot,
Oh,
that wasn't
okay.
meant to happen.
You went a little bit ahead. Oh, okay. Okay. Go back. Go back. Go back. His name is Mud R fucker, by the way. Just click one. One second. Number three. You dumb kid, Father Oates, Mr. Broccoli Harris, come back and returned, and he asked me, I just don't have the genetics for it. Even if I get there, I'm still gonna look like shit because my genetics suck, man. This shit sucks. Now click. My name is Mud R fucker. Don't play around with me. The sea is silent. No. No. Disgusted. Beyond disappointment, even. Get that bullshit out of my face, okay? Get that genetics talk out my fucking face, motherfucker. Okay? Listen. Listen for a second. Listen, listen, listen. Listen, listen, listen. This is more so. How would you know if you had good or bad genetics if you haven't tried? How are you going to know how you feel about a certain scenario if you haven't got there? Right? Now, look, I was 48 pounds when I started, okay? When I started working out, I was 48 pounds. I'm a male. I'm not a female. I'm a male. 48 pounds when I started, okay? 22 kilograms for all you Europeans out there. I was literally near the verge of death. I had anorexia. I could have died. I could have died any day. I could have woke up and I could have been dead. Okay? Just to put it into perspective. You call bad genetics, you're gonna look at me first, aren't you? Someone that's 48 pounds as a male, that's bad genetics. But if you looked at the earlier pictures, do I really have bad genetics? No, right? I'm not even trying to toot my own horn, but I know objectively I have good because I'm that tall, I'm at that body weight, and I still maintain that much muscle and have that good insertions. But how would I ever know if I never started? Right? Listen, even if you have bad genetics, you can still get in great shape and look great, right? For some people, they'll be working out for a while and it won't be adequate, but still, like, come on, man. You look so much better than when you started. And maybe you just, the reason why you think you look bad is because you're still not is just not lean enough. The placebo of not being lean enough makes you think there's not a lot of muscle when clearly you have a lot more muscle. You just need to lean down. Or if you can't lean down because your genetics and your general maintenance will make you very tired if you get to that body fat, it's it's fine, bro. You still have a lot of muscle. Like, clap it up. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna look great. Social media will give you the placebo that you aren't good enough genetic wise, okay? But why are you comparing yourself to the pros who literally do this for a living? Lifting is a hobby for most of us. For most of us, it's a hobby for me. But it will very much, very soon become serious, right? It's for us, not the world. We don't got nothing to prove to anyone. You are comparing yourself to the top 1,000 pools of genetics. So keep that in mind. 1,000 people in a world of 8 billion people, right? Do you grasp the rarity of that? If you're going into like, what is the rarity of a shiny Pokemon, right? 1 in 8,000 or some shit like that? What is 1 in 8,000?
I think it's in
1 in
16
8,000 is shiny
million.
Pokemon, right? What, shiny Pokemon?
Yeah, I think it's in 16 million. It's some absurdly high number.
It's not 16 million, I don't think,
It's a
actually.
lot. It might be 16,000. I'm sure some nerd in here could answer that.
Yeah. Some nerd in here can answer that. Uh, but look,
Thanks, Jam, for saying rest in peace, a real one.
rest in peace, a real one. Yeah. Um, listen, what is 1,000 to 8 billion plus people?
No, you
You
what?
think about that, and then it becomes a lot clearer, doesn't it? Why am I comparing myself to literally the Usain Bolts? Why am I comparing myself to the Mike Tysons? Why? It's supposed to be for me, isn't it? Why am I comparing myself to these people? Be the best version of yourself. Don't be the best. Don't be a version that something else tells you to be. Be the best version of yourself. Okay.
Those odds are 1 to 8
Stop making.
million, by the way. If you're talking out of
Yeah,
the only 1,000 people.
yeah. 1 to 8 million people will have the genetics of sebum. Not even. Okay. So stop making that excuse. Okay. Maybe you are, but maybe you aren't. But how are you going to find out if you don't try? Okay. A lot of people in the world don't work out. Period. So that also brings the rarity down significantly. Okay. Now click again. That's me. That was me when I started working out. I was 48 pounds. I was 5'4". It's not 5'4". I was 4'5" or some shit like that.
The wind probably could have blown you away.
The wind literally could have killed me. Okay. I want you to put it into perspective. Look at me. Okay. And then back in the earlier slides, look at me now. That's with being stupid lean. If I put on so much more muscle, you would look at the difference. There's already a difference now. There would be an even bigger difference if I got heavier, right? But look at me. The wind could have blown me away. I could have died every day, bro. You have to grasp the feeling of that. I had no idea at the time, but I could have died. I could have very well died. Any day I woke up. And I had no hope. I had to get out of myself. Now click again. You are enough, okay? Yeah, here comes the motivational part of the slideshow. Uh, you are enough. You are enough, as they say. You can do it, okay? It's either one day or day one. I want you to take initiative, okay? I want you to take initiative to change your life, okay? And who knows, you might fall in love with the gym, okay? I know I did, and that's a high likelihood for everyone as well. So it's a very high likelihood that you're gonna fall in love with exercise, okay? You're gonna hate it at first. Eventually, you're gonna be like, okay, this isn't so bad, and then you're gonna love it. That happens for a lot of people. In fact, it happens for 90% of people. They start to love it, okay? It takes a month for something to become a habit, okay? It becomes something you do in everyday life, an instinct. Take that month, stick it out, and don't bite off more than you can chew. Just slowly acclimate, get in there, just go, okay? Every day, every second, every accessory you hit, every meal you eat, you're bringing yourself closer to your dream, okay? Don't give up. Enjoy the process one day at a time. Now, if you click this video and zoom in, just going to give you guys a little bit of motivation, okay? Just a little bit of motivation.
Ask yourself, am I perfect yet? If the answer is no, you're right. Being the best version of yourself is part of self-improvement. It's either reaching your limit or breaking your limit. The first step to improve is to realize you're not perfect. Ask yourself who you are. Do you want to become? What are you gonna do about it? A man conquers the world by conquering himself. Learn how to take control over your body and mind. When someone can make you angry, they become your master. Depression is just an illusion. If you tell yourself that you can't do it, then you can't. It's about believing yourself. If you believe it will work out, you'll see opportunities. If you believe it won't, you will see obstacles. If you're not gonna do anything about it, you stay at the same place. If you keep making excuses, we'll make tomorrow harder. What if you would just do it? It will make it more easier. The hardest choices lead you to a better path. The easier the choices, the harder the path. Better choose to be disciplined, not motivated. Motivation brings you nowhere. It's a feeling to get started, but not to get you going. Discipline will get you to places. If you lost a loved one, keep going. If there's no one with you, keep going. It's a waste of time to think about the past. I am a warrior, the Saiyan Prince, Vegeta!
This is the kind of shit that whenever I'm having a very bad day, I'll listen to this and just be like, nothing can stop me. And Just sometimes you need a little bit of a saying, not a saying, a saying. I'm not gonna be corny like that, okay? Uh, but yeah, just listen to that and bro, it's speaking facts, okay? Bro, speaking facts. I know it's AI. I don't really think about that. Uh, and so what have we learned so far, chat? Spot reducing fat is a myth. Number one, it is not possible. And if you think that is the case, that is not. And you will very quickly find that out the harsh way because doing that, essentially, you're tricking your brain into thinking that it's like that. And then when you don't see the results, you're going to quit. And quitting is worse than failure. And number two, being sore all the time is not necessarily a good thing. Just because you're pushing hard doesn't mean you have to push hard all the time. Sometimes you need to pull back, especially when your body's fucked. A lot of the top bodybuilders, they'll push a lot, sure, but they'll only post them pushing hard. They'll never show you the days where they need to pull back, where they're really fucking tired, when they need their body to chill out. They're never gonna post that shit. Okay? And number three, genetics don't dictate the true potential of yourself. Okay? I was 48 pounds when I started. I could have died any moment. And now look at me. You would think that kid would ever become something of himself? No. And yet, I figured it out. Anyone can do it. You just need to start. Click again. Uh, uh, I forgot I put this in the slideshow. This is kind of a yeah. Web fishing is pretty funny. Paul Tua, life is meaningless. My life is meaningless with fuck. Life is meaningless without her. Paul Tua. That's kind of how you have to react to when you're not making progress or when you feel down. Just Paul Tua it out, bro. Just Paul Tua. All right. Anyway, continue. What can I do to get started? Now, that is a very loaded question. But if there's one tip that I can give you for certain, just go. Just start. Research, figure things out along the way. Follow a program you'll find online from trusted sources. Jeff Nippert is a great start. That's where I did at my first ever program. And I'm glad I did because he's very, very knowledgeable. Watch YouTube videos from trusted sources, not Athlete X. I mean, I'd say like if you want someone that's very knowledgeable, I'd say Marcellus Williams, Soulfesser, Jeff Nippard. I wouldn't really say Sam Solik. He trains aggressively. Also, he takes steroids, so his work capacity, his capability of recoverability is a lot higher, and it gives the advice tailors to that kind of crowd. Um, Johnny Candido, smart person. Uh, what else? David Wilson. Yeah, I'd say, but if you were like talking about general fitness, I'd definitely just stick with Jeff Nippard. Uh, through enough trial and error, you will persevere through the hardship and the frustration it begins. Because I could sit at home for another day, or I can bust my ass off. Like if you really think about it, wh- as adults, we go to work, we go home. What are we doing at home? We're just doing the same shit, and we're not improving. We're just chilling out and just ready for another day. Continue, continue, continue. Why not use that time to get better? Okay? Why not? Click again. Now, here is tips on making sure that you are okay to lock on these key factors. Now, of course, a lot of it is overwhelming to start, but just slowly acclimate yourself, okay? Again, I keep saying this to a lot of people in terms of starting fitness. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Just like like with the injury thing, right? Just go. Just go. Expose yourself. Don't take off your clothes. That's not what I mean. Just expose yourself. Uh, just keep going and just slowly but surely get used to it, okay? Now, lock in on these key factors, though. These are the key factors. Sleep 7 to 8 hours a day. This is a non negotiable, right? I know everyone in this chat,
I
has
will be
sleep issues,
suffering for the
okay?
next couple days to catch back up.
Yeah, I'm sure. How's your sleep, Oates? How's your
I
sleep?
usually sleep like a baby. I usually get about, well, I get a little under. It's 6 or 7 hours.
Yeah, that's not bad. It's a lot better for a lot. It's a lot better than a lot of people. But a lot of the people in
I
the
also
discords,
work
they'll tell
heavy
you that they.
construction, so I need it.
Oh, oh, yeah. You definitely need to sleep that 7 to 8 hours, and you
Yeah.
need a lot
As
of
far as lifting
carb.
goes, I'm covered. I think most of what I need to do for workouts is calisthenics and just cardio to keep my heart healthier.
I
But then
think
again, I am 6'3" and I do weigh 300 pounds. Uh,
6'3" and 300 pounds. Like
I
if
I,
you
I want to
lean
lose
down to like
40. I want to lose 40 pounds
yeah,
at least.
actually perfect. I'm not gonna lie. 265. The top level powerlifters. Nonso Chinya, he just competed today. He's 6'3", 260, and he's pretty fucking big. He's jacked and he's lean. So yeah, that's a good idea. Again, it does take time to get there, but you also work in construction, so that aids a little bit.
Yeah,
But
like I said, I
yeah,
want to mostly tone down a little bit. I'm aware I'm always going to be somewhat large, but with that goal in mind of just losing the 40 pounds being at 260, because I will remain kind of big at 260. I think the ideal weight for somebody at 6'3", according to the doctor, is 240. And I don't know if
yeah,
I'm ever
you
gonna
know what?
muster up to lose 60 pounds, a reasonable amount of time. But I think a reasonable amount to lose is 40 pounds.
Again, listen. Here's the thing. So 240 is a mark that is made for you that you think that you're just not going to have any muscle. Okay, that is if you literally just eat less and you don't work out at all, right?
Hmm.
That is why they say 240. But realistically, if you gain a lot of muscle, you're not going to be able to cut down there without being like single digit body fat.
And
Okay,
single digit body fat is generally not good
so
for the average person.
it's death. It's no, it's terrible, especially for someone like you. You're 6'3" and you need a lot of maintenance. You could die. You could you could 100% die. It's very very rough. So I think 260 is a great goal. I just think you need to make sure because you work construction, you're very laborious. You need to eat a ton of fucking carbs. Okay, a
I
ton of
assure you,
carbs
I
and a
eat a
ton
ton
of
of carbs.
yeah, good.
That's just how it is. Like, I'm leaning out, actually, I have noticed, but I have not lost weight since I
Yeah,
started
I
3 years
mean
ago. I have not lost weight. I've just gotten leaner, which I think that's probably more to do with, like, muscle gain at the same time as fat loss.
that's so good. Man, gaining is very good, bro. That's good.
I just know
Maybe
that I'm still
like
a
you could just
little overweight for, just what my level of muscle is.
yeah. Listen, you're doing perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Just take it slowly.
My
I mean,
BMI
honestly,
is
just
just a
don't
little
rush
high.
it. Warrior. Don't okay. Don't rush it. Okay. First of all, just don't rush it. Take it slow. And also, BMI is tailored to people that don't work out. That is the only situation where it works. BMI in general is very, very sammy and wishy washy. It doesn't work for anyone that is, you know, far along in exercise. Because you'll see a lot of people that are super jacked and lean, and on the BMI scale will say that they're overweight,
Yeah.
which is not true. Because clearly, if you see their architect, if you see their body type and their biomechanics, they're fucking healthy, okay? So BMI only works for people who don't exercise
Yeah. So I want to try and like build up
or
for
who.
myself like a cardio and calisthenic routine or like a do you know who runs hybrid calisthenics, Captain Lou? He's not
Uh,
like a bodybuilder, but he's definitely in shape and relatively strong. Uh he's like he doesn't do
uh,
powerlifting. He's just a healthy body.
yeah.
Relatively
I
lean.
mean, calisthenics are very easy to recover from, and they're very healthy
Yeah, like I don't want to have
as
anything where I'm
well,
gonna be
and
fucking
they're
wiped.
very mobile. So people with calisthenics, you'll see that.
Yeah, I don't want to be wiped out for work the next day after I do like my regimen, right? Is my thought process of why I
Yeah,
want to be heavier on calisthenics than lifting.
yeah. That's a great idea. Calisthenics are very, very, very easy to recover from because it's your own body weight and maybe you add some weight there. But it's very easy to recover from, and it's also gives you a lot of mobility and range of motion, and just general like activation of very hidden muscle groups. So the injury rate of calisthenics athletes is very, very, very low. They basically never get injured as a result of that. So
Yeah, I'm sure
that's a
eventually.
very good idea, especially if you're doing, lifting.
Yeah, well, I mean, I figure my lifting routine's already in my daily job.
Yeah. Just make sure you eat a ton of carbs and you eat protein. Anyway, um, eat 1 gram of. Speaking of protein, eat 1 gram of protein per pound of body weight, unless you are severely overweight, which I'd probably guess is the 260 plus range. So I'm gonna say this right now: if you are a rookie who doesn't have a lot of muscle mass, just you know, just eat a little bit less than this. But a general good rule of thumb up to that kind of range is to eat 1 pound of protein per body weight. Okay. That is a general good rule of thumb. But if you don't work out and you're like overweight, I'd probably say 80% of your body weight in protein should be sufficient enough. Like, so I'd say like, okay, what if we do the calculation? I think I calculated this earlier. If you're like 260 pounds, I'd probably say like minimum you need like 100, 205, 210 grams of protein. You don't need to hit like 265 grams of protein. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it aids in recovery, but if you're a rookie, you're gonna gain muscle no matter what, and that's just enough to sufficiently prove protein synthesis. Unless you're like someone like Rondell Hunt or Nonso Chinye, who are the world champions, or like just you're just generally very muscular, or you retain a lot of muscle, 80% is fine. But if you're muscle, then you need to do 1 gram of protein for body weight, regardless of 260 plus. You get it? Uh, Now, here's another one. Drink at least 50 to 60% of your body weight in fluids. Example for me, 130 pounds. Drink 65 to 80 fluid ounces. Again, this is for people who are out of shape and for people, the general spectrum. Now, say, for example, if you work a construction job, hot as fuck in this, hot as fuck, you walk around a lot, you lose a lot of, sodium and carbs. You need to drink a fuck ton more than this, okay? I'd probably
I
say like,
I
yeah.
have gone through days where I've consumed 2 gallons of water.
Yeah, people like him, bro. It's an exception to the rule. You need to drink a fuck ton of water to sustain, and got a lot of sodium. But for a general rule of thumb, for all of you, drink 50 to 60% of your body weight in fluids. So
Something I've
yeah,
noticed is gas stations are very well balanced for the dietary needs of a construction worker because everything in there is so high in sodium and water's free.
yeah, for sure. They have a lot of sodium in the food there, which is, I mean, it's a good thing for construction workers, but
That's why
it's
it's like that.
the general like the general acids and the actual like nutritional value and the type of sodium that they put in it is like kind of oofy. You know what I'm saying?
It's not
You have to have
great,
like
but there comes a
good
point where
sodium. But
like
for
it'll stop you from
if
dying.
you're in a pinch, yeah, if you're in a pinch, oh, absolutely, I'm not gonna stop you. And listen, a couple bad meals isn't gonna kill you as long as you're consistent, right?
Hmm.
That's another thing I have to mention. For people who are just like going straight into working out and just I'm gonna eat clean, and then they eat clean for a week like completely, and then they just stop. Just take it easy, bro. I've been saying this the whole entire slideshow. Just slow down, take it easy, okay? Just take it easy and slowly build up. There's reverse dieting, if you know what that is. You add 50 pounds of 50 calories a week, and then you just slowly, slowly, slowly. You know what I'm saying? Or you just maybe you'll eat two healthy meals and one unhealthy meal, but it'll still fit your macros. And then slowly you just cut it off, cut it. You know what I'm saying? Kind of shit like that. So just acclimate yourself, make it easy on yourself. Don't make it hard. It's gonna be hard, but make it the easiest version of hard you can make it. Um, Eat before and after a workout. So small carb loading. Carb loading is basically when you eat a fuck ton of carbs. I'm sure you're familiar with this. Oats.
Yes.
Like before you go to work, you eat a fuck ton of carbs. That's what carb loading is. It prepares and gives you your body a fuck ton of glycogen and insulin. Obviously, you're gonna have an insulin spike depending if you have diabetes. Be careful. Uh, but it should spike your glycogen to keep you going and keep you very energized and have a very good workout session. So you'll see people who fast and shit, they'll say, "Oh, I feel better." Maybe they do, but it's probably the periodization of their meals. But most, if not all, people will feel better having a meal before their workout. They're gonna fucking crush it. They feel like they're on top of the world. That's what you do. Small carb load, 30 minutes to an hour before or 2 hours before. It doesn't really matter. Digestion period is fast. And protein packed meal afterwards. Okay, or just a general big packed meal afterwards. Protein synthesis and the anabolic window. Everyone says the anabolic window. If the anabolic window is going to close, there's no there's no general anabolic window, but it's a lot. You're going to get a percentage more of muscle gain if you eat it in a certain window, but it's not like the anabolic window ever closes. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't actually like close to where it's like it's over for me kind of thing, but like you're gonna get a little bit more or a bit more gains if you eat in that window. So say for if you can't eat like after the window, it's fine. Just eat whenever you can, okay? Don't stress about the anabolic window or anything. Just
There is one
again.
thing for like my work that I everybody does is like we always have some like small like a Pop Tart or something as like a snack midway through the morning. No matter like what we've had for breakfast, is always we need that burst of sugar after we start the day, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of
And that's just
carbs.
to
It'll get you
I
working
guess
out.
maintain to do anything.
Yeah. Is it like during like your shift,
Yeah,
like
it's like in the
mid
middle
shift?
of the morning because we work 10-hour days.
Yeah, then yeah, it's definitely just keeping your body sustained for carbs for sure. It's a good idea. It's a very good idea. You know your shit for sure. You definitely
I
know
don't know
like
that I know it. I think
how
it's
to.
just habits I gained from watching other people.
Yeah, no, they're completely right about that. Again, they could have healthier options, but at the same time, like they know that's very good that they're doing that because you're basically helping your energy a lot in that
Yeah.
sense.
I
So
mean,
yeah,
I was just
keep
looking
listening to
over
me.
at them and I started noticing that if they didn't have like a mid-morning snack, they just became real assholes for the rest of the day.
Because they're very tired and lethargy contributes to bad mental health, so hangry rather. So yeah, again, listen to them, bro, because they're right about that. You need them intra carbs, but again, healthier options, that's it. uh Follow a structured program. So listen, there is a lot of programming online that are fake and bullshit, but the a program could be the best program in the world, but if you don't do your due diligence to follow it through, it's not going to do shit, okay? So a lot of programs are a lot better than what they seem. It's just you as an athlete need to follow it, or as a gym goer need to follow it. Make sure you sleep because what the program is expecting you to do is to have your variables locked in. Eat good, eat your proteins, your carbs, your fats in good distribution. Sleep 7 8 hours a day. Have your mobility, stretch, etc., etc. That's what a program is expecting you on the at the very front. Okay, so keep that in mind. But obviously, having a structure, it prevents injury. It obviously makes you progress. It gives you a structure, it prevents burnout, et cetera, et cetera. I can go all day about what the benefits are, but follow a program. Okay. Now, Tana was talking about it in the chat. Starman, I will get to your question in a second. I on this next slide it does say any questions, or I think in this slide it does say any questions. I will get to that, but learn to be disciplined over motivated. This is a very big thing. Motivation is a very fleeting emotion. You can be motivated, but you can't. You have to train yourself to be disciplined. Motivation comes and goes, but discipline is forever. Like, listen, I'll give you a very good analogy. Why would you go to work if you weren't disciplined? People who are disciplined go to work and they go every day and they fucking hate it. Why wouldn't I why wouldn't I go to the gym for maybe an hour or two, so much less of my time, enjoy it, and listen and enjoy it? Like, come on, I go to work for 8 to 10 hours and I do that shit every day because of money. Okay, I do that shit every day. So technically, people who have jobs are super disciplined already. So if I can do that, why don't I just go why don't I just fucking go to the gym? It'll take me an hour or two. Not a big deal, right? I'm already disciplined. I could be disciplined in something else, and not to mention I'm gonna enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? You get my point though, right? If
Yeah.
you're already disciplined in a job, you're gonna be disciplined in someone else. Okay. But yeah, just take that away. If you have a job or if you're disciplined in playing video games in this, you have no excuse. Okay, get your ass off and go to the gym because you can be disciplined in that. It'll take you an hour for a beginner, maybe 2 hours. It depends. Lock the fuck in. Okay, you can be disciplined in the gym.
I just remember
Continue.
from my childhood and probably yours, there's all those like infomercials that just say "get out and play for an hour a day." That's what they always the tagline is just be active.
Sorry.
Oh, do you not remember those like commercials that were on like every like family network where like they just showed videos of children playing and then said you better go out and do this for at least an hour every day?
That's probably beyond my time. I was born in 2004, so
So was I.
okay. Well, then you probably had a different. I listen. Okay,
There was
the
clearly a
commercials
different
I remember
lifestyle.
is yeah. I was raised in a Hispanic family, so uh, listen. I was grew up watching Elmo, Spanish SpongeBob, and like which a cool convertible or an SUV. Too bad I didn't know my credit was whack because now I went out the
I
law
do
and
remember
you
that
can
one.
call that's REE. That's airport.com, baby. You get it. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Uh, anyway, any questions in the chat from Father Oates, from anyone in the chat? Ask as many as you want. I'm probably way ahead on time. LOL. I'm not way ahead on time. I actually took a wait. I yapped a long enough to where I'm gonna take up the 2 hours.
Yeah.
W Maximo.
Yeah, good job. You did some good
Anyway,
planning.
and I did do some good planning. I genuinely thought this was gonna take 20 minutes, but I'm very passionate about this. So, and I really do want my Sooners to get in shape. So, yeah, I did see here. I'm going to answer Starman Super's question. Genuine question. How do you reconcile attempting to both gain muscle and lose weight simultaneously? Is it possible? Caloric deficit seems to conflict with muscle building. Okay, so here is the thing, right? People will tell you that it's impossible to gain muscle while you're cutting, and that's just complete bullshit, okay? You can gain muscle while you're cutting. It is literally anyone does it, even the elite level does it. So to answer your question, yes, you can gain muscle while cutting, and whatever anyone's telling you is bullshit. The only thing I can say is that it's going to be at a slower rate because you're leaning out and you're not providing your body as much energy and recoverability. But you can still gain muscle, especially you, Star Man. I mean, you just started. I've seen your progress. Like you're looking great, bro. But you're a beginner. You're in your newbie gain phases, okay? So yes, you are literally guaranteed to gain muscle if you cut, if you bulk, if you fucking fuck around. You can literally breathe a barbell or you can breathe a dumbbell and you're gonna gain muscle, okay? You don't gotta worry about that. You are going to gain muscle if you cut. But the only reason I'd say the only reason if you don't gain muscle is because um if you're fucking up your program, if you're injured all the time, if your variables are not locked in, that's when you're not going to gain muscle. But that's the case if you're bulking, if you're maintaining, if you're doing anything. So it doesn't apply. It just applies to everything. So Starman, to answer your question, yes, you can gain muscle while cutting. Just make sure your variables are dialed in. That's it. Uh Other question.
No, I was just
Um
gonna.
I can't think of any questions off. All
What better snacks,
right, what's up? Your
for
question.
like our mid morning thing? What would you recommend that we use for snacking on, if since we have to do that?
Well, you're a construction worker, so if you're going to snack on, listen, I'm saying that. Listen, Pop Tarts are fine. Like genuinely, they're genuinely fine. Especially if you're how old?
I'm 21.
Yeah. Oh my God! Don't even fucking worry
I'm
about it.
I'm
Have all the
just
fucking Pop Tarts you want.
I'm just
But
trying to be a little health
if I
conscious.
want to be, if you want to be a little bit healthier, like in terms of what you want to eat before the gym, or like just eat whole foods or just eat fruits. Snack on a bunch of fucking raspberries or like, just general fruits like strawberries. Load that shit up before you go to the gym, uh, or just go out to work. Yogurt, yogurt with some yogurt with a bunch of fruits in it. Oatmeal is goaded. Listen, oatmeal is literally a superfood. Okay. Um, Rice. If you want a snack, bro, granola bars are very good. Don't get the very unhealthy ones. Get the ones that have get the protein bars. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
That's a very good thing to snack because they have protein, they have fat, they have carbs, and yeah, I'd say probably in the morning, like if you're waking up in the morning and you're like, okay, I got to go to work, and you need a carb load, oatmeal, oatmeal with a bunch of fruits, some natural orange juice, and you're probably gonna feel like Superman. Like, if we're being very honest.
Yeah, that is if my tummy doesn't get
But
upset because I have those issues. But it's not like food
yeah,
dependent, it's time
oatmeal is great
dependent. If I eat immediately after waking up, I get an upset stomach.
because your body isn't fully awake yet. You have to. Oh, I forgot to put this on the list. When you wake up, drink water immediately. Drink like 16, drink like a water bottle and then just wake up because you lose a fuck ton of fluids when you wake up. So you need to replenish a lot of them immediately. It'll help your body wake up faster. So yeah,
Mm.
just when you're waking up, kind of just do that and then go make your meal. Go to for someone like you, a fuck ton of oatmeal, some raspberries, strawberries, blueberries, whatever, and orange juice, and you're probably gonna feel like Superman. And then if you want a snack like while you're going, I'd probably say granola bars or protein bars rather. Um, what else? Hang on, let me do some thinking because I do like to bring some snacks. Um, I do like to bring some snacks. There's also if you look online, there's intra workout powders, or you can use that as well. It won't be like a snack per se, but um, it'll be like something that'll help you through like in the middle of your shift, like just in your water bottle that you probably bring to work. You just put it in the water bottle, you shake it up, and you drink it, and it's just a lot of good. Or in the middle of your shift, have liquid IVs. If you know what
So,
that is, you probably know what that is.
yes, I'm aware of what that is. That is electrolytes in your water.
Yes.
There's something that my mom is a doctor, a medical doctor, and she gave me something that is it's just called like a fizz stick. I think it's just vitamins in it.
Yeah.
And when you pour it in water, it makes fizz for people who like
Ooh.
need that carbonation. But I'm not one of those
Yeah.
people that needs
Yeah.
carbonation. Like, yeah,
Oh, you know what?
soda every now and then's nice, but I much prefer like drinking tea or juice.
Oh, yeah. Then yeah, orange. I'd say bring a liquid IV to work, and then just bring some juice as well if you want. But both are good. I forgot to mention honey. Honey is a superfood. Okay. Honey will literally wake you the fuck up if you're in the middle of your shift and you want to be healthier. Just bring honey. Okay. Bring honey and just drizzle it down. It's delicious. It wakes you the fuck up, but it's not really like it's not heavy. It's not heavy enough
Hmm.
probably to get you through. But
It'll give me a
if
little
uh
boost.
if you want to bring a snack, I'd probably say a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Yeah.
Peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You bring it to work,
I always
eat
tout
it.
the other properties of honey where it's just fucking packed with protein and it's shelf stable for a nearly indefinite amount of time.
Yeah. If you want to bring snacks to work, okay, waking up, oatmeal, fruits, orange juice or whatever juice, or milk. Milk is a superfood as well. And intra workout, peanut butter and jelly. Intra workout though, intra workout, intra work, peanut butter and jelly, banana, yogurt, bread in general. Um, and before the gym, I'd probably say, carb load, very good carbs. What is it? Rice, spaghetti, Luigi, look. No, I'm kidding. Spaghetti, potatoes, that kind of carbs. Obviously, mix it in with a protein source. Don't forget that.
But no stale hot
But
dog buns.
no stale hot dog buns. No stale hot dog buns. Very good point. Fucking idiots. Not that shit
Man, I've seen
sucks.
some fucking silly like when I was in high school, I watched some silly ass shit go down that locker room, and one of them was somebody ate like a bag of stale hot dog buns before going into the weight room.
Oh, how did he react to it?
I, he made it through the workout, but also he was kind of roidy, you know.
So he was on roids, so his stomach could handle that kind of thing.
Yeah, just
Okay.
ugh, I couldn't imagine like what he felt like after, but he made it through the
Yeah, he
workout.
probably
I didn't see him vomit or anything.
he probably did, just behind your back.
Yeah,
But
well, yeah,
I
he
had
probably
a
just managed that.
I had this kid named Blake in my school. He ate a fucking ghost pepper in the hallway, and he was literally like throwing up in the hallway. Pretty funny situation.
Oh yeah, no, I used to eat like I'll eat like spicy food challenge stuff, and usually I'll be fine. There's only been like one thing where it like made me feel sick, and it wasn't even like vomit. It was just like I'm a little lightheaded because humans are not made to
Yeah, he had
consume
a ghost pepper.
capsaicin. Uh, so
Yeah,
capsaicin doesn't register to
they
birds or
were.
lizards. They lack the complexity of palate of us, so they can't taste it. We just decided that this burns so good, and we started eating them.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it's very differently. It's different for everyone. Everyone's tolerance is different depending on where you grew up, or where your agricultural background is.
I'm white bread with
if you live
mayonnaise.
in, yeah, exactly. So you
I
probably hate
live
spice. But if
in
you
the
you live
Midwest.
in alright, yeah, if you live in India, you're probably gonna take spice like it's nothing. You probably eat spice like they eat shit over there. So you're gonna eat it constantly. So and it's different for everyone. Okay.
I
Starman
mean,
said, "So I should take roids. Sound good? Go ahead, man. Do it. Let's go, man.
get it prescribed by a real
Take them
doctor.
fucking roids.
Get a real doctor to sign off on it, and I'll
Yeah,
say go ahead. Uh,
yeah.
that's all I can
Work
say with that.
steroids harder than last time. Steroids harder than last time. Disclaimer: don't ever take steroids in your life because the natural achievements that you can make without steroids are greater than the ones you can make with steroids, and you will be a lot healthier. Anyway, click again. I think that is it for my presentation. Let us wind down with some educational, fun videos. I might provide some insight and lore as well. Everyone, I really appreciate you watching. Genuinely, for the 5, 7, 8 people in here, genuinely appreciate you watching. Just pause this real quick. Pause this real quick. We probably will not get to that video, unfortunately. We can get like 10 minutes across, but thank you for watching. If you see on the top right, that is my cat. Say hi to Misu.
Good kitty.
Unfortunately, that cat has run away. We got 4 dogs 2 years ago, and she basically hates them. So she
Said
just
no.
refuses to come now. So unfortunately, so yeah. Thank you for watching. Let's just wind down, watch some very fun stuff. I can give some insight on some of these, but yeah, let's watch top 10 minutes of must powerlift watch powerlifting records. These are world records. Most of these are natural.
Too dramatic. Jesus Oliveras.
Jesus
Strongest
Oliveras,
human being.
the GOAT.
3 white lights, a good lift.
Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen,
That
you
is
just witnessed
unbelievable.
history.
That one looks certain. And Callie Johansson has done it.
Oh, I remember that.
What can I make my cat do to make him more fit?
328 even. Trying to pull from bronze. Swap his
Just
bronze for
let him go
gold
outside.
overall. Will the junior world
And feed them
champion
less.
become the open world champion?
Ryan, I
Oh
believe.
man, this was a
I'll
crazy
put him on a
moment.
Is
harness.
Callie the future?
This was a crazy moment. This guy literally powerlifted for a year. Beat the
It
guy
might be the present.
above him who has literally been the world champion for like 6 years straight.
Oh!
It's not the future.
Whoa! And that one looks certain. That one looks certain.
I fucking
And
remember. This was a
Callie
crazy
Johansson
upset.
has done it in a
This was like the
startling upset
upset of
in the
upsets.
74 kilo class. Huge
727
win.
pounds at
And the
163
crowd
pounds body weight.
spilled onto the field.
Natural.
He's the strongest powerlifter that ever lived.
Oh, Jesus over here,
And
bro.
he's performing here today at
904
Sheffield.
pound deadlift.
The
special
Now watch how
whole
this moves.
2,000 people are on their feet.
Oh, listen to the
This guy is
crowd
a fucking
cheering.
unit, bro. I remember watching this, bro.
We've
It
got a
was
champ
electric.
going. Everybody wants to see this.
I have never felt this before in my life, and I've been commentating for years. Oh my God! I can't believe it!
He
Do
fucking
you
smoked
believe
it, bro.
It's
My
overtime!
God.
It's overtime! Oh my!
That was the world record
Oh,
deadlift
that's
because
too dramatic.
heavier people have
Jesus
very bad
Oliver,
leverages for the
the
deadlift.
strongest
So
human
they
being.
tend to
Let's go,
deadlift
Ray.
less.
Come on, Big Ray.
Oh, this is
Doesn't
crazy.
right now it doesn't
Ray
matter
Williams is one of the goats as well.
where you're from.
1,080
This
pound
is
squat.
something you would be
raw.
cheering for the sport of powerlifting, to see something like this happen.
And you know what's crazy? Is we don't
1,080
even know
pound
what's
squat
about
raw.
what's going on
Natural.
right now
These guys are
at
fucking
the other
unit,
meet in the
That's
venue
true.
where we have the other big guy
Yeah.
going who's already benched 1,003 today.
It's crazy.
We'll find out about
Big
that
Blaine
later.
Sumner. Yep.
But right
I'm
now,
on Big Ray.
we're here with Ray, 490 kilos.
One of the
1,000
Come on,
pioneers
buddy.
of
Come on.
modern powerlifting.
all SBD'd out here at the USA Powerlifting SBD
Oh,
Pro
this
American
just looks
at the Arnold
insane.
Sports Festival in Columbus, Ohio.
This guy's
477 moves
watch how this
well.
moves, by
So
the way.
let's
I
go,
remember
Ray.
this.
Come on.
Oh my God!
I'm gonna
Bro.
stop drinking
Wow.
whiskey for the night.
So-
Come on, judges.
And I'm gonna go get some juice.
Fucking
That's a good lift.
Yes! Ladies and gentlemen,
That
you
is
just
Yeah, I've been
witnessed
drinking
history.
whiskey.
so fucking fast,
You
bro.
just
Ray
witnessed
in his prime.
history.
Look at that crowd, too.
So crazy.
And bar is loaded now for Matteo Duvernay,
Matteo
which
Duvernay.
is and will stay the world deadlift record holder in this sub-junior 66s weight class. Looking to
Aw, man.
overextend it
The
by
sub-juniors used to
1
be so
kilo
weak.
and a half.
This reminds me of the weak era,
580
comparatively. Even though he's lifting
kilos.
573
And being
pounds at
only
145
third,
pounds
imagine,
body
ladies
weight,
and gentlemen, the level
it's
we
just
had
crazy to
today.
see how far we've
It's
come in a couple
going.
years.
Oh, he locks it out.
And keep your eyes peeled.
Let's go.
Oh yeah,
Three
this is the
white
one he
lights,
backflips.
a
I remember
good
this.
lift.
Let's go.
Yeah, I remember that.
Second backflip of the day for Team
Oh,
France.
shit. I wonder where that kid is now. I haven't kept up. Oh, here we go. Blaine Sumner, 11,003 pound, I think like 13 pound squat, equipped though.
This is fucking feats of human.
That is just insanity.
At what point do you think we
Natural
maxed
shooting.
out human potential?
No, we haven't. Not even close.
You
There's
think we're gonna
some
get to the
things
first guy
I'll
who can like fully deadlift a ton?
Here we go.
And this is
2K?
Massive,
Yeah, 2,000.
No.
mind you.
No.
So is he.
No.
Come on,
Never.
TD. Let's go.
300
Right now,
kilograms.
what we have is like
Correctional officer.
5'10", I think. That's the
Southend,
limit right now.
Indiana. Let's go. 300.
Anyway,
This is
this is,
absolutely phenomenal.
So you're saying you think we can get to
661 pounds, I think?
1,500, but not quite 2K?
absolutely incredible.
No.
The
I
crowd
think
is
our
solid.
max. We'll never determine our max, but I think like the max
Oh, I reckon he
deadlift
could've-
of human
I
potential
reckon
was
he
like
could have pressed another 3 of those as well. 661
like
pounds.
575 to 600
Yeah.
kilograms.
Huge.
That's it. It's
Phenomenal.
just not possible to do
But we'll
anymore.
come back around to the
But we have to
start.
see. Right now we're at
I
5'10".
think you'd see 300 kilos plus the N in an IPF competition.
Convert to
300
American.
kilo Raw bench press.
And we have one world record
575
attempt left. It's
in
gonna be
American is-
289
Are
you watching
for Benika Brown. She
Tucker in
is
here?
not going to
No,
let
no, we're
It's
watching powerlifts.
1,257 pounds.
So, close to 13.
Squat battle tomorrow.
Yeah, that's the limit on deadlift. I don't think it can go any higher than that.
She has never been challenged like this
Not
before.
without some fucking really weird
And I mean that in like
genetics
millions
shit
and
going on.
millions and
More than
millions of
any
years.
woman in the IPF has
I mean
ever
like in
scored
millions
super.
and millions and millions of years. Like that's it. That's the cap.
Now that's something fucky going on, yeah.
Bonica Brown, 639 pound squat as a female.
Yeah, no, that's a lot. That's a fuckload.
She stood it up.
You wanna know
Anyway,
what the world
Reed,
record
we are
squat is now?
watching powerlifting right now.
Record back She took one red card for depth.
Coach, are you doing okay?
2-1 is good enough.
I'm doing better than I looked last time.
I'll tell you right now, that record is not even close now. The record right now is
We have
716
Juan
pounds.
Tran of
We had some
Canada
hype in here,
attempting
Reed.
not only
I
to
hate to
take
tell you
back
this,
the
but you missed
junior
out on some
deadlift
fucking
record,
heaters.
but to take the world
I know.
Oh my
open
god,
deadlift
I
record
remember
for
this.
Kyle
Yo,
Novak.
I'll
this
let
fucking
you
kid,
Pulled
get
bro.
him into deadlift
I'll let you get
gold,
back to it. I'm just
just shy
checking
of
in
the
to make sure
podium.
you're okay.
Oh, I'm still
Open
living.
deadlift record
I still
attempt.
function.
Okay.
It's moving.
Okay.
This is
and
crazy.
can he make
Now-
it out?
I will check back again.
What do the
We're still doing
referees
this the next
say?
5 hours.
2-1.
Yes.
A new
I
junior
will definitely need to
and
recover for a
open
few
world
days. I'm
record.
sure.
The juniors are on fire.
So
The
I'll be
open
up pretty low
66ers
activity in
better
the
watch
afternoons,
out.
but
Incredible lifting. Wow. And Amanda Lawrence.
those are the sacrifices we make for the craft that we love, you know?
For a monster final deadlift. She is
think
ready
she's
to
gonna
go.
need it.
Yeah, she is. This is a
For a while, the guy who played the Mountain in Games of Thrones was a world
talk about a
record holder.
dramatic
Yes, he
finish.
was.
This is the
After
biggest
Bjornsson,
deadlift we've ever
he
seen
was.
in the
He was.
IPF
But
on the women's
a
side.
fake.
I know
He's a
that
fake.
much.
He's a fake.
That means
He's
it's
a
fake.
fake.
That means a fake.
The 501 that he did, he lifted
she
his
do it?
dad's weights. His dad made him weigh the plates for him. He did it in COVID, etc., etc., etc. Eddie Hall
She
legitimately
is 8 for 8.
did that shit. Eddie Hall, still the GOAT. Anyway, Amanda Lawrence here with 595 pounds as a female deadlifter. And she is 183 pounds.
The
Nice.
knee's locked early and it doesn't matter. She's just that strong.
I think she's got it.
Let's see what the judges say.
Amanda Lawrence is probably
2-1
the
it is.
best female
The biggest
powerlifter of all
deadlift in
time,
IPF
up until Agatha
history.
Shitko, though.
Amanda Lawrence.
She's
These
taken
ladies.
5,000 pounds. She's taken back the title of the biggest deadlifter.
425.5. It's a world record.
Lane
and
Sumner,
it's a
not
world
okay.
record to stay in
I don't know why this is on the list.
competition.
Oh, it's because he almost
He
bombed out.
misses
Okay,
this
so
lift. He
930
does
pound
not
bench
total.
equipped.
It'll give
This
him the
shit does not
gold
count for
medal
me.
in the bench
Equipped
press.
is a
It'll
joke
give him
now,
the
but
world record in the bench
I'll
press.
respect raps, but I won't
It'll
respect
give him
equipped.
the chance to total.
I don't.
There is not
I don't
a
agree with
single
this being on
person
the
in this
list.
venue that doesn't want
But
to see him
it's probably
get
because
this
he almost
lift.
bombed out with 938 pounds. Bombing out means basically you miss 3 lifts on the same lift and you're disqualified.
Listen, that's
wait
a
a
lot of
second.
weight
I don't like
onto
that.
your pecs.
He's got it.
Yeah, it's a lot, but it's
Two
still
white
it's
lights.
not illegitimate.
It's on the board.
And the
Now
jury are
everyone,
staying still.
everyone just wants the jury to stay in
For
their seats
for
right
your
now.
specifically bench press is very
I
like
think
higher weights is like very
This one
strenuous.
stays. It's a world record.
Well,
Of
all right. So your
425.
pecs are not meant to
Wow.
deal with that much on their
We
own.
have another attempt at another
Oh,
record.
They're
Malaya
supposed to work in
Reeves.
conjunction with the other muscles of your
Trying
shoulders
to
and
get
back
the
to make you lift
164.5
things.
kilos again. She
84
missed it on her last
junior.
one.
Oh, she's not even around anymore. I haven't seen her in
Still
a
an
long
absolutely
time.
Yeah.
incredible
She's
number.
old.
And she
Some of
knows
my
she can
favorite
push
exercise, like
156
like
now
lifting
at a later
techniques,
date.
are for like power cleans and clean and jerks.
That's ollie lifting. That's not powerlifting.
Reeves of the
Oh
United
yeah,
States
that's
now.
my bad. No, that's just like that's what we did our weight training off of.
And she pushes it through again, but will the referees be happy with
That's
it?
good. It's for mobility and stuff.
We will wait to see.
Yeah.
That is 3 white lights.
Well,
She extends
like
the record
my
to
coach in high school, who
164.5
you know
kilos.
was everything I know, which I don't know a whole lot, but he was a lot more knowledgeable. I just never asked.
Oh, can we click that Joe Bornstein video? Nah, we have to click that. We have to click that. Too late. Whatever. Nah, too late. It's
Push it
whatever.
through again, but will the that is 3 white lights. She extends her
Yeah,
record.
no, it's like he was very obsessed with making sure that we kept
164.5 kilos.
mobility up.
Yeah, click on Joe Bornstein right there. Yeah.
Step. Oh, look at the
This just
expression
happened,
on
by
his
the way.
face.
Now click on battle.
Here he is.
Man of the hour.
Yeah, the man of the hour.
Wait, 93's
Highly
no, that's too long.
anticipated
Okay.
debut at IPF
Zoom
Worlds.
in this.
Joseph
So this is my
Bornstein
actual
of
friend, by
America.
the way. I fucking know this guy personally.
275
Me and him
kilos for
talk
his
a lot.
opening squat.
Now there's a
This
lot of
guy
talk about him
won the
hitting
entire
900,
world
will he,
championships,
won't he?
and he
And everyone
smoked
said we're
them.
going to have to see it to
Zoom in if you
believe
want.
it, and at US Nationals, he did so.
Zoom in on this, bro. This guy's the GOAT.
The first 83 to ever cross 900 kilos. Less than a
The
year
first
after
83 to ever
93
cross
spit
the
start.
900 kilo
He's special.
total mark.
And that barely
I know this kid
registers on
personally,
his
bro.
back.
I remember when he fucking first.
And
I
it is a
remember when
good
he was
lift, 3 white lights,
first
an
became popular
extremely
in
strong start to the
powerlifting.
competition for Joe.
My
If
God,
you're
bro.
wondering where he might end up,
To know this guy is like a pleasure.
Oh, unfortunately, no. They were nodding because they agreed to the
So
decision.
83 kilogram for perspective,
No lift,
183
Cafe.
pounds.
292.5.
What is on the bar right now?
for
292.5,
Joey B
which
of
is
USA.
17.5 kilo
640.
jump here for Joey.
Told you in the
640, I
openers,
think, flat or
Joey in
641.
particular likes big jumps. 305 was
Natural,
his
by the way. IPF is a natural division.
previous personal best.
This is the World Championship that just
Easily
happened
see
3
a
days
jump
ago.
to there if this moves like it's supposed to.
Also,
That
21
is an
21 years
appropriate
old.
Second attempt.
And it is a good lift.
I can see that in his
Joe
face. He's starting to get the
302.5.
sting in his nostrils
He's our
from
age.
exertion.
300 and 302. Here we are.
He's 21 years old, and
Taking
he's
that
literally
10 kilo
beating
jump.
everyone that's like 10 years older than him.
I think on the top end of the jump, but on the top end of what I think he might have.
Big Dev. What's on the bar right now?
He is a lot more
302.5
wound up
kilograms,
for
which
this
is
one.
666
Let's see
pounds.
where that
So he's
energy
basically
goes.
conquering the
Moving
devil
into
right now.
Scott Silver for the time being, with Monogati on
And
the
he's
second
squatting.
and Kingamu to follow.
Man, this kid's something else.
Was definitely
That
the
was-
perfect number.
Definitely the perfect number.
I fucking love this
Whoa.
kid, bro. He's such a goat.
He's he's really something
He's such a
else.
nice
That's
guy.
a good lift, and he is
He's
making
really
a
built for
statement
it. I mean-
from the get-go.
3 white lights. Joe Bornstein.
You know what the world record
sinks
squat
his
is?
third squat.
You'll think
I'm
302.5 is
Just
heavy.
muscles his way through.
World record squat is 340. That
Joe
was
Bornstein,
302.5.
202.5.
Now he
So,
has
an-
hit 218
A
before, and as I said
181-pound
before, the
lifter
world record
squatted
currently stands at
750
218.5,
pounds.
belongs to Owen Hubbard and has been standing since 2019.
Out of competition,
And
he
an
squatted
important note, you
780.
heard us address the
Yeah.
elbow depth rule several times earlier. That was before the
No,
elbow
this kid,
depth
no.
rule.
This is some
Things have changed
completely
since
separate
then.
kid.
If
I'm
Joe
talking
can
about the
take
world
this
record.
world record.
This
With
is
the elbow depth rule
what
in
he's benching
place,
right now
that is
is
something now to look
212.5
at.
or 446 pounds,
Also-
and he smoked it.
212.5 for Joe Bornstein.
World junior record bench, 212.5. This is
Yeah, when you are
468
terrorizing
pounds bench.
the open,
At 21 years old,
people
181
often
pounds.
overlook the fact you're a junior.
Yeah, the current world junior record stands at 205.5, only 3 kilos heavier
You think
than
405
the
is
open.
impressive? You got 21-year-old
I'm sure
kids
that's
benching
not
468 pounds.
in his mind right now. I'm sure if this goes well, attempts the open record.
Naturally, by the way.
Nice little thing to pick up on the way.
I don't have aspirations to get anywhere near these like really, really big numbers. I just want to, maintain my joint health, as I
Box
move,
it out, but it was
as I,
definitely work.
age through my
Yeah,
field.
and it is a good lift and a new world junior bench record, but
Why?
Just so I don't fucking die.
And you already said
I do want to
Joe
be like
needs his
stronger than what the
2.5
average
kilos
for my
if he
height
wants
is,
to keep a
but
7.5
I'm not looking
kilo
to
spread
break any world
come to
records. I
deadlifts.
literally just want to focus
And
on
we
my joint health.
estimate Ade is the bigger deadlifter. If he
Yeah, I know.
misses, it's only a 5
Common
kilo
misconception
spread
with
Ade
powerlifting
being
is
the
that it's
bigger
very bad
deadlifter.
for your body.
Yeah.
It's not.
Possibly.
It's you just
and
need to have
sometimes we
good
say
variables.
It's worth it
and
if
you'll be
you're
fine.
not
Yeah.
a big deadlifter.
It's one of the most
yeah,
healthy
it-
sports.
The extra
Let's
couple
say
kilos
everything's
is
in
worth
moderation,
it.
but-
It is well worth it in this case.
God damn, this kid's impressive.
This is
This
shaping
is
up to come down to the very last
474 pounds right here.
Oh, the red plates
just
are
when Joe
25. What are the
needed
blue plates at? I can't see.
25 kilograms, and the blue plates are 20 kilograms.
Needless to say, that's a junior world record.
The collars are 2.5 each.
Through, and Ryan, it is going to come down to the very last pull. We anticipated the 83 kilo class was going to be close, and it's even closer than I
Somebody's trying
think we
to sell
thought
me
it
a
would be.
Pontiac Fiero right now.
332.5
Oh boy.
was opening pull.
Deadlifts.
This will put his
332.5 kilograms,
850.
aka 733
Just last year,
pounds.
his total at 850 would have won worlds. That's how quickly the 83s are
733
progressing.
pound deadlift.
Not only that, this
Now-
is for a world junior total record. The current record standing at 813. This would give him 850.
At all. It's been that long since I've
Eh.
actually
I'm not
spent
even
time
sure
in a
that
proper
plaque will go
gym.
up on Joe's wall. He's looking well past the juniors at
Now
this point.
listen,
He's got
Sumo's
bigger
cheating.
fish to fry.
No, it's not. Shut up.
This will be the first
Sumo
step.
is not cheating.
Oh,
Easy
look
smoke
at
show.
the expression on his face.
733 pounds just
Come on.
smoked.
Do you expect anything else?
It is what it is.
And this is for a World Open
Now this
total
is
record
788
on his second
pounds, I think.
attempt. 875.
This will take Russell Horry's open world record. Russ, legend in the game and many consider the greatest 83 of all time, broke that world record at Sheffield earlier this year. Borenstein taking the world record, keeping it in USA, if temporarily. Taking his time with this
788 pounds. 21 years old, 183 pounds body weight.
Well.
He's like an ant.
Oh, you have not seen ants.
Smooth second attempt.
Easy.
Yeah, so
Easy
20
as fuck.
kilos below his best.
Well, like,
and it
he's
looks like
getting,
it.
what,
Patient.
5,
But patience pays off.
Huge
7
number,
times
but
his
a
body
little
weight?
less than you'd need.
5 times his
This?
body weight?
It is very, very close.
What, on deadlift?
Well, just like, from what I'm seeing him do, he's showing himself capable of getting nearly 5 times his body weight. Like, getting close to that.
His personal best 377.
Yeah, he's getting close to it for sure. I think that's
So,
his
like,
goal.
the closest, like, analog, it's like, he's like an ant.
This much riding on it.
On the other side of the world.
I'll tell you more
multiple
information
time
after we
zones.
see this
Are
final deadlift.
you
This is
kidding me?
372.5 kilograms, which is, this is
Makes it look very, very
821
hard
pounds.
for Ade.
I know this kid, bro. This is insane. The audio did cut off, like, actually manually, so it's not on your end. Don't worry.
Oh! And that's a limit lift, but it looks like he's got it to me. 3 white lights.
Absolutely incredible. He moves
Yeah,
it.
that was.
890,
Coach Eck, bro.
meaning a big ask for Great Britain to pull ahead of him. Will they push for gold or will they push for silver?
It's got to be said, Team USA had the perfect final attempt for Joe Borenstein. He had not a...
Do you have an interview after this, or there's one more video?
There's more people coming in.
Look at the recommended.
Here comes
Hang on, no.
Perkins,
Back out real quick.
18 years old.
I don't care about
USA.
Austin Perkins. We don't have to talk
He
about
is
him. I
opening
mean,
up
I'll
at
say he's a pound for pound goat, but scroll down a little bit. Should be some stuff. Oh wow, that's a good one, but that might be a little bit long. Battle of the 66s. Why don't we do that? Battle of the
10 minutes.
66s. We'll do that. Yeah, we'll do that.
It
We'll
is
do that.
literally the strongest 66 division we have ever seen at the World Championships. Number 1 nomination,
66 is
American
145
champion
pound
Brian Lee with a 713.5 kilo total.
I'm sure this
Kyoto from Japan,
this
just 1
weight
kilo away
division
from him.
is
It is a historic
dominated by
nominations
Asians.
list. However, not to be overlooked, 2021
it's dominated
World Champion
by
from
a
France,
Norwegian, actually.
Panagiotis
Really?
returns and is looking for redemption.
Yeah, 36-year-old Norwegian.
Yoshiyama,
Well, I'm just like, on
representing
average,
Japan,
like,
look at him walk out this belt of
Asians
hands.
are
This
just
guy is a
smaller.
charismatic lifter. The Japanese
Yeah,
nationals
I'd probably
registering.
Yeah. If we're talking about like the average, like if we do a percentage,
If
yeah.
if that was a blind assumption on this entire like level, you know, I just went off of what I already knew. I assumed it would be dominated by an Asian. Is it usually dominated by an
America's
Asian?
Brian Lee, 230 kilos.
No. It's
This is
really
the number
This
1
class
nomination,
is
but it's
insanely
close.
There's no like
It's going to be a tight race.
dominating
Brian
figure.
Lee
All of these people are
likely to
insanely
finish that
close.
race with the final pull. That's not for sure, though. Some of these
507
other
pounds.
contenders
I'm glad
got
he
the
has it at
big
the bottom.
deadlifts themselves. Squat battle, bench battle, dead battle.
I
Take your
think this
pick.
kid
I
was
think we're
22
gonna
at the
have it
time.
all. Excellent opener by Brian Lee.
That was lovely.
And the crowd's about to pop. Listen to the
Here is
crowd.
powerlifting's
And
favorite
Panagiotis,
French child,
Serenidis
Panagiotis.
from France, wants to reclaim his crown.
This guy
Won it in
is the king of
2021
grinding
and
away.
has a string
guy
of bad
just
luck
does
leading
not
into
give up.
2022.
Like
Underperformed due
actually
to it.
insane.
But I'm told his training leading to this
518
year has been
pounds,
phenomenal.
145 pounds
235
body
kilos
weight.
for his opening squat.
Well, it wasn't easy. but I don't know if I've ever seen him do a squat that looked easy.
I was just about to say, I see Penna grind in the warm-up room. Nothing's easy for this guy. I love the way Kyoto walks out casually with his belt in hand,
Kyoto
staring down the
Ushiyama.
weights, and then he puts it on.
Obviously,
And
do you see the weight at the
Ushiyama,
bottom? I'm gonna say shit.
242.5. This is already a personal best. He is strong, isn't he?
Oh, this
Took the bronze medal last year at the World Championships, and I know he's planning to do more today.
Hopefully doesn't overly tax him for the deadlift.
I swear to
Brian Lee,
Christ, this is what gets
242.5 as
this
well.
stream
12.5
copyright
kilo
claimed.
jump. Lee coming in with 245.
This match
What?
is what
Oh,
he did
shit.
at
I don't
his
think so.
nationals.
He'll be right.
If that was the
In
case,
the
this kid,
nominations, he's hit
It's
245
not like I
an
make
hour.
any money
Solid,
from
look
this.
like a second attempt.
I do these
Really?
streams for my
No.
own entertainment and fun.
Oh, jury's overruled.
Okay.
That's a good lift.
It's a good lift.
Oh, I just forgot that Starman
I think
DM'd
that's a
me.
good call.
I
And here
ought to
comes
kill you with
Penna.
humor,
Expect the
Brown.
crowd to pop when they see him, and there it is. 247.
Yeah, I can see that.
For Penna as he looks to establish himself in the squat event. This will move Penna into
Oh, is that you?
in the squats. And if he has to fight, expect to see some hard on
You're
this
welcome,
press.
by the way.
Just like that. And the
see
crowd
the fit?
almost wants to will him to victory as they
Christ.
chant.
That was a great
That's,
lift. I
that's-
have
yeah.
no idea how much more he's got in the tank there.
I think he's actually got another at least 5 kilos. Believe it or not, here he is. Comes out with the belt already on this time. Kyoto Ushiyama, 247.5. Previous personal best, 240.
This is
If he's pacing
probably
with
the
all these
second
PRs,
best 66 battle ever.
his total's going to be monstrous.
The best ever one was last year.
Wow! You get that
Right.
moving again.
And you thought Penna could fight. Kyoto's a fighter. 2-1, it's good. Brian Lee, 247.5, representing the U.S. 5 kilo jump. Brian, very calm before he takes the weight.
Not quite.
He does walk away at
And he
242.5.
does
He doesn't
stay with
fall too far behind the rest of the pack. He also has a monster deadlift. Here comes Penna, 252.5, currently in squat silver, looking to end up in squat gold.
I
Bigger
think he
picture,
actually
more than
grinds
that,
this
Penna
year.
needs these 5 kilos towards his total for the overall.
I think he
Depth
actually
is
grinds
good.
this at the top.
Breaks it off. And you know what? The
No, he
fact he
doesn't.
didn't empty the tank.
Okay.
They did
Like,
I was thinking about
you know,
another
usually I
competition,
would have
but
said,
usually-
let's see Penna fight, but sometimes
He's grinded
it's
a
good
12
not to have to
second squat
scrap
before.
it out with your last attempt, because if you get injured
And he
at
does that a
all,
lot too.
it can impact
It's
you
pretty
later
crazy.
on. Brian Lee opening with 147.5. Look how long those arms are. Long way up, long way down. It's a little bit of work too for an opener. Penna coming out to 165 kilos.
This is a big opener.
If you follow Penna on social media, he's had 12-second bench press reps. Not many people can grind on the bench like
Yep,
that.
true.
It's pretty smooth to him.
That's
364-pound
I
opener
think he's got a
by
fair
a
more.
145-pound
Today
man.
he's looking strong.
Kyoto ready to open at 165
Have
as
you
well.
guys ever
Comes
seen that
down, yoink,
video of
stops,
that like
yoink again.
Asian,
Little
like
bit
that random
slow
Asian man that's
Yeah.
like 145
It's set
pounds
up
benching
slightly
410
wrong,
in
just pulled
like
it.
a
Yeah,
random commercial.
exactly.
Video? It has like a million views.
Brian Lee,
Have you ever seen that video?
152.5. Brian's
Like, it just
hit
randomly pops up?
155. We're still below that. Let's see how this moves. 3 white lights. What do you think, Joe?
I
2.5
don't
for
think
5.
there's much left.
Here's
Yes
the
or no?
thing, you know, for an extra 2.5
guess not.
kilos, how much more of the tank do you want to
Blood
empty?
is
He's got
gone.
a big deadlift. And Penna coming out to 170 kilos. Penna's nominated bench, 167 and a
Penna,
half.
Panini. Yeah, Panini.
175 in whispers of more in the gym and prep. That's the
His
gym.
name is Panagiotis. Terranidis.
Moved like his opener.
Well, that matches his current best, and he barely even had to grind it. He needs every kilo because on projected total is that he's running behind Lee and Ishiyama.
Who are both bigger deadlifters. Kyoto, 170 as well. Going tit for tat with Penna.
The
He
Japanese
really proved
benches
himself
are
a
just
Japanese
actually
nationals
insane. I need to
again
learn a
in
thing or two
Sheffield,
from
and
them.
once again today, he's emerged as a major force in the 66 kilo class. Brian Lee, 155. 2.5 kilo jump from the second.
One's not going.
It is only 2.5 kilos that doesn't go towards his total. And here comes Penna, 172.5.
There goes that grind.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, as it usually is with his thirds. Look at Team Fred celebrating. And Penna thanking him for their support. Does he have bench gold though? Kyoto looking to rain on Penna's parade, 172.5. Kyoto weighing in fractionally lighter than Penna,
50 grams.
so he'll take the gold over Penna's squat in the squat event, and he's looking to do the same in the bench press. The brakes come on though.
Not quite going today though. He seems to lose tightness just as he started to press.
Points the crowd. Representing France, former world champion looking to reclaim his title. 270 kilos for his opener. And this is going to be a super tight race. He's already collected medals in the squat and bench event, but it's the overall medal he's most keen on. And that is smooth for Penna.
Now he got a red card from one of the side referees for lockout.
Kyoto Ushiyama of Japan, opening with 275. Kyoto having a phenomenal day, putting the world on notice and the world title on the line. Well, moves well.
I think it bodes well for a big fight at the end. I think this next
Kyoto's
poll will
technique
tell
is
us.
so
300.5 kilos, that is the
Red card
open
every-
world record deadlift. Just with his opening pull, he'll have a 695.5 total. It's a little more work than I would have expected.
Yeah, it was a little awkward, but it doesn't have to.
His hands are cramping.
Good.
Look at his hands there. His hands are cramping. He can't.
Okay.
Hopefully he can fix that.
He's only 3 kilos ahead of Ishiyama though, who's only 2.5 ahead of Panna. This is still who hits and who misses.
Yeah, it's too tight. Only 5.5 separate those gentlemen who rest on the podium right now. Coming out to 285. This will put him at 705 total. His best total has been 700, already PR territory if he can hit this.
Look at this. Jesus
Look at
Christ,
that
man.
grind! The heart on Panagiotis! It's legendary for a reason. Penna forcing the hand of the other contenders as he's the first to push into the 700 kilos at 705 in the greatest 66 kilo class we've ever seen. And Kyoto Ushiyama, as he's done all day, has an opportunity to respond to Penna, 292.5. This would give him a 710 total, just 0.5 off the
Soft
total world record.
Wedging
I'm
it
not sure
so
that's
hard
looked
and
out.
just
His knee looks soft to me.
Here comes Austin Perkins, 18 years old.
No worries,
from
brother.
USA.
I think
You're
it's
gonna have soft
He is
knees once I'm
opening
done with
up
you.
at 240
Oh no! I already
kilos,
told you not to touch me at the beginning of the presentation. I
529
if you
pounds.
if you do that,
Austin is a sub-junior. This
he
will be
said
his
I
last
ought to
year
kill you
as
with
a
hammers, bro.
sub-junior.
No,
That's
yeah,
so
bro.
true.
Become a junior next year.
You'll have soft
I
knees once I
killed.
finish killing you with hammers.
Juniors are 14 through 18.
Well,
Juniors
I
are
think it is
19 through 23.
my time to give the torch to someone
Wow.
else.
He got
So
that
everyone
one
in the
really
chat,
deep.
all the people who are watching,
And that's
everyone
gonna be a
who
good
did
match.
watch, whatever, if you're gonna watch the VOD, thank you for coming through for my intro to exercise. I really appreciate you coming through and listening to me ramble. And yeah, I think a big takeaway is to take your time, not rush things, and trust the process. And listen, if you can go to work for 8 to 10 hours a day and do it no matter what, you're disciplined. Why not do the same thing with the gym? Am I right? That's all I'm gonna say. Take it easy, y'all. Really appreciate you guys coming through. And it's I think it's Starman time. So Starman time. Thank you, brother.
Was that one of the poll things? Your cat fucking something up? Fantastic. Yeah. 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 That's how it works. That's good. Good cat. Good kitty. Mm. Go ahead and share my screen here. Or application, I guess. Sure. And I think we discussed before, partway through this, I'm gonna flip over to webcam. So it should be it should just be a turning on my webcam or presenting my webcam, whatever works best. I think I can present it. We'll have to find out. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Ugh, I hate when my USBs are coming. Hate when my USBs are dangling. Am I not presenting? I thought I was presenting the screen. Live? Yeah. Might just be centered on the. There it goes. Hey. Wowie woo way whoa. I just have to. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You know, if you fed your cat, gave it attention, actually took care of the damn thing, probably wouldn't destroy all your personal property. Mm, I don't know if I believe this. I've heard otherwise. Me and your USB port have heard otherwise, sir. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah. Ooh, crafty. Hmm. Ooh, very nice. Ooh, also good. Actually have a hell yeah. Yep. I've had that shit happen. No, I get it. Absolutely. Nice. Based cat. Based cat. Love it. Mhm. Mhm. It's a late night freak out. It has been an adventure because I've had one cat for a while, and I just adopted a second cat. Stream can't hear oats. Uh-oh.
And it needs me to reset it manually
Oh.
every time the thing gets unplugged. So every
Yeah, yeah,
time,
yeah, yeah.
like the USB gets unplugged by something, I have to reset it, and I always forget to reset it every time I unplug it.
Well, now that everyone on the stream is going to be confused, they're going to think I'm rambling to myself like a crazy old coot.
About it.
Literally spent 5 minutes just talking to my fucking self. Everyone's gonna be like, "Yep, Starman senile. Old man yells at clouds." No, I'm not. I've never been senile.
Fooled me.
You son of a bitch. I remember back in my day, kids had respect for their elders. Back in my day. Back in my day, oh man, I respected the shit out of my elders. I walked up to them and I said, "I respect the shit out of you."
And they said, "Don't take that."
And they were like, "Damn right, son." And then I got a whooping.
And I took
because that's what you did to your kids back then.
You just
you got a
for
whooping.
no reason.
Did I get bad grades? Whooping. Good grades? Also a whooping. Keep it even.
They cook dinner for you, believe it or not, whooping.
Whooping. That's a bad one.
Yeah. Anyway,
all right, you have your audio fixed now? Can the stream hear you now?
I fixed it.
Okay,
For the umpteenth
good.
time
Shall I
today,
begin? Shall I begin
Let us
my
begin.
presentation? Old man yells at clouds, the presentation.
Let us begin.
Fantastic. Hi, welcome everybody. It's back to the thing once again. As always, it's very professional. I have a lovely picture of Fang's ass here for us. I just copy pasted a few of these slides from the last time I did this. Who the heck am I? Who came in here and they're like, who the hell is this very handsome gentleman? This handsome gold emblazoned, suit clad, hat wearing mother trucker. Well, most of you probably know who I am, right? Hello. If you don't, I don't know. How did you get here? Biggest, I guess, notes about myself. I wrote a thing. It's this book called Kinda Blue. I'll talk about it later. I've also written another thing. You guys probably are aware of that, all that shit. As far as my background, I do work professionally as a trainer, and I have been doing creative writing for over 20 years. So I train people as a profession. I usually curse a little bit less during my actual professional sessions, and also I'm not doing them at fucking 11 o'clock at night. I'm a little bit loopy, a little bit tired. You know how it goes. I also host writers' workshops every week on the Snoot Club server. So if you are not on the Snoot Club server, somehow you should probably join that. It's a fun place. Writers' workshops are always a blast. We always have fun talking to people, helping them improve their writing, I hope. Giving them good creative feedback and all that fun stuff. So what the heck is this, right? I'm doing a presentation for Father Oates' thing, so it's surely something writing related, right? Yeah, it has to be. No, LMAO, it's not. Today we're going to learn how to play Magic the Gathering with a focus on the EDH format. Get fucked, idiots.
Yeah.
If you played Magic the Gathering, this will be just the best, because you'll already know all this shit. If you've never played Magic the Gathering, buckle up, because you're about to fucking learn how to play a new card game, idiots. Are you fucking kidding? Nope, we're talking about a children's card game. If you don't know what Magic the Gathering is, you live under a rock. It's like Yu-Gi-Oh, but it's not dog shit.
Hey man, I actually like Yu-Gi-Oh.
Shut the fuck up, dog shit central. Yu-Gi-Oh is... Okay, what is it about Yu-Gi-Oh that it's played... No. Okay, what is it about Yu-Gi-Oh that it is played almost exclusively by black people?
I don't know. A lot of it is just like having people jump you in the hood.
I guess. What's their cards are worth so
That's
fucking
kind of
much.
like how it's structured out like that. Like you get all your monsters together, and during your attack phase, you can just have all 5 of them jump one at the same time, and it adds their attack values together.
Oh, so it's like Vietnam flashbacks for the hood. Like, play Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah.
They're like, man, this shit's just like on the street. Okay, I see how it is.
Well, I don't know why this I'm pretty sure I fixed it.
Oh no, he said that a while. He said that a while ago. That was like 5 minutes ago. So to illustrate my point, I literally did a Google search for just Magic the Gathering art, and this is one of the results that came up. This is from a set from like 3 or 4 years ago. This is art for a fucking basic land card. Like, this is nutty. Also, Maximo's big stupid face is in front of me now that he joined the call. Would you hide this mother Oh, he just leaves. We just kick him from the call.
I did not. He left. He left of his own accord.
Big dumb head. Literally his big dumb head just in my way. Like, I can't see past this. Get out of my way. Anyway, unbelievable. I don't know why I have the headers like yelling at me this whole time. Magic the Gathering is a collectible card game that's been around since 1993. It's almost as old as I am. Good lord. Holy fuck. What would I be? I would have been 7 when this game came out? Man, I'm a baby. Maximo, get out of here! Your fucking dumb head is blocking me.
I fixed it already. I blocked it out. I turned
Oh, okay, all right. You okay? Thank you. All right.
I'm not gonna lie.
Good
I was
lord.
gonna do it again if he didn't change it because it's funny to show.
Anyway, Magic the Gathering, it has pretty cool fantasy aesthetics that crosses through a lot of genres. They've got, obviously, high fantasy is a pretty big pillar of their stuff. They've also dipped their toes into horror, into gothic horror, into a little bit of sci-fi, and a little bit of fucking detective bullshit. Like, they've done quite a bit. Unfortunately, it has recently become the Fortnite of trading card games, but we're going to kind of fucking ignore that. Like, they're releasing a lot of supplemental content and also not supplemental content that's crossing over into stupid IPs like SpongeBob SquarePants. Like, hey, if you like SpongeBob, that's great, but I really don't need to be staring at SpongeBob across from me on the battlefield as I'm playing an actual cool legendary creature. So, what the fuck? Old man yells at clouds.
Exactly
Anyway,
what you need, Starman. That's right up what is
it's
required for a
really
fun
not.
game.
It's really not what I need. Although the
Listen,
nice thing, I'll talk about
if
it.
I ever
I'll talk
start
about it later.
collecting Magic cards, I will go purely off these fucking franchise gimmick decks. Okay, I'm gonna build one of those, and you're gonna hate it.
Well, here's the deal. Like, I'll show this later when I pull up the webcam. Like, I have gotten some of the product from these supplemental sets.
Right.
Like, I have gotten Final Fantasy Commander deck. Right? It's okay if the set is, or I guess if the setting is kind of related to Magic, or I guess it could kind of like fit in the world.
I mean,
problem is now we're going to Spider-Man. We're going to Spider-Man. We're going to SpongeBob
like,
SquarePants. It's like
the
this has
Dungeons
nothing
and
to do with
Dragons
Magic.
like crossover
like,
stuff made sense because you could just use your Magic cards in Dungeons and Dragons.
Sure. Or I mean, even like Lord of the Rings is not too big of a stretch. But Doctor Who, like, I don't know. It's getting a little silly.
What about this medieval fantasy Magic game needs a goddamn TARDIS?
I'm feeling retardist right now.
Oh, hold on. Which doctor does it have?
It's got David Tennant. It's got the Lady Doctor. It's got one of the older ones.
The
I don't
Black Eye
know.
Doctor
David Tennant's really
out?
the only one I remember. No, it's older than that was.
All right, good.
I think the Lady Doctor was like the quote unquote most recent one that they got up to. But
by the way,
anyway,
I have updated
to
the
answer
polls in Snoop Club.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I don't know if anyone's still in there. I was hosting the thing, and since I left, I can't really host it now.
Hey man, it's still going.
Anyway, to answer the question of why am I doing this, I really enjoy Magic the Gathering. MTG is a shortening of that. Sometimes it's called Magic or MTG, and I would love to get other people involved in the game too. I will admit it's a little daunting to get started. It is a game that is easy to learn but hard to master. The rules complexities get kind of crazy, and there are some nutty, seemingly not intuitive things that you kind of have to learn. But on the bright side, you do not have to learn these things off the rip. We're going to go over the basics today, and it will still be quite a bit of information, but you don't have to panic. You don't have to feel like, oh, I can't play this if I don't understand every minutia, stupid bullshit rule that's only going to come up one out of every 10,000 games. You don't have to know all of that, right? The nice thing, too, is there are a ton of resources for new players, and there are even some free things. If you live in a place that has a local game store, usually these are card shops. They might sell like D&D books, board games, and then, of course, Magic the Gathering. Many times, these places are supplied with what are called new player packs. If you go up to the counter and say, I would like to learn how to play Magic the Gathering, I was told you might have some free starter stuff, they will usually hand you a little 20 or 30 card deck for free. They'll just be like, here you go. Have these. It's got a little rules insert with it that'll teach you how to play. A lot of times, someone working at the store, or maybe even some other players, are happy to kind of show you the ropes, play a little test game with you, get you started, right? They're real welcoming. It's pretty cool. Usually to try to learn these games, they have resources to help out with that. Another thing, there's a web version of the game. I think it's on mobile as well. It's called Magic Arena. Also a good resource for learning the game. It's a digital version of the game, but it does incorporate all existing rules for the game. It does not have the entire card pool, right? So you're not going to be able to find every single card that's ever been printed in it, but it has all of the cards that it's got, and they're all mechanically functional in the game. So like you could sit down, again, if you install the game, they're going to throw 5-10 free decks at you and just be like, get started, have some fun. You're going to get your ass kicked if you start queuing against real people, but you can play against bots. You can play against the little tutorial thing, and it does go through and it's like, here's how you play a land. Here's how you attack with a creature. It's real straightforward, right? You do that, you're going to learn a lot of the basics, and you'll be able to have a nice, fun little graphical way to play it as well. And it's a free-to-play game. It's obviously like you buy booster packs or buy gems and all that bullshit. Don't spend money on it. It's a fucking waste of money at the end of the day. But again, get the free shit, play around with it just to learn, and then you can, uninstall it. So, we are going to start by talking about the core fundamentals of Magic the Gathering. So MTG is a card game in which you build a deck, you cast spells using a resource called mana, and you defeat your opponents by reducing their life total to 0. There are other ways to defeat your opponent as well, but the most common way is to reduce their life total to 0. If your opponent has 0 life and you have not 0 life, you win! If you have 0 life, you lose, right? Of course, your opponent's trying to do the same thing to you, so it turns into a battle of wits, a battle of speed, and a battle of strength that you will be able to accommodate by the cards that you choose to play. Now, with Magic the Gathering, it actually has a lot of different formats, right? So when you sit down to play the game, you have a lot of choices for how you could have built a deck, or I guess based on what products you purchased, what you're going to be ready to play. There are what they call 60-card formats. These include things like Standard, Modern, Legacy, and Vintage. I won't go through the details of each and every one of these, but they are either rotating or non-rotating formats. That means there's a card pool that kind of updates or kind of recycles out. They are pricey to get into, and if you want to play, of course, competitively. They're fun, again, for learning or getting started, but 60-card formats are very much the 1v1 format of the game, right? So that's if you want to just sit down against one person, you can play a 60-card deck. Again, I won't go into the rules of that, but that's kind of the baseline. Then you have what are called limited formats. A limited format is where you take unopened product and you open it, and then you play with those cards. The two primary versions of limited are draft and sealed. Draft is where you have a bunch of people sit at a table, crack open a booster pack. Each person cracks open a booster pack, takes one card to put into their own supply, and then you pass the cards to the right. Then you take a card out of that pack, pass the cards to the right. You do this, then you pass them left on the second round, you pass them right for the third. It's a total of 3 booster packs. The nice thing about draft is you can play for $15 usually at most game stores. You get to keep the cards that you pull. You might pull a nice chase rare that's worth a good chunk of money, and then you get to play with the cards right out of the pack. You'll get to play with a lot of cards you wouldn't otherwise get to play with because they're normally too weak to see play in constructed formats. Sealed is a lot like that, but with sealed, you open the booster packs and you don't pass cards anywhere. You just open 6 booster packs, you play everything that you opened, you get to pick which cards you want to play. If you open some really good green cards but some crappy red cards, just play green instead of red, right? That kind of thing. So limited formats are fun. They obviously have a little bit of a cost investment because you have to pay to enter the event. That includes the product, probably a couple dollars for the store. But there is prize support. So if you do well in the event, you'll usually earn some prizes, either extra booster packs, store credit, that type of thing. And then you get to keep the cards. That's the other thing too, right? You open some booster packs, you get to keep the cards you got. You can play them in whatever else you want later on. And then we have our multiplayer formats. As I mentioned earlier, we are going to be discussing EDH. It's also referred to as Commander. I'll talk about there's no difference. It's just an interchangeable term. But a multiplayer format of EDH is our focus for today, as well as learning the game, right? So plenty to do, plenty to play, plenty to see. You could drop hundreds or even thousands of dollars if you were so inclined, but you don't have to, right? That's the nice thing about the game. You can spend a very small amount of money, almost negligible money, and still have a perfectly playable deck that you can have fun with your friends and have a nice time. So what does this mean for me or for you? Or I don't know, I'm losing the script on who I'm talking about with the me's and you's and all that. So each format has specific rules. They usually pertain to the deck building requirements of said format. Many of the rules of Magic apply to all formats, though there are some that are irrelevant sometimes. For instance, there are some rules that apply to multiplayer games, but those don't matter if in a 1v1 game, right? Because a 1v1 game is not multiplayer, so that kind of makes sense, right? In most cases, most rules apply to all formats. There's very few that don't apply equally. Today's session is going to be focusing on the EDH/Commander format, as I've said. What you're seeing on the right is called a pre-constructed Commander deck. This is the type of thing you could go to your game store and get for maybe $30 or $40, depending. Some are more expensive, some are less expensive. If you buy your deck online, you could probably find one of these bad boys for even $20, right? It does depend on the quality of the cards inside. You could get a $20 Commander deck. It's probably not going to be quite as powerful because you don't have those chase cards in there. But you could still start with it, right? Very easy to just pick up a deck, 20, 30 bucks, sit down at a table, crack it open, have some fun with your friends. You might not win, but you'll at least have a nice time and learn the game and kind of learn the intricacies of that particular deck and what it does. So what is EDH. It stands for Elder Dragon Highlander. This is the original name that it was given. When it first came out, it was called Elder Dragon Highlander. It was a fan-created format from the late 1990s. It got co-opted by Wizards of the Coast, which are the developers of Magic, and it got renamed to Commander, but the two are synonymous, right? Commander is EDH, EDH is Commander. The two are back and forth. It is designed as a 4-player format. You can technically play it 3 players, you can play it 2 players, you can play it 5 players, right? You can play it 10 players if you're so inclined, but it's designed for 4-player games. You know, you can do a little less, a little more, but usually 4 players is kind of the sweet spot for having fun in it. And the name is derived from the following. Elder Dragons were a powerful type of legendary card or legendary creature in the game. This is an example of an Elder Dragon, Nicol Bolas. He's one of the most prominent ones in the Magic story. And of course, the Highlander, there can only be one, right? So Elder Dragon Highlander was a portmanteau is not the right word, but you know, a combination of those two phrases into a singular name to signify kind of the core fundamental of the format. So that is, of course, the core fundamental of EDH. An EDH deck can only contain 1 copy of any given card, excluding basic lands. This goes against the norm of those constructed formats, where typically you can play up to 4 copies of any given card, right? So if you have a card like Llanowar Elves, right? It's a little mana dork that taps for a green mana. In a constructed 60-card format, you could run up to 4 copies of Llanowar Elves in your deck, thereby drastically increasing your chances of drawing one as you play. In EDH, you're only allowed to play 1 copy. You're probably not going to see him every single game. Another thing is your deck must be exactly 100 cards. No more, no less. Now, this does include your commander, who I'll talk about in a second. But other constructed formats, when I called them 60-card formats, those are typically a minimum of 60 cards in your deck, but you can technically include more if you would like. 61, 62, 100, 300 cards if you were so inclined. Has to be at least 60, though. With EDH, exactos, 100, not 101, not 99, you gotta do 100 cards. You also must have something called a commander, a little confusing with the name commander, but I guess that's kind of what they went with. Your commander is a legendary creature that helms your deck. He's basically the leader of your deck, and he's a card that you always have access to. And you have to follow what's called the color identity of your commander. I'll talk about that more in a few minutes. And, of course, you can't have any banned cards, right? It's a pretty small selection of banned cards. I'd say with some exceptions, you know, there's maybe like 20 or 30 banned cards out that you know, aren't just sort of blanket banned. Too big of a topic to get into otherwise, but you could grab almost any card from any game store, and the likelihood is incredibly high that it will be legal in Commander. Does this sound complicated? It's really not that bad, right? Now, I know I've kind of gone through a lot of information about like the baselines and all that. Commander really isn't too bad of a format to get into. It is a lot about experimentation and learning, right? When you are playing these decks, you want to basically learn how to play the game, you want to practice, you want to get some games in and some reps in and all that fun stuff. And you want to get to a point where you're comfortable playing the cards and kind of understanding the strategy of your deck. As I mentioned before, you can pick up pre-constructed decks from your local game store or online, usually for pretty cheap. And you can upgrade those decks over time, right? So on the right, this is an example of one of the pre-constructed elf decks. It was a green-black deck that focused on elves. Remember I mentioned that Llanowar elves from a couple minutes ago. And most of these cards came in the deck, but a few of these didn't, right? So whatever player built this actually started making some upgrades to their deck. So they started cycling out some of the old cards or some of the cards they didn't want, and they replaced them with new ones. Maybe better cards, maybe cards better suited for their play style. You have almost limitless options when it comes to upgrades and updating your list, right? So let's talk about the absolute basics of Magic the Gathering. Each card in Magic either represents a spell that can be cast with mana or a source that can generate said mana, right? It's all about resources. You're going to generate mana of various colors. You're going to use that to cast spells, and those spells are going to do things. That's honestly the fundamental. That is the baseline of how this game works. Now, spells do come in many shapes and sizes. Sometimes they are powerful creatures, sometimes they are one-time surges of incredible magic, sometimes they are piddly, seemingly doing nothing spells, but they may still have some relevance in your deck, right? There's all shapes, all sizes, all sorts of things you can do with your cards. Mana is most commonly produced from land cards. Again, we'll talk about that more in a few minutes. But essentially, you play land cards, you use that land to generate mana, you cast spells with your mana. Super straightforward. That's almost everything there is to the game. Now, obviously, things are a bit more complicated. As you can see from this pile of cards that I found online, there's hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of cards and possible combinations, so things can get a little bit crazy, but at the end of the day, you're spending mana, casting spells. Pretty straightforward. Let's talk about the anatomy of a card. Let's actually break down a Magic the Gathering card. And for our example, I'm going to use this little bastard. Loot, the key to everything. This orange fucker. This little guy is near and dear to my heart for almost no reason whatsoever. I think he's ugly. I think he's horrific. But I have a ton of stuff for him. I have 2 commander decks built around him. One is a casual deck, and one is one of my most competitive EDH decks that I own. I have a playmat, I have a little plushie, I have a deck box, I have a binder with his fucking face on it. I don't know why. For some reason, this ugly little piece of shit, just like, I think he's great. So, we're going to use Loot, the key to everything, as our breakdown of what a Magic card is and how it works. So, your Magic card is broken into 5 primary spots. They have a name, they have a mana cost, they have a type line, they have rules text, and then they have a power and toughness if it's a creature card. There is some other stuff to the card. So real quick, because I don't have a future slide talking about this, all cards have artwork on them. So you see that little bastard with his little dopey smile? That's his artwork. That has no impact on the game. The art on a card does not mean anything. It doesn't give him any extra abilities. It's just cool artwork. It's cool. Sometimes it looks stupid. Something to look at, yeah. It has no bearing on the gameplay. Another thing is called flavor text. What was that?
It helps with the theater of the mind to have the thing to look at.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. I mean, if the card was boring,
that's how you got the animated Yu-Gi-Oh, you know?
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure.
Do you think they would have had the series if the cards didn't have art on them?
No, if it was just words.
No, we would have had the series because the series came first, but yeah.
They almost are just words now. The fucking print on the Yu-Gi-Oh card is like
I look at modern Yu-Gi-Oh cards, like, what the hell are you doing? That's a goddamn novel.
Yeah.
Dog, I've seen words where it says refer to this fucking internet page. I'm like, dog, shut the fuck up. Like, you used to be cool.
Magic hasn't quite gotten to that point yet. It is getting wordy, but they do a pretty good job of kind of cleaning stuff up and making it not insane. Another thing on the card that doesn't really have relevance is called flavor text. So if you look on this card, at the almost at the bottom, the italics that says the Vault's ultimate prize wasn't exactly what Kellen had imagined. That's called flavor text. That has no rules implication, right? There's nothing that does for gameplay. And then there's also something called a set symbol. On this card, it's about halfway down, all the way to the right. It looks like an orange vault door. That is a set symbol. That's also the rarity symbol. So this lets me know that this is a mythic rare card from the vault set from I forget the name now, but it was one of the more recent sets. But that just tells you what set it's from and its rarity. It has, again, no impact on gameplay. So. But let's look at the breakdown, right? Let's start with the name. The name of your card. Well, go figure. A fucking name is a name. The name is important, though, for some things. It is used to identify your card. There are no 2 cards that have the same name and different rules or abilities, right? So you can have multiple printings of a card that may have different artwork. They also might have slightly adjusted text if the rules text has been eroded or updated over time. That's okay if they do that, but it will never be functionally different, right? There will not be another card named Loot, the key to everything, that has different abilities. It's always going to have the same abilities, same creature type line, same power and toughness. There could be another Loot. In fact, I'll show you later on, Loot the Pathfinder is a different creature. Even though it's technically in the mythos the same creature, Loot, Loot the Key to Everything and Loot the Pathfinder are two different cards,
Just speak
right?
differently.
So they, they'll have, exactly.
It's
They have
like how you
different
play the
abilities.
dragon board in Skyrim. It's that same concept.
Loot the Pathfinder is driving a little car. It's adorable.
Yeah. So you could like either choose to be go to the Mage Guild or the Thieves Guild, or Loot. He could open doors and drive little cars. It's that simple.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a little guy. It's just a little guy. I will say there are some rare exceptions that have an alternate name, but those do function as the original named cards for all rules purposes. This happens only with what are called secret layers, which are kind of supplemental products, and it can happen sometimes with like supplemental cards in sets. A good example was several years ago, there was a set called Ikoria, and they did a promotion where they printed cards that had Godzilla monsters on them. So you could get Godzilla, Death Incarnate or whatever, and it was technically the same as a different creature mechanically. It just had a different name, and then it actually even had the alternate name kind of like small underneath the primary name. So like for rules purposes, they were the same thing, even though they had two different names. But again, this is pretty rare. You're not going to see it too often. Almost always the name is what matters, right? The name is what carries the identity of your card. Next, we're going to talk about the mana cost. So, mana, I'll describe on the next slide. It is essentially the resource that you use to play your spells, as I mentioned before. The mana cost of your card is how much mana it costs to play that card, right? In Loot's case, he costs one each of a green, a blue, and a red mana, as you see in the top. Green, blue, red. That's his colors. This also defines a card's mana value, traditionally called a converted mana cost. You essentially add up all of the values to get the total mana value. Loot has a mana value of 3 because he costs 3 mana pips. Green, blue, red. 3, right? He costs 3 mana. One other thing, in EDH, any mana pips that appear on a card will define the card's color identity. Again, very rare exceptions to this, but for the most part, this defines the card's color identity that, again, I will speak about. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't know if I'll speak about it later. The color identity I mentioned before kind of restricts your deck building in a special way. If you play a deck that is green, blue, and red, such as this, I have to include cards, or I can only include cards, I should say, that are green, blue, or red. I cannot include white cards or black cards or any cards that produce specifically white or black mana. So it's a weird rule, and it's essentially to kind of streamline or somewhat restrict the deck building possibilities to keep things from getting a little too insane. If you could always play all 5 colors at all times, it might get a little too nutty. So it just helps to sort of direct your deck building and give you some idea of what you should be doing. Now, to speak on the 5 colors of mana, you have white, blue, black, red, and green. I came up with these words myself. They're probably not entirely original, but each color is semi-linked to some principles. This, of course, is going to shift a little bit. It's not always perfect and lined up with everything. But for the most part, white is identified with things like purity, order, and loyalty. Blue is tied with things like wisdom, control, and flight. Black is tied to death, sickness, and unlife, resurrection of the dead. Red is typically tied to speed, fire, and zeal. And green is tied to growth, strength, and rebirth, right? So these are your 5 pillars of magic, and all magic cards are some combination of these colors. They may be just green, they may be just blue, they may be both green and blue, they may be green, blue, and red, they may be all 5 colors, right? It's some combination of these. There is technically a 6th quote-unquote color. It is called colorless, right? But technically, since it's colorless, it's not a color, right? Is that colorless? No color. This sort of stands for void or universality. This is commonly seen with things like artifacts, or you may have some colorless mana on cards. I'll talk about that in a little bit. It's more or less a way to indicate that you can pay for this mana with mana of any color in almost all cases. I'll show a card later on, and we'll kind of talk about like how that works and how that factors into the card's mana value. But colorless is just almost always means you can cast it with any color of mana. Now, on the topic of the colors of Magic, most colors can do most things, but many colors will excel at their own things, right? What that means is like someone in Jack Pass. Jack Pass. Is that how I'm supposed to pronounce that? Jack Pass?
Jack Pass, yes.
Jack Piss. He said red for fast attacks. That's actually pretty accurate, right? Red is almost always going to be the best at getting attacks out quickly, creatures being nice and fast, being able to just deal damage directly to creatures or opponents. It does those things very well, but it runs out of steam pretty quickly, right? You are usually pretty good at one thing, but then you might run out of energy and just be struggling while the other deck is drawing a bunch of cards and just kind of building up momentum to steamroll you later on. So different colors do different things, right? If you play a single colored deck, that means, let's say you had a commander that was red, so you can only play red cards in your deck, they can be very potent and very strong, but there are chances that they're going to struggle in particular matchups and matches. For instance, red has a very hard time dealing with the enchantment card type. If an opponent plays an enchantment that's very oppressive, red has very few ways to deal with that. But they have tons of ways to deal with artifacts, right? It's like they excel at artifact destruction, but can do almost nothing against enchantments. So just weird nuances like that that kind of fall into the color pie of the game, or sort of the color theory. Decks with multiple colors will increase your card selection vastly. However, the trade-off is that you're going to begin running into trouble with having the correct colors to cast your spells. This image on the right, these are the pre-constructed decks that just came out for Final Fantasy. Every single one of them is 3 colors. You see that deck with Cloud is red, green, and white, meaning you couldn't run blue or black cards. But Cloud costs all of red and green and white. Let's say you had a weird draw to start your game, and you didn't draw any red sources. Well, you're going to have to wait to cast Cloud for a while until you get something that can produce red mana, right? This is one of the challenges of having multiple colors. It's harder to hit the correct colors you need to cast your things on the kind of on the pace that you want to cast them, right? So we'll loop back and talk some more about colors in a little bit, but I want to move on with the card. Let's talk about the type line. So where it says legendary creature, beast, noble, this is the line that defines what type of card you have, right? Makes sense. This will carry other rules implications, such as when you can cast the spell. We'll talk about that in a few minutes. It can also contain types. It can contain what are called subtypes that come after the hyphen. In Lut's case, beast and noble would be his subtypes. And it can also include supertypes. In this case, what comes before creature. Legendary is considered a supertype. I'll talk about these again in a little bit. We don't have to get into a ton of minutia on that today. It doesn't matter too much. But let's talk about the primary card types. In Magic, you have 7 primary card types and a couple of very uncommon card types. Your primaries are land, creature, artifact, enchantment, sorcery, instant, and planeswalker. You probably heard me saying some of these over the course of the past few minutes. Land and artifact and enchantment. The card over here on the right is a creature card. Notice his format's a little different. This is because he came from a special set called Future Sight. And one of the fun things about Tarmogoyf, he was a very slept-on card for a long time, who then became an incredibly powerful card. But if we take a look at his text box there, it says Tarmogoyf's power is equal to the number of card types among cards in all graveyards, and its toughness is equal to that number plus 1. You don't have to worry about that, but the fun bit here is where it says the card types are artifact, creature, enchantment, instant, land, planeswalker, sorcery, and tribal. Back when this card was first printed in 2007, Planeswalker was not a card type at that time. So when people read this card, when spoilers started coming out, they said, what the fuck is a Planeswalker? And then the next year, they revealed what Planeswalkers were. It was like the next set or two that came after Future Sight. They actually revealed that Planeswalker was, in fact, a new card type for the game. So it was just like a fun little sort of like an Easter egg they gave to people, or a little like hint as to, hey, guess what? There's this new card type coming out later. So it was a neat little way for them to do that. But let's talk about these card types. This is a land. See, forest. Basic land. Forest. Lands are your primary source of mana generation in a deck. Mana is that resource that you use to cast all of your spells. They can be used and they can be reused, but typically you can only use them once per turn. You indicate that a resource is expended by tapping it. That is where you turn it sideways. You'll hear me say the word tap throughout the course of this presentation. Tapping it is turning it sideways. That expends that resource and means that you have used it. Your land does not die by being used. This is a very common mistake that first-time players for Magic make. They think that it's like Pokemon, where in Pokemon you have to attach your energy to a Pokemon and then it basically goes away when the Pokemon does. That is not the case here, right? Your land sticks around. When you actually tap it, you get to use it again next turn. Next up is a creature. This is a creature called Phyrexian Broodlings. It's not a particularly good creature, but it looks cool. Look at that little bastard. Creature cards are hardy and powerful summons that can do a lot of work, right? These are your creatures that you are bringing to the battlefield so that they can attack your enemies and block. They will typically have abilities that trigger when it enters the battlefield. Not always, but sometimes they will have a triggered ability. In the case of Phyrexian Broodlings, it has something called an activated ability. I'll talk about that later. These can be used to attack your opponents, they can be used to block incoming attacks, and they are affected by something called Summoning Sickness. Summoning Sickness indicates that the turn that a creature was played, it cannot attack or tap for any sort of abilities. They can do that at the beginning of your next turn, right? So sometimes you may have a weird situation where you can cheat a creature into play quickly during your opponent's turn, maybe during your opponent's end step. When it gets back to your turn, they are no longer affected by Summoning Sickness. It's basically from the time that you cast it, it comes into play, until the beginning of your next turn. That is when they stop being affected by Summoning Sickness. The next card type is called Artifact. Artifacts are relics of great power that can change the tide of a game. They will often generate mana or offer other strong effects. So artifacts don't always generate mana, but they do. That's one of the most popular artifact types that you'll see in a lot of Commander decks and a lot of Commander games. Artifacts will generate mana. They are usually colorless, meaning that mana of any color can be used to cast it. So take a look in the upper right. You remember we talked about that mana cost? You see that instead of having any colored pips, it just has the number 2. That means that an Arcane Signet can be cast with 2 mana of any color. Red, blue, green, white, black, even colorless mana. There are some things that will produce colorless mana. They can be used to pay colorless sources. They cannot be used to pay colored sources, of course. Some artifacts are called equipment. These can actually be equipped to creatures to grant them bonuses, maybe increases to their power or toughness, or special abilities. This is not an equipment, this is just an artifact, and this particular artifact says that you can tap it to add 1 mana of any color in your commander's color identity. So if I was running this in my loot deck, the key to everything, if I were to tap this, it would give me red, blue, or green of my choice, whichever one I want. Next up is an enchantment. Enchantments are magical places or objects that can alter the game or existing permanents within the game. A permanent is any card that is on the battlefield. Some enchantments have an aura subtype. This means that they can be attached to the designated target. Many times this will say enchant creature, but sometimes it says something like enchant land or enchant permanent. It can attach itself to that type. And again, it can offer some sort of bonus or maybe some sort of restriction. Some auras may stop a creature from doing things, so it's something you'd attach to an opponent's creature. There's also another type of enchantment called sagas. Saga enchantments go through different stages wherein they provide different effects, and they may transform at the end. Some cards are double-sided. Some cards will flip over and do other things on the back. It's crazy. There's tons of design space in this game and lots of fun things that you'll see as you go. I do want to pause here for just a moment. In the upper right, notice that Rhystic Study has a mana cost of 2 colorless and 1 blue. So I mentioned before spending mana to cast spells. Thinking back to our mana value discussion, remember I said that if you add up all of the values in the upper right corner, that tells us the mana value or the converted mana cost of a card. Rhystic Study has a mana value of 3. It is 2 plus 1, 2 plus a blue, for a total of 3. If I wanted to cast a Rhystic Study, I have to spend 3 mana to do so, and at least one of that 3 mana has to be blue. That's the only restriction on it. I can cast this with a blue mana, and a blue mana. That's perfectly fine. I could cast it with a blue mana, a red mana, and a green mana. I could cast it with a blue mana, a white mana, and a black mana, or a blue mana and 2 colorless mana. All perfectly valid things you can do. You cannot cast it for 3 colorless mana. You cannot cast it for a red, and a green. Though you can't do those, because remember, you have to pay a blue. That's how that mana cost adds up, and that's how you cast a spell. This will always cost 3 mana, and one of those mana must be blue. At least one of those mana must be blue. Next up is a sorcery. Sorceries are strong one-time use spells that offer a quick surge of power for potentially game-sweeping results. If you take a look at this excellent example, Wrath of God, it destroys all creatures. Think about that. Blow up every goddamn creature on the board. All dead. They can't be regenerated. Get the fuck out of here. Yep. Millions dead. Wrath of God. I love the artwork on it too. Just the fucking huge orb obliterating everything.
I mean, what else would you Wrath?
Usually with sorceries, the more mana that it costs, the more powerful the effect. This isn't always true. You're going to run into some goofy cases where a sorcery costs 8 mana and draws 3 cards or something not exciting. But usually the more mana it costs, the more powerful the effect. But of course, the more mana it costs, the harder it is to cast. I can't cast Wrath of God if I only have 2 mana. I need 4 mana. 2 colorless, or 2 of any color, and 2 white. This card has a mana value of 4. 2 plus 1 plus 1. Instants are a lot like sorceries, but they can be cast at any time, even during an opponent's turn. Most of the spells I've talked about can only be cast during your turn, which you'll usually hear the phrase at sorcery speed. That means that you can only cast it during your main phases. We'll talk about that in a few minutes. Instants break that rule. Instant, you can cast at any time. You can cast it on your opponent's end step. You can cast it at the beginning of your opponent's turn. You can cast it during combat. There's all sorts of times you can do it. This allows for a lot of versatile counterplay and responsive decisions. Lightning Bolt is a very strong card. It deals 3 damage to any target. That's a player, that's a creature, that's a planeswalker. You can deal 3 damage to whatever the hell you want. If your opponent has a glass of soda on the table, you can knock it over, deal 3 damage to it, right? He'll probably be pissed off at you, but hey, legal target. Any target. It says any target, right? I will say, though it can be played at any time, very technically speaking, there are some minor restrictions to this. You do have to have something called priority. This is an advanced topic. It doesn't come up very much in casual games, but I'll mention later on there's a little trap that some new players fall into where they think that playing fast means that their stuff can't be interacted with. That's not accurate, right? You have to follow the rules of the game. Technically, you pass priority around after anything happens, and then people have chances to respond by doing things like playing instants, like Lightning Bolt. There's a question in chat from Jack Pass. Do I like sliver decks? Slivers aesthetically are awesome. I love slivers because they remind me a lot of like aliens, like xenomorphs. I think that the design-wise, they're fantastic. Unfortunately, play pattern-wise, it's like they do one thing. Slivers are very powerful if they snowball and get out of control, but it's like after you played a sliver deck a handful of times, you're kind of like, okay, I've seen what it can do. I'm a little bored of it. Like it's a little one note, I guess. So it's fun. I've owned sliver decks in the past and played them to great effect, but I do not have one today. Like I don't have a sliver deck right now. They're fun though. For everyone else, slivers are a creature type in Magic, and specifically slivers have like compounding bonuses that give all other slivers bonuses, right? So you might have a creature that says, like a sliver that says all slivers get an additional 1 power and an additional 1 toughness, making all of your other slivers way stronger and way beefier and way scarier, right? So it's a cool mechanic, but again, it's a little one note. Like once you've seen it once, you kind of seen it. Jam, as I shouldn't say almost exclusively, as someone who's been playing a lot more competitive EDH, You almost always pay the 1. If you do not pay the 1, your opponent wins the game. It's very dangerous to not pay the 1.
What is paying the 1?
So that card that we showed a little bit before, Rhystic Study, this is a very popular card in competitive EDH. It's very annoying in all other formats. It's actually very annoying no matter what. But the text on this says, whenever an opponent casts a spell, you may draw a card unless they pay an additional mana, pay an additional 1. So it's a very annoying thing because every time you cast any goddamn spell, your opponent's like, oh, do you pay the 1? And if you don't, they get to draw a card, which in Magic is one of the strongest things you can do. Card advantage is tremendously powerful. The more cards you have in your hand, the more things you can do, right? Just makes sense. So, yeah, it's a meme you'll hear, especially in EDH, do you pay the 1 is like, it just annoys people to no end. Like, a bunch of people really want this card banned. Just because it's so frustrating to play against. It's just like a piece of shit. I should have used a different card as my example, but I just grabbed it because it was funny. So, anyway, this is our last one of those primary card types. This is a Planeswalker. This is Garruk Wildspeaker. He is technically a legendary Planeswalker, Garruk. They've been eroded slightly. Planeswalkers are allies from the multiverse who show up to lend assistance to your fight. They are a little different. They're formatted a little differently than other cards. They have something called Loyalty, which is the number displayed in the bottom right, and several abilities that either add or remove loyalty when you activate them. These can be activated the turn that they come down, but they can only be activated once per turn, and only if you can afford the loyalty cost. So in Garrick's example, or in Garrick's case here, when he first comes down, he has 3 loyalty. You'd indicate it with a dice. If you activate his +1, you get to untap 2 lands. Pretty good, right? It's decently strong. You get a little bit of ramp. If you activate his -1, you get to put a 3/3 green beast creature token onto the battlefield. A nice blocker or a nice beefy attacker to swing at your opponents. And his -4 ability gives all creatures you control +3/+3 and trample until end of turn. Very strong, possibly game-winning effect. However, I couldn't activate his -4 the turn I played him because he doesn't have 4 loyalty. He's only got 3, right? So I'd have to at least do his +1 once, and then on my next turn, I'd be able to -4 because I'd have enough loyalty to do it. Another thing about Planeswalkers is they actually can be attacked by opponents. They can also be targeted by opponents' damage spells. So if my opponent decides to swing his creatures at my Garruk Wildspeaker, he may take damage, which causes him to lose those loyalty counters that I've been adding to him. So Planeswalkers can be strong, but I will say they're kind of a big target. If someone plays a Planeswalker, almost everyone's just like, I'm just going to attack the Planeswalker till it dies. And you're like, oh, come on. Don't do that. Please, leave him alone. But in the right deck, you could defend them. Like, you could have a Planeswalker, you've got a big wall of blockers, and they can't do anything about it. They can be very game-changing. Now, there are technically a couple of other card types. Battles. It was a small cycle of cards that have some sort of enter the battlefield effect. And when they enter, they are defended by an opponent and can be attacked, sort of like a Planeswalker. I'm not spending much time on this because battles were introduced in one set and one set only. There's 40 of these across all of Magic, 40 total battles that exist. So you'll see them every once in a while, but they're not too prevalent. There's also another card type called Tribal/Kindred. It used to be called Tribal, but it got renamed. This is just a modifier to other existing card types, denoting that it's affiliated with some sort of creature type. So it's a weird situation where you'll have something like a Tribal Sorcery that is the card type of Goblin, right? Maybe it's a card that summons goblins or deals damage, and thematically it's something tied to goblins. There are some rare cases where you'll have a card that cares about that, but usually it's like a nothing burger. It's kind of like, okay, it's a Tribal or Kindred card. It's this card type, so every once in a blue moon I can use a mana, a special way to cast it, but it usually doesn't matter, right? Again, not super common. You'll see this every once in a while, but almost always it doesn't mean anything. And then, as I said, we have super types and subtypes. These get into rules minutiae that we don't have to spend any time on today. You're welcome. It's really minor stuff. I mean, the creature type of a creature can matter. Remember what I was saying a few minutes ago about slivers? Like, a creature with the type sliver will give that bonus to all other creatures with the creature type Sliver. But it won't give those bonuses to the creature type Goblin or the creature type Merfolk, right? They're not slivers, it's a different creature. So that's the type of time where a subtype would matter. Again, doesn't always matter, but occasionally it does. All right, next on our card, rules text. Hooray, this is the box where all the fun stuff your card does is explained. This can grant something called an evergreen keyword effect or other keyword effects, or it can offer triggered or activated abilities. Reading the card explains the card, but not always. Reading the card explains the card is kind of a meme that you'll hear where, if you have a question about a card, sometimes just taking a second look at it or reading it closer will explain it, but not always. Sometimes cards get a little goofy and they're worded kind of weird because of the way that the Magic rules work. So again, if you ever have questions about these things, you can always look it up on the internet. One really cool thing, there are resources. There's one called Scryfall that I use. There's another one called Gatherer. These are websites where if you look up a card, it will tell you special rules and rulings for those cards. So if you're ever in a situation where you're like, wait a minute, does this work this way? Or how does this work in this situation? You can look up the card, and many times you'll find a special rule underneath that explains that exact situation. I had one recently where I was looking at a card and I said, okay, this card has rules text that modifies its power and toughness, but does that rules text apply if this creature is anywhere besides the battlefield? If it's in my graveyard, does it care? I looked it up online and turns out no. If it's in the graveyard, it does not care about that text. It is a 13/13 creature for a single black mana. For the purposes of the deck that I was building, that's gangbusters. That's very powerful. But if it was in play, it would just die instantly because of its text. So there's fun situations like that, right? Look it up online. You can find some extra info. So as far as keywords, there is a list of keywords that exist in Magic, some of which are called evergreen keywords, where they've been defined in the past and are not defined on every single card, right? This is to save real estate. There are tons of keywords. I'm going to show a few examples. I'm going to show most of the evergreen keywords, but unfortunately there are too many keywords to define them all here. Presented for your perusal is about half of the keywords that exist. I zoomed out my web browser as far as it could pop. Like I said, there's about 15 or 16 evergreen keywords. This is like everything else, and in almost all cases, the keyword in a set will actually be defined on the card. It'll have reminder text right there with it. So a lot of times just reading the card will explain the card. But there are some that will fall outside of that. So let's take a look at some keyword examples. Trample. Trample is a fun keyword that means if your attacking creature is blocked, any excess damage rolls over to the opponent. For instance, if I'm attacking with an Akroma, Angel of Wrath, that has 6 power, and you block it with a creature with only 3 toughness, 3 of my 6 damage will go to your creature, and the other 3 damage will roll over to the opponent. Creatures without trample would not do that. If a creature without trample is blocked, all damage is blocked, regardless of the other creature's toughness. Haste means that this creature can attack and activate its abilities the same turn. So, I'm sorry, I wrote the same turn, the turn that it comes into play. So remember I mentioned Summoning Sickness? Haste means that the creature is unaffected by Summoning Sickness. It can attack the turn you played it, you can tap its abilities the turn you played it. Flying! Flying creatures can only be blocked by other creatures with flying, or by creatures with reach. Flying creatures are literally in the air. Akroma, Angel of Wrath, is a freaking angel. She's flying through the sky. You cannot block her with your squirrels on the ground, unless they have flying or reach. Reach! See above! A creature with reach can block a creature with flying as though it has flying, but it doesn't technically have flying itself. Easy enough, right? It just gives it some extra blocking ability. Next is First Strike. Any creatures that with First Strike deal their combat damage before creatures that don't have First Strike. So if I have First Strike, that means that I'm so adept at combat that I can actually strike you and deal my damage to you before you have a chance to counterattack. This can oftentimes lead to favorable attacks, where if your opponent blocks, their creature will die, but mine will not. It's pretty strong. It's pretty cool. Double Strike is a lot like First Strike, but doubled. A creature with double strike deals combat damage in both the first strike and normal damage steps of combat, meaning they deal double their damage. For instance, a Tarka World Render here has an ability that says whenever a dragon you control attacks, it gains double strike until end of turn. If a Tarka were to attack you, he would deal 6 damage as first strike and another 6 damage as double strike for a total of 12 damage if you don't block him. He's a piece of shit. He's a big bastard. Look at that big asshole. Vigilance is another keyword. Vigilance means that if you attack with a creature, it does not cause the creature to tap. Normally, when you attack with a creature, you have to turn it sideways. It taps to attack. If you have Vigilance, you do not have to tap to attack. You basically get to block with it later on. Tapped creatures can't block. That's why it's relevant. So tapping with a creature kind of lowers your defenses. Vigilance creatures are just that much more defensive. If a creature has Defender, that means it can't attack. Pretty straightforward, right? Defender, it cannot attack, it can block, but it can't turn sideways. Lifelink. Lifelink means that your creature, any damage that your creature causes also gains you life. If you take a look at Arvad the Cursed here, he has lifelink, meaning every time Arvad deals damage to a creature or opponent, I gain 3 life, in addition to the damage that he deals. Pretty cool, right? Death Touch means that any amount of damage that this creature deals to another creature is enough to kill it. Normally, when you attack and another, like an opponent's creature blocks yours, you have to deal enough damage to overcome its toughness. If I were to attack with Arvad the Cursed, if he didn't have Death Touch, if my opponent blocked with a creature with 4 toughness, his creature would survive, right? Because I'm only dealing 3 damage, 3 doesn't overcome 4, right? It would still be alive. But because Arvad has Death Touch, even if my opponent blocked with a creature that had 20 or 50 or 100 toughness, it's gonna die. Get fucked. Death Touch kills you. It's poison. That brings me to another keyword. There's one called Indestructible. That means that this thing cannot die. Creatures with Indestructible cannot be killed by combat damage. They cannot be killed by excess damage. They cannot be killed by Death Touch. They cannot be killed by destroy spells. If you have something that says destroy it, if it is indestructible, you can't destroy it because it's indestructible. Really, the only way to deal with an indestructible thing is to exile it. Exiling it removes it from the game. It can still be dealt with by that means. And there's technically one other way, but again, not going to get into it right now. Minutia. Menace, or Menace if you pronounce it wrong. Menace means that your creature can only be blocked by 2 or more opposing creatures. I'll talk about it more when we talk about combat, but technically when a creature attacks, you can block it with 1 creature or multiple creatures. You have the choice, if you have the real estate to do so, or the creatures, I should say. But if you have Menace, you cannot be blocked by a single creature. You have to be blocked by at least 2 creatures, not just 1. Now, how about some defensive abilities? Hexproof means that your creature cannot be the target of spells or abilities that your opponents control. It makes your creature very safe. If you have an Angler Turtle, a 5/7 with Hexproof, your opponent cannot target it with a spell that says destroy target creature. It has Hexproof. It cannot be targeted. Shroud is a lot like Hexproof, but it means nobody can target it, even you. Shroud has been more or less retired from the game. You will still find some cards that have Shroud printed on them. One example is an equipment called Lightning Greaves that gets played in a lot of decks. So Shroud is still relevant, but they don't print it on new cards anymore. It's kind of been 86'd out of the game, I guess, or like out of the design space. But Shroud is just hexproof, but worse, because that means you also can't target your stuff. Nobody can target it. Not a fucking person can target it. Ward is a little bit different. Now, Ward is what my Loot, the Key to Everything, had. You saw that he had Ward 1. What Ward means is if a spell or ability an opponent controls would target this thing, you actually cancel or counter that ability unless they pay the additional Ward cost. So my Loot, if someone tried to cast a Lightning Bolt to kill it, if they spent the 1 mana to cast the Lightning Bolt but not the additional mana for Ward, the Lightning Bolt would be canceled. It would be countered, it would be removed, get the fuck out of here, you can't hurt my Loot. But if they pay the additional 1 mana, they overcome Ward, and they could then successfully target my Loot. So. And then one last thing, there's something called Flash. If something has Flash, that means that you could cast it anytime you could cast an instant. Remember I said instants can kind of break the rules of casting it not on your turn. Sometimes creatures will have Flash, or artifacts or enchantments will have Flash. It lets you cast them during opponents' turns instead, which can be very versatile and open up some tricky plays for yourself. Now, let's talk about abilities, right? So everything we just discussed was keywords. Now we're going to discuss abilities. And I brought up an example. Here's a one of those Fallout cards. They had some Fallout Commander sets that were kind of cool. Alpha Deathclaw. Menace and Trample, we just talked about those, so we kind of know what those do now. But Alpha Deathclaw has something called a triggered ability. Triggers. Triggered abilities happen at a predetermined time that is specified on the card, right? Typically, they will happen once or once each time a defined circumstance occurs. But a triggered ability basically, like, it's triggered, right? Something triggers that thing to occur. Triggered abilities will always include one of the following words: whenever, when, or at. If it doesn't have one of these three words, it's not a triggered ability. This does get a little confusing for some players. They'll see a card that says something like, as this creature enters the battlefield, and they're like, is that a triggered ability? No, because it has the word as, not the word at. However, here are some examples. When this creature enters, if you take a look over there, when Alpha Deathclaw enters the battlefield, destroy target permanent, right? Destroy a thing. It also has the clause or becomes monstrous, which is that second ability that he has. That's an activated ability. Another one of these would be at the beginning of your upkeep. This is one that you'll see pretty frequently. At the beginning of your upkeep, that basically means at the start of your turn, before you draw a card, do this thing, right? Another one might be something like whenever you cast a spell, right? Whenever this thing occurs, do other thing. Whenever you cast a spell, draw a card. When this creature enters, destroy target permanent. At the beginning of your upkeep, gain 3 life, right? That's the ellipses is essentially like what triggers it, what happens when it triggers. That's how these work. Now, another type of ability is called an activated ability. Activated abilities will always have a colon, lol. As I just mentioned on the last slide, triggered abilities always include the word whenever, when, or at. An activated ability always has a colon. The format is cost, colon, effect. So here are some examples. That tap symbol didn't fade in properly. That's fine. Here's an example. Tap. This creature deals 1 damage to any target. What that means is if this creature has this ability, I activate it by tapping, then it does the thing. This creature deals 1 damage to any target. Deals a damage to a creature, deals a damage to a player, whatever. Here's another one. Sacrifice a creature, colon, gain 1 life, right? So in this instance, the cost is you have to sacrifice a creature. You kill one of your own creatures, maybe a token or anything else. The effect, you gain a life, right? Pretty straightforward. The card that I'm showing on the right here, Lily Splash Mentor, first off, he has reach. Remember that ability we talked about? He can block creatures with flying. He also has the effect, I can pay a colorless, a green, and a blue. So I pay a total of 3 mana in that, a green, a blue, and something else, to exile another target creature I control, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control with a 1/1 counter on it, right? So this is a cost and effect that you can activate to do something called flickering a creature. Basically remove it from play, return it to play. There are some reasons to do this, like this is kind of a specialized card, but usually this is to reset a creature, give you a chance to kind of activate some of its abilities again, or get some enter the battlefield effects again. That type of thing can help with it, or that's why you would basically use a Lily Splash Mentor. And the other thing on this slide, activated abilities may have multiple costs and or multiple effects, right? So it might be tap and sacrifice a creature and pay 1 life to do a big thing, right? Search your library for a card and put it in your hand or something, Could be a pretty powerful effect, but it can have multiple costs and or multiple effects, but they will always be differentiated by the colon. Before the colon is the cost, after the colon is the effect. Colon. That brings us to the tap symbol. You just saw this on the last one, and you probably saw it on a few cards that we talked about today. Many cards are going to feature this symbol, denoting that you must tap the creature to activate it. All basic lands are implied to have the ability to tap to add 1 mana of its color. For instance, A forest taps for 1 green mana. An island taps for 1 blue mana. A swamp taps for 1 black mana, right? That's just implied on the card, even if it doesn't say it. Many basic lands are pretty simplified to just have a symbol or just some artwork on it. They're implied that you tap them to add that mana. Lots of other cards will have this tap symbol as well, though. Things like artifacts or creatures, they're going to have the tap symbol, and you have to tap the creature to activate it. Remember, when you tap it, you're expending the creature's resource. Creatures with abilities that require tapping cannot activate it the turn they come down unless they have haste. Remember what we talked about, the summoning sickness clause? If a creature has a tap ability but you just cast it, unless it has haste, you can't do it the turn it just came down. Artifacts can, though, right? So unless it's a creature, it doesn't have summoning sickness. If it's a creature, it is affected by summoning sickness. Everything else is not. So if you played, remember I showed earlier that Arcane Signet, the artifact that said I could tap it to add a mana, you can tap that the turn you play it. It costs you 2 mana to play, and it only generates 1 mana, so you're at a little bit of a net negative, but you can tap it the turn you play it. That's perfectly fine, because it's not a creature. All right, last thing on the card anatomy is the creature's power and toughness. This will appear on creature cards, in some rare cases, cards that can become creatures like vehicles, but it doesn't really matter. This denotes the creature's attack power and defensive toughness. Creatures always deal damage equal to their power, and if a creature takes damage equal or greater than its toughness, it dies. So Loot, as much as I like Loot, is kind of a weakling, right? He only has 1 power, he doesn't kill much. He only has 2 toughness, he dies to a lot. Now he's a little bit defensive, he's got that Ward 1 to keep from just getting randomly killed, but he's not super strong in the attack and defense field. What's important about Loot is his ability. If you read that ability that says at the beginning of your upkeep, think back, remember our lesson. At, when, whenever, or at means that this is a triggered ability. This triggers during my upkeep, once during each of my upkeeps. At the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of card types among other non-land permanents you control. You may play those cards this turn. That sounds complicated, but it's not, right? Once you actually have the basics, what this does is if I control Loot and I also control an artifact and another creature and an enchantment, at the beginning of my upkeep, I exile or remove from the game the top 3 cards of my library, because 3 is the number X. I have 3 permanent types. I get to play those cards this turn. It's like I drew them. It's basically bonus cards that aren't exactly in my hand, right? I didn't draw them, I exiled them, and I get to play them this turn. It's a strong effect. I've piloted Little Loot to very good results. I used to do competitive EDH with this version. I switched it over. Now he's a lot more casual, but he's still a lot of fun. All right, getting into the home stretch here. Starting a game of Magic. Now you know what the cards look like and you have a rough idea of how they work. So how do we start a game, right? Easy enough. Get a deck, shuffle it up, sit down with some friends, right? With Commander, if you, let's say, were to buy a pre-constructed deck for $20 or whatever, it's going to come with 1 or more potential commanders that you can run, right? So if your deck is green, blue, and black, you can play any creature that has that color identity, any legendary creature that's in the deck. You can put it in the command zone. That's your commander. In Commander, you start with 40 life. Life is your life total. That is how much damage, like if you take more damage than that, you die, you lose the game. But you start with 40 life, so it's a pretty hefty pool. You choose turn order randomly, right? Usually roll dice or something like that with your friends, and then you get started. First things first, once you begin the game, you draw your opening hand. Each player first draws 7 cards into their opening hand. 7 is the number you start with. You start with 7 cards. That does not include your commander. Your commander is outside the game in the command zone. He is kind of like a bonus 8th card, but he's not technically in your hand. He's in the command zone. He's somewhere else. You get 7 cards. You have a choice to perform something called a mulligan. A mulligan is where you shuffle your cards back into your deck, and then you draw a fresh 7 cards. There's good reasons to do this. Usually it's because, the cards you drew were crap, You didn't draw any lands, you drew nothing but lands, there's lots of reasons that you'd mulligan and want to try again. In almost all Magic, or almost all EDH, the first mulligan is free. That means that there are no penalties for your first mulligan. After that, there are usually going to be penalties, right? This heavily depends on your play group. The reason that this exists is because you don't want to be sitting there for a half hour while a person mulligans over and over and over trying to get the perfect starter hand so they can win on turn 1 or something stupid, right? This exists to essentially limit you, and it's like, yeah, if you draw a good hand, cool, but it's not going to happen that much. If you mulligan a bunch, you have to basically take less cards after you've decided on your hand. The standard rule is the first one is free. After that, you still draw 7 cards, but once you decide to keep, you have to put one of the cards in your hand back on the bottom of your deck. So basically, people will say going to 6, or going to 5, or going to 4, right? If you're mulliganing that many times, you're going to have to put cards from your hand on the bottom of your deck once you're done with the mulligan. But it could still be preferable to keeping a really crappy hand, right? I'm a lot happier having a really good 5 cards than I am having a really shitty 7 cards, you know? Sometimes it happens. But like I said, if you're in a real casual game, sometimes people are okay with taking a couple of free mulligans, but don't push it. Don't be sitting there and being like, I'm going to mulligan 85 times until I get the perfect hand. It's like, fuck. Occasionally, there's going to be something called a pregame. Pregames are special beginning of the game effects that can occur. These are pretty rare. You'll see them often in like competitive EDH because there's a card called Gemstone Caverns that literally every single deck plays, but you don't see it much in casual. A pregame is usually like, there's some cards that say, at the start of the game, if this is in your opening hand, you get to do a special thing. You get to start the game with it in play or something. You know, they're cool, but they're not going to happen super often. It's usually nice to ask, though. Right, once you start the game, once everyone's finished resolving their mulligans, say, does anyone have any pre-games? No? Okay, good luck, have fun. Let's start. Now, let's talk about zones. So in Magic, there are different areas for your cards to go. This is kind of a play mat from some company, I don't know, but it has some areas for the zones. These are the names of these things that they'll be referred to by cards. Library is your deck. That's your deck of cards. That's from where you draw cards into your hand, right? The graveyard is your discard pile, right? So many other games will call this your deck or your discard. This is what they're called in Magic, a library and a graveyard. Oops. Hang on a second. Oh, hopefully my headset doesn't run out of battery. It just turned off because of not getting any feedback for a while, but hopefully it doesn't die on battery. Library and graveyard are the terms you'll see in the game. Exile is being removed from the game altogether. If a card is exiled, there is very little that can interact with it anymore. There's lots of stuff that can get stuff out of your graveyard. There's very little that can pull anything out of exile. Exile is, for most intents and purposes, removed from the game. It's gone. It's obliterated. It's set it aside, throw it on the floor, throw it in the trash can. It's not in this game anymore. It's gone. The battlefield is the play area where all of your permanents reside. So when you play a land, when you cast a creature spell, when you cast an enchantment or artifact spell, they are on the battlefield. Instants and sorceries are never on the battlefield. Those go to your graveyard once they finish resolving. So if you cast a lightning bolt, deal 3 damage to an opponent, the lightning bolt does not go to the battlefield. There's nowhere for it to go. It goes to the graveyard because it's done being used. It goes to your discard pile. The command zone is the special area where your commander waits for you to cast them. It's not exile, it's not your graveyard, it's not your library, and it's not your hand. It is the command zone. It is somewhere else. It is a special place for the commander. And then your hand is, of course, the cards in your hand, right? That's just referred to as your hand. Pretty straightforward. That's almost all of the zones, right? There's very, very, very rare instances where something could be in a different zone, but that's almost everything that will be referred to. Let's talk about a turn. In Magic, the turn is broken down into several pieces. You start your turn with an untap, upkeep, and draw step. It's all very straightforward. You have something called a pre-combat main phase. You go into combat. You have a post-combat main phase, and then an end step that includes something called cleanup. Looks more complicated than it is. A turn is pretty straightforward. You start it, you do things, you fight, you maybe do some other things, you end your turn. This is each player, by the way. Each player gets an individual turn. So, the beginning of a turn, the start of a turn, the first thing you do is you untap. If you have anything that is tapped, it untaps, unless it says otherwise. There are a couple of cards that say they don't untap during your untap step. Reading the card explains the card. If it doesn't untap, it doesn't untap. But almost everything untaps. To untap it, if it's turned sideways, turn it not sideways anymore. Easy enough. Untapped. Then you get an upkeep. If you have anything that triggers during your upkeep, it triggers now. This is also the first time you or anyone else can gain what's called priority. I will talk about priority in a bit. It's not important right now. Another thing about the upkeep, if you don't have anything that triggers during your upkeep, it basically doesn't do anything, right? Again, people could do something during your upkeep, but if you don't have any abilities, you just move through to your draw step unless anyone says otherwise. Then you draw a card! Every turn, you draw a card. You always draw one card during your draw step unless something says otherwise. When you draw a card, you put it in your hand. Take it off the top of your deck, put it in your hand. If you go to draw a card for any reason, either during your draw step or because something tells you to draw a card and your library has no cards in it, you lose the game. An empty library loses you the game. This is relevant because there are some cards that can cause your opponents to put cards from their deck directly into their graveyard. It's a strategy called mill. If you get milled out, you have no cards left in your deck, and you go to draw and you lose! It's an alternate win condition beyond just killing their life total. So if you can't draw a card, you die. This is how it goes. Your brain explodes because you've totally expended yourself of all resources that you could possibly derive. Now, we have what's called a pre-combat main phase. I have no idea why I grabbed this card, Convert to Slime. I think it's funny. I don't know, I just threw a card here. During your pre-combat main phase, each of your turns has two main phases. One is before and one is after combat. You get two chances to play a land and to cast spells. During each turn, you can play one land. Only one. You can play a land. You can't play 2 or 3 or 5 or 8 lands unless something says otherwise. You can normally play one land. If you don't have a land to play, tough cookies. You can't play anything because you don't have it in your hand. You can also cast spells during your main phases. This is when you can cast creatures, artifacts, enchantments, planeswalkers, sorceries, battles. If you're so inclined, you can also cast instants during your main phase. You don't have to. You can. There's nothing saying you can't. But this is normally when you can cast all of those things. So Convert to Slime here is a sorcery. It says destroy up to 1 target artifact, up to 1 target creature, and up to 1 target enchantment. Pretty cool card, but I cannot play this during my opponent's turn unless I have something else that says I can cheat around that rule and otherwise. I'm going to say that a lot. Magic is one of those games where there's always something that breaks the rule. If something overrides a base rule, then look at what is overriding it, right? If you have a card that says you can cast sorceries anytime you can cast an instant, then Merry Christmas. You can cast sorceries anytime you can cast an instant, but otherwise you can't. You gotta cast them during your main phases. Combat is the next thing. Combat is when you beat up your opponents, right? You're going to turn your creatures sideways, you're going to punch your enemies in the face and hopefully kill them to death. I will kill you so hard you will die to death. Combat is technically broken into 5 sub-phases. I will say right now, the beginning of combat and the end of combat almost never matter. They do matter in some rare circumstances, but they almost never do. Shut up, Oates. I don't want to hear it. Are you falling asleep? I think he's asleep. He's died. He's had a heart attack, finally.
Hey, we're working.
Right. So again, beginning of combat, end of combat are almost never relevant. Those don't really do anything for most cases, but there are some corner cases. I'm not going to spend too much time on it. Right. Combat. In the declare attackers step, you announce which creatures are attacking and who or what they attack. Creatures must be tapped to be declared as an attacker unless they have vigilance. Creatures cannot attack the turn they entered play unless they have haste. Remember, we've talked about all of those things, right? if your creature has vigilance, you do still have summoning sickness. So even though I've said like you tap it and you can't tap it if it has summoning sickness, even if it has vigilance but not haste, it couldn't attack the turn it comes down. But if it has vigilance, it doesn't have to tap to attack. You can just basically declare it as an attacker, kind of push it forward, you're good to go. As I've said a bunch of times now, creatures cannot attack the turn that they've entered play unless they have haste. And creatures always attack a player. They may attack a battle or a planeswalker. You do not and cannot attack other creatures. If I've got Arabo, Roar of the World, who's a 5/5, and you have a loot, the key to everything, that's a 1/2, I cannot say my Arabo is going to attack your loot. That's not how it works. The Arabo always attacks the player. It is the player's choice or the opponent's choice whether they block or not. If I'm playing loot, I would much rather just take 5 damage from an Arabo instead of losing my loot because his effect is too powerful, right? So I probably won't block with loot unless it's a life or death situation. That brings me to the blocks step. In the declare blockers step, you may block creatures with your own. Remember, flying can only be blocked by other flying. They also could be blocked by creatures with reach. Also, sometimes you'll see an effect on a creature that says it can't be blocked or it's unblockable. Take a wild guess as to what that means. It means the creature can't be blocked. It just gets through no matter what. Easy enough, right? You can also assign multiple blockers to a single creature. This is kind of a cool nuance of combat. If a creature, let's say that Arabo is a 5/5 and attacking me, I could technically block it with 5 creatures that are all only 1 power and 1 toughness, and the 2, like, all of my creatures are going to die, but I would also kill the Arabo because I add up all of my powers to deal damage to it, right? I will say 1 creature cannot block more than 1 creature unless it has some special rule. The card I have here, Sen's Tactician, is one of those examples. It says each creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it can block an additional creature. It's not typical. It's actually kind of a rare thing to see. Normally, a creature can block 1 other creature, but you can assign multiple blockers to a single attacker. It's a way to avoid, getting completely overpowered by some gigantor creature that you can never stop. If you have a big horde of small creatures, they could all pile up and block them, right? There's a joke. There's a creature in Magic the Gathering called Emrakul, the Aeon's Torn. She is a eldritch horror. Like, she's basically a flying island that has giant tentacles. She's a devastatingly powerful creature and like one of the most powerful sentient creatures in the entire multiverse. On her card, she is a 15/15, right? She has 15 power and 15 toughness. That's very high. There's almost nothing with stats that powerful. However, because of the rules of Magic, if you had 15 flying squirrels, you could block Emrakul and kill her. So there's a joke, because a squirrel is a 1/1 creature. So there's a joke saying, Emrakul versus 15 flying squirrels. Technically, they're a match for one another, because Magic's goofy. Anyway. One other thing to note, blocking does not tap your creatures. This is kind of a common mistake, again, that first-time players make. They declare a block and they tap their creature to do so. You don't. You don't have to, right? Blocking does not cause your creature to tap. You just block, you declare it as a blocker. Usually you take your card and kind of like put it in front of the other one. You say, I'm going to block this with that. You kind of put your cards where they're going to block. Lastly, combat damage is dealt. Creatures deal damage to one another or to whatever they attacked if unblocked, right? So if I got attacked by that 5/5 Arabo, Roar of the World, if I didn't block it, I'm taking 5 damage, right? My life total goes from 40 to 35. I just got punched in the mouth. If creatures blocked, they deal their damage to one another. Now, remember we talked before about that first strike or double strike? First strike technically adds an additional first combat damage step. So this Viashino Spear Hunter over here, I figured our scaly server would enjoy such a visage. This Viashino Spear Hunter has first strike, which means it will deal its 2 damage to the opposing creature before the opposing creature deals damage back. If my Viashino Spear Hunter were to be blocked by, let's say, a creature with 3 power and 2 toughness, My Spear Hunter is going to kill that other creature first before it can actually deal any damage back to my Spear Hunter, thereby giving me a favorable trade. Right? And then lastly, Trample rolls over in excess of any toughnesses of blocker or blockers, right? We talked about that as well. If you have like a big power and trample, any damage that you do on top of a blocker is going to roll over to the player or whatever it is you're attacking. Lastly, creatures with damage in excess of their toughness die, right? Easy enough. If I have a creature with 3 toughness and it just got dealt 5 damage from an Arabo, it's dead at the end of combat. It took too much damage, more damage than its toughness allows. You put it in the graveyard because it's dead. Next, we get a post-combat main phase. After combat is fully concluded, you get one more main phase in which you can cast spells and play a land if you haven't done so this turn, right? Sometimes you wait, or maybe you have a creature that says when it attacks, you draw a card. You go to draw, you drew a land that you missed before, now you get to play it in your post-combat main phase if you have not played a land yet this turn. There are some strategic reasons to hold your actions until your second main phase. This card that I have right here called Evacuation is one such reason. If you take a look at Evacuation, it says return all creatures to their owner's hands. I may want to do a big attack with my creatures first before I cast an Evacuation that's going to bounce all of my creatures plus all of my opponent's creatures back to their hand, right? So there are plenty of reasons to wait. Now, technically, Evacuation's an instant. There are other cards with similar effects that are sorceries, so that could be a reason you'd wait until your second main phase to cast it. There are good reasons to wait, right? New players, a lot of times they get excited, they just want to slam their cards down right away, but there are some strategic reasons to wait to do that until your second main phase. Obviously, just don't forget to do it, right? You know, don't wait until your second main phase and then forget, and then pass your turn and be like, oh shit, I wanted to do this, I forgot. Too late. Lastly, you get an end step. The end step is called the end of your turn, right? This is the point in which priority is passed around one more time, and any at the beginning of your end step or at the beginning of the next end step triggers are going to be resolved, right? The creature I put an example for here, I'm not going to read all of it, but the last line says at the beginning of your next end step, exile that creature. So he reanimates a thing, and then at the beginning of the next end step, it gets exiled. It's gone, right? So that would trigger during the end of the turn. You're going to have what's called a cleanup step. During the cleanup step, all damage on all creatures wears off, right? If your creature took 2 damage and it has a toughness of 3, at the end of the turn, it doesn't matter anymore. Next turn, he's going to have 3 toughness. You don't track damage. You don't put damage beads on creatures like you do in Pokemon. Damage falls off at the end of the turn. Any until end of turn effects cease. So if you had a creature that was getting a bonus to its power and toughness until the end of turn, now it doesn't. The turn is over. The bonus is gone. And lastly, you discard down to your maximum hand size, which is 7. 7 cards is your maximum hand size. If you drew a boatload of cards and now you got 20 cards in your hand, unless you have a thing that says you get no maximum hand size, you got to discard down to 7. And now it's the next player's turn. I know it sounds like a lot, but really once you get the hang of things, things can go pretty quickly. I will say there's a lot of implied passing of priority that can occur as well. For instance, if you have nothing to do on your turn besides play a land and then pass, that's okay, right? If you get to your turn, especially with casual Magic, sometimes it'll just be land, go, right? Play a land, I'm done. I have nothing else to do, no creatures to cast, no spells to do, pass the turn, right? Technically, your opponents have the opportunity to do things during your phases, but usually they won't, right? It's kind of like, if you don't have anything to do on your turn, that's fine. Just pass the turn. Not a big deal. You're kind of implying that you're shortcutting and speeding through the steps. You don't got to sit there and be like, pre-combat main phase, beginning of combat step, declare attacker step, declare blocker step, when there's nothing attacking or blocking. It's like, fuck, just move on. Just pass turn. You're fine. Hey, look, there's some sweaty nerds playing. Okay. I swear we're almost there. We have some special rules for Commander. Your commander is the legendary creature that you have chosen to helm your deck. Here's Rafik of the Many. He's a cool example of a badass card that could be your commander, one of hundreds or possibly thousands of choices at this point. You may cast your commander for its mana cost as per normal timing restrictions. If this is a creature, on my turn, during one of my main phases, I can cast Rafik of the Many for a green, a white, a blue, and 1 mana of any color or colorless. If Rafik of the Many would leave the battlefield for any reason, I can put it back in the command zone instead. So if he got killed, if he got exiled, if he got tucked into my library, if he got picked up and thrown across the whole room into the garbage can on the other side of the fucking game store, you could put him back in the command zone for any of those reasons. Even if he got bounced back to your hand, right? There are some times where instead of having him in your hand, you'd rather him be in the command zone. Perfectly fine. However, each time you do this, the next time you cast your commander, it's going to cost 2 generic mana more to cast. And this is cumulative. So this prevents people from having a commander that they can cast 85 times for 3 mana, and you keep killing it, it just keeps coming back. You have to pay that extra tax. It's called the commander tax. So if I played Rafik for 4 mana, it got killed. The next time I cast him, it's going to cost 6 mana. A blue, a green, a white, and 3 colorless. If he gets killed again, next time I cast him, he's going to cost 8. Then he gets killed again, he's going to cost 10, right? As you see, it's going to begin to get prohibitive. So hopefully he hasn't died that many times, and if so, the game's probably close to over anyway. I doubt you're going to be casting Rafik for 16 mana, and the game is still going on. So it's essentially you have insurance. You can still cast your commander even if it gets killed or exiled. It just costs more. Additionally, here's another special rule. If a player is dealt 21 or more points of damage by a single commander, that player loses the game. This is called the Commander Damage Rule. It is a special contingency that was added to the game for cards like Rafik of the Many. He's what we would call a Voltron commander. Basically, he is very powerful if you put a bunch of equipment or bonuses on him to make him super powerful. He can one-tap an opponent, because when he attacks, he gets double strike. So if you give him, let's say, +5/+5 or +6/+6 through equipments, and also like Shroud or something, or Hexproof, he could swing at an opponent and just one-tap them, because he'll deal 22, 24 points of combat damage. They're dead. I don't care if they've got 40 life, 400 life, 4 million life. 21 points of commander damage, dead. It seems like it would be really, really strong, but it's actually pretty fair. And the reason for that is this is to combat against like decks that try to do goofy things like gain infinite life. There are, in Commander especially, a lot of infinite combos that can occur, where basically 2 or more cards interact with each other in a certain way that you can just do them an indefinite amount of times, right? So you could gain infinite life. Oh, by the way, I have 1 million, billion, quadrillion life. Cool. Have I dealt 21 points of commander damage to you? You're dead. I don't give a fuck. You could have 1 bajillion's life. Too bad, dead, right? It's like kind of like an equalizer type of thing. And I have a point here, it's a way to combat massive life gain, right? There are also some special cards that can modify how commanders might work. These could be commanders with partner or planeswalker. This Commodore Guff, as you see, he's technically a planeswalker, but he has a line of text that says Commodore Guff can be your commander, right? If you wanted to play Commodore Guff instead of a creature, you can. That's perfectly fine. But the same rules apply. If Commodore Guff gets killed, the next time you cast him, he's going to cost 6 instead of 4. Last little bit, we have some advanced rules nuances. I know I've said the last little bit like 8 times now, right? When is this fucking presentation going to end? Good lord. Rules in Magic can get a little bit muddy. This is compounded in multiplayer. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this. I have some kind of real examples I can show, but like when you play the game, you're actually going to be passing what's called priority back and forth with people, and it's a chance for them to respond, right? They get a chance to respond to your things, and then you get a chance to respond to their things. There's also something called the stack, and the stack is technically where a spell goes as it's trying to resolve. When a spell is on the stack, it isn't anywhere else. It's not on the battlefield. It's not in the graveyard. It's on the stack. And the stack is where a spell waits for priority to pass around before it finishes resolving. So, let me give an example. I am playing a creature called Sidisi Brood Tyrant. She's in fact one of my favorite commanders that I have. She's a casual deck, but she's a lot of fun. Sidisi Brood Tyrant is a creature. I don't care about her abilities right now. I paid 4 mana and I cast Sidisi. When I cast Sidisi, she does not instantly land on the battlefield. She is on the stack. I am trying to summon Sidisi to the battlefield. I am channeling all of my magic powers, and there's a big ball of energy above me as I'm basically trying to get her scaly ass to show up in front of me, right? So, casting her. One of my opponents says, in response, I'm going to target Sidisi with Mana Drain. Mana Drain is a counter spell. This is an instant that says, counter target spell. At the beginning of the next main phase, you get an amount of colorless mana equal to that spell's mana value. That sucks. He's trying to target my Sidisi with a Mana Drain. He wants to counter my Sidisi before she even gets a chance to enter the battlefield. He wants to cancel my spell. Well, that feels bad, right? Shit. However, I still have more chances to respond, and it just so happens that I have a creature called Mystic Snake that can also counter a spell. So while Sidisi's on the stack, while Mana Drain's on the stack, I add a Mystic Snake to the stack, right? I had 8 mana, I managed to pull this off, I had all the right mana, blue, blue, green, black, and some colorless, right? Cool. Here's where we are. This is technically what the stack looks like right now. All 3 of these spells are on the stack, none of them are on the battlefield yet, right? So this is what the stack looks like. At this point, we say, does anyone else have any responses? Does anyone else want to do anything? Everyone says, nope, we're done. Let's try to resolve the stack. To resolve the stack, you go backwards. So Mystic Snake is on the top. That's the first one that gets resolved. It's a little bit like the analogy that I got told years ago that kind of stuck with me is it's a little bit like dishes in a sink. If you put a plate in the sink, and then you take another dirty plate and put it in the sink on top of it, then you take another dirty plate and put it in the sink on top of it, when you start to wash those dishes, where are you going to start? You're going to start at the top of the stack, right? You're not going to reach to the bottom plate, pull it out, and break all the plates on the process. You start with the top one and wash it. Once it's clean, you go to the next one, right? Same deal. Sidisi, Mana Drain, Mystic Snake, we're going to resolve these in reverse order. We start by resolving Mystic Snake, then we try to resolve Mana Drain if it's still there, then we try to resolve Sidisi. So let's take a look. Mystic Snake is on the stack. We go to resolve Mystic Snake. Mystic Snake enters the battlefield. Cool, I have a 2/2 snake, but take a look at its abilities. It says, when Mystic Snake enters the battlefield, counter target spell. Haha, get fucked, Mana Drain. So now, Mystic Snake's ability goes onto the stack. Mystic Snake's ability could technically target one of 2 spells. It could either target Mana Drain or Sidisi Brood Tyrant, right? Which one am I going to target? I'm not going to target my own creature. Why would I counter my own spell? That would be stupid. I'm going to target Mana Drain. No more responses. Nobody does anything. Mystic Snake's ability resolves, which thereby counters Mana Drain. Mana Drain is removed from the stack altogether. It has been countered. It is donezo. Put it in its owner's graveyard. No effect. Now, Sidisi can finish resolving. Someone tried to counter her. I countered their counter. Now Sidisi can resolve. I am the proud owner of 2 lovely snakes. One mystical snake and one a snake babe, right? Cool. That's the end of this resolution. I know it sounded complicated, but this is a pretty standard back and forth with a game of Commander. This can get even dicier because technically other players could interact too. Like if they wanted to jump in and do something, they could. If some other player, not the guy who cast the Mana Drain, someone else wanted to counter my Mystic Snake, they could. It's like, oh, fuck. At which point, Sidisi's probably getting countered, right? It is what it is, right? But this can happen in these games, and you can end up with somewhat complex states, but it's always possible to resolve them. You just kind of go backwards with it. So, there are a few other advanced, well, I guess this is kind of dovetailing on it, right? This gets a little extra spicy in multiplayer, but honestly, in casual games, it's not going to be a big deal too often. I will say if you are playing with seasoned players, they can often help when things get confusing. If not, you can always look stuff up on the internet, right? Even I look stuff up. I get confused sometimes, so I have to look up a ruling. There's nothing wrong with that. Remember, you have to play by the rules. You cannot rush through things and then tell players that they missed their chance. That is not how the game works. This is again one of those things that I see new players do sometimes. They they play a spell, they're like, I cast this creature, and then I cast +3/+3, and someone's like, whoa, hang on a second, I get to respond. They're like, oh no, you missed your chance, I already cast it. It's like, no, you got to give people a chance to respond, right? Reasonably, right? You can't just rush through it and expect that that's going to hold up. That's not the way the game works, right? You got to give people a chance to read the card. Like if you cast a spell and I'm like, I've never fucking seen this before, can I read it? I get a chance to read it and understand it before I decide, okay, I'm going to counter that, or I'm going to respond, or I'm going to do something, right? You always get a chance to do that. That said, as game information changes, they cannot make retroactive decisions that would have altered the outcome if they had chosen not to or chosen to do so, right? So here's another example. I'm gonna show a few cards. You cast, let's say, Oates, you and me are playing a game, and you cast this creature spell that is called Impervious Great Worm. He costs 10 fucking mana, and he's 16/16 with Indestructible. He's a big bastard, right? Okay, well, this is terrifying. Now, as a blue player, I'm actually holding in my hand a counter spell that says Bone to Ash, counter target creature spell, and I get to draw a card. So I'm sitting here looking at your 16/16 creature. Maybe I've only got 15 life left, right? Okay, this thing's threatening. It could kill me. But now it's my time to decide. Do I want to counter this spell? Well, it doesn't have haste. So, like, if you play this, I still get another turn. Maybe I've got another spell in my hand that can, like, bounce it back to your hand or something. I don't know. But, like, I would at least get another turn to think about it and decide. But let's say I decide not to, right? I say, okay, I'm going to let your Impervious Great Worm resolve. I'm going to see what happens. I've got another turn to think about it. Once your Impervious Great Worm resolves and you get priority back, you then decide to cast Expedite on it that says target creature gains haste until end of turn. Whoops. Well, I didn't know that you had that, right? I didn't know that you were holding an Expedite. And now it's too late for me to go back and counter the Great Worm because he's in play. I can't counter him if he's not on the stack. So, oops, that sucks for me. I'm dead to a gigantic goddamn worm. So that can and will happen from time to time. But like I said, you can't rush through this. Like if it's your turn and you go, Impervious Great Worm, Expedite, swing, you're dead. I can be like, whoa, hold the fucking phone for a second. I had a counter spell for your Great Worm, but you did not give me a chance to think about it. But if you did, if you said, Impervious Great Worm, do you have any responses? And I said, no, it's good, it resolves. You put it down, then you cast Expedite. I can't go back and be like, on second thought, I will counter it. It's too late at that point, right? You gave him a chance. So that's just one of those nuances. Like I said, you can't rush through it, but so long as you're fair and you give people a chance, they also can't roll it back. They can't be like, I changed my mind. It's like, well, too late now. Sorry. Should have countered it while it was on the stack. Take 16 damage, dum-dum. So, with EDH, there are what are called tiers of gameplay. Now, this is kind of a newer thing for EDH. Wizards of the Coast has actually been encouraging usage of something called a bracket system to determine your deck's power level. There are so many fucking cards across all of Magic that it's almost impossible for two players to sit down who have perfectly balanced, perfectly matched decks. Honestly, Oates, if you went to the game store and bought a precon, and then I went to the game store and bought a different precon, there's a good chance our decks are still not going to be perfectly matched up, right? One of us is going to have a slight edge. Precons are usually about the same power level, but that's, again, not always the case. That said, with this bracket system, precons are almost always defaulted as bracket 2, right? So bracket 2 is... There are some restrictions here. I'm not going to go into detail on all this, but basically it's like you're not running stupidly powerful cards. You're not running like 2-card infinite combos. You're mostly playing a fair game that you expect to take a little bit of time, right? You want to play with friends and not have some sweat lord sit across from you and win on turn 2. Okay, cool. That's totally fine. That's a core bracket 2 deck. Brackets 4 and 5 are what would be called competitive EDH. So that's like you are no holds barred, no restrictions. You're running those 2-card infinite combos and those stupidly powerful setups. Some people like that, right? But be aware of what you're doing. Don't sit down at a competitive table with a precon deck and then get butthurt that you died on turn 2. It's like that happens. That's competitive EDH. It's very fast and very cutthroat. But if you play EDH for a while and you say, hey, this seems like a lot of fun, I want to try competitive, go for it, right? You can always learn. You can always hop in and learn. Like, I've been playing mostly competitive EDH recently, but I still have a ton of casual decks that I just crack out and have fun with because I still love playing casual. I'll play both, right? It's totally fine. I have decks for all occasions. I enjoy all flavors of Commander. And then this last note, most players do have multiple decks, myself included. Some assholes will show up every once in a while and pub stomp because they're PP small, right? If some guy has an ego and he comes into a casual game with a competitive list and kills everyone on turn 2, just politely smile and say, cool, that was awesome. Do you have anything lower power? And if they say no, say, well, then we would prefer not to play with you. Easy peasy, right? You have no obligation to play against another player. That said, if you ever go to a game store and they are running a Commander event where like there are prizes on the line, there are no fucking excuses, right? If there are prizes on the line, in almost all cases, it's no holds barred. Play your best deck, do the best you can, and don't expect good results. Because someone's gonna come waltzing in with a fucking $20,000 deck so he can win $50 of booster packs. Woo! It's like, oh well, fuck us, I guess. So this is actually like the second to last slide now. Last notes, EDH is a game that has a card selection of nearly 30,000 legal cards. There's a goddamn lot of cards you can play. Don't get overwhelmed. I will say many of those cards are very unplayable. Some are egregiously expensive. When I say unplayable, what that means is a lot of cards have been outclassed. You could have a 2/2 creature, like a 2-power, 2-toughness creature for 2 mana that has no abilities. Whereas you could also have a 2-power, 2-toughness creature for 2 mana that has lots of abilities or good abilities, right? Why would you play the one with no abilities as opposed to the one with? Usually there's not a good reason to, right? Now, the one with abilities might cost $50. That could be a reason not to play it, right? Maybe you want to play the card that costs a nickel. That's fine. But even though there are 30,000 legal cards, it does not mean that there are 30,000 good cards. I would say the selection of good cards is much lower, and there are a lot of resources out there. If you decide you find a commander that you want to play, there's actually a website called edhrec.com, edhrec.com, that aggregates data from other commander decks and shows common cards or highly played cards for those commanders, right? You have a commander that synergizes really well with artifacts. Well, a lot of people are probably playing good artifact spells with that deck. So those would be the top recommendations. And it even shows the prices of the cards. It's like, oh, this card is played in 75% of decks and it only costs a quarter? Hell yeah, let's go for it, right? Let's try throwing that in the deck and see what happens. You never know. One thing I will say, especially if you decide to dip your toes into competitive Magic, embrace proxies, but only if you want to play at higher power levels. The card that you see on the right here, Gaia's Cradle, in paper is about $1,000. Maybe $900 or $800 if it's like heavily played or damaged. It's a stupidly expensive card. It's very powerful. You do not have to have it in every single deck, right? It says tap, add a green for each creature you control. That's very powerful, but if you have no creatures in play, it doesn't tap for anything. You get 0 mana if you tap it, right? Because it's not a forest. It's technically a separate legendary land that does not have the forest subtype. So it's a strong card. If you wanted to proxy it, that's perfectly fine. But I think that Gaia's Cradle is on the Game Changers list, which means it technically will bracket your deck up if you play too many of those. And if you put too many proxies into a deck, your power level is going to go up very fast, right? Because, again, if you're proxying, they're probably expensive cards. If the card is expensive, it's probably because it's good. And if you have more good cards in your deck than your opponents, your deck is going to end up getting better. So just be careful. If you just started playing with a friend, you're both playing precons, and all of a sudden you start jamming proxies into your deck, you're going to outclass him fast. And that's no fun for your opponent, right? Obviously, winning is fun, but you don't want to ruin it for everybody. And then he feels like he has to proxy to keep up, and then it's this weird arms race that happens. Do what you want with it. It's like if you're going to play competitive, proxy. My decks are like 90 to 95% proxies. I don't give a fuck. I have a deck that's 100 proxies. I don't care, right? Proxy, if you're going to play those high power levels, if you're playing lower power levels, I would say only proxy if the card is like stupidly expensive, but it fits with your deck, or if you're trying cards out, right? Maybe it's like, oh, this card costs $5. I don't know that I want to drop $5 on a piece of cardboard. Let me test it first. I'll just put a piece of printer paper in front of this basic land and just write the name on it. I'll test it, see how it works, and if I like it, hey, maybe I'll pick it up. Totally fine, right? No problem with that either. Lastly, okay, oh my god, we actually made it to the end. Check out my weekly writers workshop on the Stu Club Discord if you're interested in learning how to become a better writer. Or you can contact me otherwise if you want to learn how to be a better Magic player, or you just want to jam some games on webcam or whatever, Lamau. I love Magic. I mean, obviously I just spent 2 hours yapping about it. It's one of my passions outside of writing and gaming and all that shit. I'm pretty heavily involved with my competitive EDH circuit here in the, what would we even call this? The Southeast, I guess? I'm in Alabama, so kind of like Alabama, Tennessee, Georgia, this area. I'm playing tournaments and stuff in this circuit. Not doing super well yet, but I'm having fun with it and playing with people and getting to be a better player. So I have spent a lot of time with the game. I know the rules very well, and I can make a lot of good, educated recommendations. So if you were to come up to me and say, hey, Starman, I have this deck and I'm having trouble. Could you give me some suggestions? Happily. Not a problem at all, right? Now, I'll probably treat it a little bit like writing suggestions. Like if you come up to me every fucking 2 minutes and you're like, help me fix this deck, help me fix that deck. At some point, I'm going to be like, look, I got shit to do. Okay. So, oh my god, it's an ad break. Holy shit, Kind of Blue's been published on Amazon and Amazon Kindle. The paperback's only $12.99. The ebook is $5.99. It's also available on Kindle Unlimited. Links are live now. Also, doing orders for signed personalized copies. Contact me if you're in the US. Costs $20. A little bit more for international. If you wanted a personalized signed copy of Kind of Blue, contact Starman. I'm here for you. Or something. Ad over. Spin. Oh my god, that presentation took me 2 fucking hours. I was gonna turn on my webcam, but I'm out of time. There's just not enough time. Oh, it's who's on after me? Who's on at 1? Anybody? Oh, he fell asleep. He went piss. He had to go pee really badly. Does anyone have any questions? Oh my god, we got 3 minutes left. Questions in the chat. Is anybody even here? Did I put everyone to sleep? Everyone came by, they're like, oh, Magic the Gathering? Fuck that. I'm not watching this. Stupid. Nom, 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 nom. Alright, well, I guess we're just going to hang out here. Wait for Oates to wake up. Wake up! Grab a brush bottle, little makeup. Oh, hi. I was about to copyright strike you. Oates, stop falling asleep.
You know, I'm trying.
You're full of shit. You have so many hours left. You're not even close. It is 1 a.m. You have another 8 hours?
Yes.
You're fucked. You better have a can of Monster with you there, Chief.
I've stopped drinking whiskey.
You've stopped drinking whiskey?
Yes.
You've been drinking whiskey?
Yes.
Are you retarded?
No.
That's gonna put you to sleep, dum-dum.
It tastes good.
Oh my god in heaven. Alright, so Oates is drunk. I guess this is where we're at. Oh, holy shit, there's questions in chat. Jam asked, Snoot Club Commander Night when? I would 180,000% be on board with that. If people got webcam setups, like if you wanted to do webcam Magic, I would absolutely be down for it. I think it would be hilarious. Yeah, I was going to ask, who is up next, Oates? Is anyone at 1 or am I over? Oh, cool,
One
cool.
is up. I think it's either 1 or 2.
1 or 2? Well, if Shuhan is up at 1, I will happily pass the baton over. If we had a little bit of time to kill, if we have a little bit of time to kill, I could still set up my webcam and show off a few cards or show off a few deck things.
Think you have some time to kill? No, it's
Okay.
1 a.m. Okay.
Well, yeah, it's 1 a.m. I mean, it was 2 hours. Yeah.
Where's Shuhan at?
I don't know. Damn. Um,
Let me.
Panna asked, am I attending any events soon or this fall? So there are some tournament circuits that kick off, I think, late summer, early fall. It's like a qualifier circuit that happens. So I'll be playing those for sure and seeing about. Like I'd like to play in some tournaments at bigger events, but it just kind of depends if I have the time or whatever.
Yes.
So.
Yes, quite.
I'd like to, though.
I've poked Shuhan with a stick. We'll see if he's able
Okay.
to get over here.
Cool. My favorite commander deck, or I guess my top competitive commander deck is colorless. It is a colorless only deck. It has no red, blue, green, white, or black in it. It's hilarious. Like, I sit down with it at a competitive table and people are like, what the fuck is this? They get angry at me. They're like, why are you not playing colors? Like, I don't need them. And then I win. It's like, get screwed, idiots. It's like got tons of stupid combos in it to make infinite mana and then just deal infinite damage to the table. And I slow the game way down for everybody else. It's in Magic there are a couple of archetypes that go on, like
Grinding Halt.
Yeah, there are some archetypes. So the one that I play is called Stacks, Stax, and it's named after a card called Smokestacks, which ironically is not really played anymore. Smokestacks is fun, but it's not very good. But the principle of stacks is that you play effects that hurt everybody. Everybody suffers, including me in many cases, right? I'll play some spell that says all spells cost more mana to cast, even mine. So hey, you remember that shiny artifact you had that was only going to cost you 1 mana? Now it costs you 2, idiot. Slow down. You want to play that Rhystic Study? It costs you 4 mana instead of 3. Go to hell. And it's like, it's all those types of effects. Like it's stacks, right? It slows the game way down.
Just the spell of because I hate you.
Yeah, no, it's great. It shuts off specific cards. Like there are so many. It's cool because I would call it like a gotcha deck. Because there's tons of weird little interactions that'll just stop players dead in their tracks. It's a lot of fun.
It is a great amount of fun. Shuhan is down here now.
Honk Shoe, welcome.
Hello. I was just chilling in the other voice chat.
Yes.
You're good. Well, I passed the reins on to you. Thanks everybody for stopping by and listening to me ramble about Magic.
We're having you back in. As always.
Appreciate you. Have a good rest of your stream. It was fun.
Yeah. I'll try to stay alive.
Oh yeah, drink more whiskey. That'll do it. I definitely won't put you to sleep, stupid.
I stopped. Listen, there came the point where it was time to switch to whiskey, for we had been drinking beer all night. And now it's time to turn off the whiskey.
Still turbo burning.
Good luck. Have a good night, guys.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Okay. Wow. So I'm up last, huh?
You're the last scheduled one, and I want to open the floor up to just the denizens of the Snoot Club.
That's fair. That's fair. My presentation's a little bit on the short side, regardless. So yeah.
You have all the time in the world that you need.
Absolutely. A lot of it was going to be. So let's see. Hold on. Let me set this up. I forgot. That up there. then hopefully. So it's just going to do that to me. I think we had this issue the last time I tried to do slides.
Yes. Now I will warn you, I was fighting it, the lull of sleep during that entire last presentation.
That's fair. Magic, I love playing Magic. I do it every Friday night over my brother's house. So honestly, I was only able to catch the tail end of that. I can't wait to actually give that one a watch.
Multiple occasions, Starman had to wake me up and say, "It's just, are you okay?"
You know what? Par for the course. You know what? If you need sleep, I understand. I'll yap for a bit.
I'm sorry, Starman. I've been awake a long time.
Sleep yields. All right, is this gonna?
It's been a long time.
No, I completely understand. Let's see if I can just. That's not gonna do the thing.
You could say it's been a marathon.
I'm going to eat you.
Good luck, Josh.
All right, I think I have it all set up. Crossing fingers. Sorry. Computer is deciding to take an extra long time.
It does that. It does that. Gives me more time to throw your pole into the.
Oh yeah. Okay, it's just it doesn't want it to go into the present mode, and I'm very sad about that. Cool.
Yes, it does that.
Come on now, please.
No.
No, it doesn't. You know what? It's par for the course for me. I'm always causing hiccups everywhere. It was working before I got on the stream. I swear. It's just. Let's see. Joy. This is my nightmare.
It's fine. It's fine. I swear. It's okay. It'll be all right. It'll be okay. It'll be fine.
Will it be okay?
It'll be fine.
Oh, it all will be okay.
Transfer
trial
to
and
Google
error.
Slides. Holy shit! Your presentation's broken.
It's just it's nonsense. What is happening?
Nothing good. That's what.
No, you see, the issue is I'm using the free client because I used to have the free trial, but not anymore. Is it gonna work in the? Well, if it works in the window, it'll work in the window, and I'll just have to get over it.
Nobody was prepared. And now I need a bunch of people to keep me honest.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me.
Starman says OCs and why they matter. Slide 1. They don't. Presentation over.
Yeah, you know what? That was the first slide that I had written down. It obviously I need a little bit more time to buffer in. Let me try and just completely exit out and then go back in. I promise. I had this all set up, and of course, it had to foobar.
No worries, man.
Foobar.
I understand
Google
technical
Docs being Google
difficulties.
Docs.
You know, this is the first time the presenters had technical difficulties all day.
Yeah, no, you know what? Like I said, it's me.
It's just my cat literally blew up one of my USB ports because he felt like it. Because he was fucking
Just ate it mid-presentation.
Yeah, no, he did that like right at the beginning of Starman's presentation. He just fucking headbutted the wire at full speed, so it ripped apart the USB port.
Lovely.
That's weird.
That's crazy.
That's not weird. That's just what cats do. They decide to break things for no reason.
Well, that is also true because my cat decided to almost jump onto my computer as I was trying to set this up. So I'll bet you anything it's his fault.
Yeah. Blame your
And I'll blame him.
Blame your fucking
Okay,
idiot.
let's try that
man.
again.
Blame your goddamn dingus.
I will. I will. And I will.
I will.
Oh,
Hey. Cool.
Hey, it
Cool,
opened.
cool, cool, cool. It actually worked.
Welcome
Perfect.
to the Twilight Dimension. There we
Welcome to Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah.
Door to darkness? Nah, it was full of light the whole time.
I made sure that I could flashbang Oates into waking up with this white black background. It's perfect.
Yeah. Who will win? The white background or me being an eepy little guy?
All right. Cool. All right.
With my headphone cord, my cat decided it wants to bite things.
The cat will always win. That's the problem. Because they don't understand that they're doing something wrong.
He says, that's a worm, and I'm going to eat it.
I am. Yeah, absolutely. They're wire eaters, aren't you? Yeah, you are. Shut up.
Dingus.
All right. Cool. So now after a whole load of technical difficulty, hello everybody. I am Shuhan. I am a somewhat passable writer of sorts. I have at least a little over 10 works under my belt that are currently on AO3. Which immediately makes me an aficionado in this topic. I say, being completely facetious. This is just one of my favorite things to do. Given throughout the years, I still do. I play D&D. I write. So I'm constantly making different characters. Some of them very cringe-inducing. Some of them I want to say thoughtful, and some people seem to like them, so I figured, why not give a small crash course in original characters and why they matter? But that's by me. All right, starting off, what's an original character? It's pretty self-explanatory. An original character is a character that doesn't exist in the medium that is being written. Usually refers to a character created to be put in fan fiction or different media. Original characters, they can be almost anything you want them to be. To be fair, if you have a story, or a fan fiction in this instance, if you wanted to have your own certain personal flair to a story, an original character can sometimes fit the bill for that, other than just changing the narrative for existing characters and whatnot. I can tell you that a lot of people's perceptions of original characters can usually be correct in that it's all at the author's prerogative and how they make them, and sometimes it doesn't usually jive with the audience. But as long as I'm always of the thought that as long as you're having fun with these characters and you can make them into a pretty decent story, go for it. Have that fun. If people like it, they'll like it, and they keep on reading those stories. But as it is now. OCs can vary depending on author, but you usually add a new wrinkle to existing stories that can help or sometimes be a detriment to a story. Brass tacks, yeah. OCs could help a story if you have a certain story that you want to tell, that you want to insert a new wrinkle or a new situation to a certain story beat. Sometimes an original character can help you out in that sense. Having them interact with your favorite people in said story and see how it works out. But also, we also have to make sure we are towing that fine line of not completely subverting the entirety of said story to suit our wants and needs at the detriment to readers' enjoyment. I say write what makes you feel good, but if you're making a character that does not fit well in the setting at all, sometimes it's not going to work out. But that's what honestly that's what proofreaders are for, and they can help you out with that. But in the sense of original characters, it's fun to have the creative freedom of doing what you want to do, and hopefully it works out. The pros and cons of OCs. I kind of touched on a few of them. Pros can add a new spin on existing media. Like I said, say I know in one of my stories, I Want a Snoot, I have an original character that goes by the name of Flint Spears. You can probably guess he is actually, in my fiction, he is the son of Principal Spears and is just an extra character that is not the main focus, but it was my own little splash of putting in the story a character that I wanted to have act like a Spears character to be a motivator for the main characters of Inko and Anon, but also have his own issues and problems as well, lying in the background. Not exactly front and center, but he would be important in the story later on. That it can add that, like I said, right there, it adds something new to the existing media and rocks the regular storytelling of the original work. Like I said, make a fan fiction feel personal to the author. You want to have the first and foremost when you're writing fan fiction. If you're not having fun, it's not worth it. And so, in that situation, you want to, if the fun that you're going to have is adding in a new person to interact with other characters, more power to you. The cons, though, some OCs don't gel well with that media. Say I was talking to my brother the other day, and we were saying, would you be able to fit a character that seems like a badass fighter / gunsmith and everything into a melodramatic slice of life slice of life story? Probably not well. You'd have to probably pull apart that said story just to fit the character. And if you're moving said medium into a way that just fit your character, at that point it's just probably better to make your own story with said character. While you want to be original, you also want to make sure that you are at least keeping some type of structural integrity with said story. Cons? Mary Sue and Gary Stu. We all know them. We all know those are the special OCs that most people like to make, especially when they want to have, say, an overpowered character that doesn't nothing really affects them. Like, say, in a fighting style story, there's somebody that could easily beat up everybody. They don't grow as a character. We all know what these are. They're just, in certain instances, maybe, but in the majority of it, a Mary Sue and a Gary Stu are definitely not great ideal characters to make in in the said media. I actually want to push it into the next portion. I'm going to talk about them. It's a character that has few to no flaws and can trivialize the narrative. These tend to happen when the character is meant to have no challenge in the story and does not grow. And it's advised to try and avoid these types of characters. Only use them in the story in stories that can contain their quirks. Like, say, if you want to have a story with an original character in it that is just able to breeze through all the different problems, say the right things at the right time, do the right things at the right time at all times, it just makes the story boring. It just makes the story unappealing, and readers are going to get turned off. In other instances, sometimes I will say that there are, if you want to say, pulling from Willy's Wonderworld, the Nicolas Cage's character of the Night Guard, he was technically a Gary Stu, but the way that they dealt with him in that narrative, in that world, with the animatronics and him just beating the shit out of them, sometimes that is like one of the rare examples of a Gary Stu being an enjoyable character and not really worrying about their overpoweredness while all the others are trying to deal with said situation. When you want to create an OC, creating a character can be as easy or as hard as you make it. Sometimes they just plop right in your lap. Sometimes they require more thought. I know in an example that I had, I have a character that I created, Ruth. When she first came about, she was just a faceless character that was in a story that I just needed a play saver for a boss character for one of the main characters that I was writing for. I had no plans at all for moving forward with her. She was just there to fulfill a role. And then as I got to thinking about it and making her and going through it with a couple of my friends, and we actually went through and fleshed her out a bit, all of a sudden, now I have a character that has several pieces of artwork, has her own story in the making, and is just in general was just a surprise character that just dropped in my lap. Sometimes when they drop out of nowhere with no warning, and now it's like, oh, and people seem to like it. I think that's pretty decent. I think that's pretty cool when things happen that way. Other times, it's not as simple. Sometimes you have to really think about it critically and how you want this said character to fit in your narrative and how you're going to make them appealing to the writer. Make sure to give them hobbies, a job, or something for them to do. Let them be their own person, not just a husk. Sometimes people like to just put in, oh, I like this character and they can do this or they can do that. They're going to be the guy, they're going to be the guy or the girl that is going to move this story along with the other characters that are in this fan fiction, but then don't really give them anything to do other than in said story. Sometimes if you flesh out their hobbies and things that they like to do, you can add more characterization to that character and make them actually feel like an actual person, not just a vehicle for the story to progress. Especially when you're writing, don't always, for at least it to just dabble into what's going on with the narrative for said fan fiction. Don't feel afraid to like set aside a chapter to like just discuss their hobbies and what they do and how they carry themselves from day to day. It'll probably it'll probably slow down the narrative just only slightly, but these little bits, especially considering if it's an original character, people aren't going to know what they are. People aren't going to know what they are about unless you tell them, or in a better sense, show them exactly what type of person they are. To be descriptive to their appearance. Readers know, like I said before, readers know established characters. OCs are the apple in your mind. Be sure to rotate them for your audience. Like I said, make them believable. Make them a person. There's not much else that I can add to that, to what I've already have, other than really just make them people. Do not make them one note. Don't make them just serve a single purpose and then move on. No one is going to enjoy that. Things to think about is, what do they like and what do they dislike? I'm going to have an example later on when I'm talking about Ruth. I have her likes and dislikes. What is your character? What, in certain situations, say if they ran into they were in a restaurant and then they were served. They are asking for their specific favorite food and then are given something else. What would happen? How would they react? How does one person? How do they take things in stride?
That reminds me of the meme where it's like, what I say when I'm happy, bitches love my mustache. What I say when I'm sad, that's how I'm really gonna do it.
Exactly. It all adds just to it adds to the character's flair and exactly what they're about, and gives them more depth. And then something that I find extremely important for any type of character that you're creating: what's their flaw? And to that matter, what's their fear? There is no perfect character. There is no perfect person in the world. Everyone has a issue that they have to deal with in their own personal life. They also have their own fear. It's what makes us sentient beings, essentially. Don't You can think of the likes and dislikes and everything else, but if you don't have a certain flaw or fear for them in mind, you're not going to have the ability to have them grow from said fear or anxiety or said flaw. That's usually how your character will grow as a character. Say how many times I say character in a sentence. Character.
Haha. The fictional character thinks it's people.
The fictional character. Well, as long as you make the fictional character feel like people, and people like that, I mean, then I think you're doing a pretty good, decent job.
The Tulpa thinks it's real.
The Tulpa thinks it's real. You got to be careful of that.
It's getting a little violent.
Oh, is your sleepy Tulpa getting the best of you right now?
It's quite possible.
That's fair. You know what? That's fair. But you know what? Having these conversations, you know, it's just keeping you cognizant. There you go. There you go.
Man, if you could see what I'm doing right now, like how I'm sitting.
You know what? No, I can completely understand. What I have here is a template that I've thrown together just by going through bits and pieces for different types of character creations. And so far, the couple of, at least for artists that I've dealt with, have said that they have enjoyed these types of templates to help them make the art for said characters. But also, it's a fantastic way of keeping track of your notes and whatnot. You want to get their name. This is specifically for like a Snoot or Wani character. So I have the name, their species of dinosaur, build, basically what they look like at first glance, coloring, it's self-explanatory. Their hair, eyes, if they have a tail. I know for the character that I have as my talking head right now, I have a special set for a crest for him. Clothes. definitely, obviously, very important. You want to make sure you have their personality actually talk through their clothing, especially how they carry themselves. Usually, that's a really good tool to give off a personality. Like, say, take for example my character right here that's talking. Uh, he has a Legend of Zelda shirt. He's actually wearing like a baggy set of sweatpants. He's a very comfort character. He likes to live in comfort and would rather not have to worry about dressing up if he doesn't have to. Very, uh, some would say lazy. I would say comfortable. Um, given the special instance, like for hobbies or job, you can put down for your job. I do know that for one of a couple of my characters, I've changed the job to like major because I have a couple of college characters. That can just be switched out for anywhere unless you have them going to college and doing a job. Personality, obviously, it's basically self-explanatory. How do they act around people? Who are they as a person? What makes them tick? And then, like we said in the last slide, for likes, dislikes, fears, and their negative trait. These are the building blocks of any type of character, and it's best to actually have these in mind. Always have these in your notes, not too far away from you, so that way you can cross-reference, especially when you get further into a story. And it's just a good stepping stone to start said character. How to integrate OCs into a story. When making fiction, make sure you have the story in mind. You're going to have, obviously, considering the situation, we're speaking through fan fiction in this instance. What story are you trying to tell? Are you trying to tell a post E1 fic of Snoot? Is this character coming up as, like, say, a paramedic that was on the scene? Or somebody that interacts with the characters after said situation in Snoot? Always make sure that you have the character. When you have the character, you have them form fit so that way they will fit into the narrative. So much so that they will add original spin to it, but at least make sure that they fit in the setting. Yeah, do they fit in the narrative? How will the OC interact with the established characters? Are they a fellow student? Are they a teacher? Are they a random person that they meet on the street and strike up a friendship? Because that's how that works in life sometimes. Not always. I don't really recommend that, but be that as it may, this is fan fiction. We write what we want.
Are they eating out of your garbage?
Exactly. Yes.
The eye bags that they got. How many of them do they got?
What do they do? Yeah. Very important though. Make sure the OC isn't just hogging all the scenes. Let background characters shine too. It's gonna be obvious. Your OC is possibly going to be your main character that you're writing. But make sure that when you're writing them, don't neglect the other characters too. Your original character is important, yes, but they aren't the only cog in the machine. If you just focus on them and not the other actual established characters, it's not going to be a great story. You're going to want to make sure that everybody has a chance to shine. And then the last one, shy away from one-dimensional characters. Mary Sue's, Gary Sue's, and things like that. They can drag down the story unless there's a good reason for it. If you're able to make a one-note bully, or if you want to make a one-note bully, you better damn well make sure that they are that they are at least like likable. If we want to get down to it, pulling back from an old like the my old antagonist talk from last roundup, if we talk about Mia. Mia is a one-note character. She helped drive the story forward, but considering what type of character she was, she did not help the narrative in the long run of it. She honestly, you could have fit her out with another bully, and it really wouldn't have changed the narrative.
Honestly, you could replace her with Buford from Phineas and Ferb, and I think that'd make a more enjoyable experience to Wani.
Well, that's also because Buford is actually a very good character, even if he is pretty creepy in the new ones.
Yeah. God, I love Buford.
Buford is a fantastic bully that isn't really a bully.
He
But he
fills the
is.
bully archetype. He's kind of a dick sometimes, but like he's still part of the main friend group because he's just likable.
Yeah, exactly. But if you have like a one note, like I said, if you have a one note character, make them enjoyable. Don't just have them there to just check a box and say, "Oh, there we go. I have filled my bully quota, or I've filled my best friend quota." To make them compelling. Give them something. It doesn't even have to be that much if you're going to make them one note. I won't out and out say that one note characters are always inherently bad, but 90% of them usually do not carry over very well. Hey, look at that guy. I actually have a couple of examples from my own works, from at least the different characters that I have. Just as a point of reference. Character wise, this is Jacob Worthman. And I'm just gonna click through all these because for some reason it decided. Oh, no, I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that. Hey, get back there. Thank you. You'll get your turn. All right. Let me see. Okay, hold on 1 second. Okay. All right. Excuse me. I used the that template from last time, so I for this character, his name is Jacob Worthman. He is a Parasaur. Generally, he is heavy set, but he's a healthy guy. His coloring for his scales is myrtle green scales with magenta freckles, like spots dotting his body. Green's one of my favorite colors, and I was looking for a opposite color just to like pop out on those scales. So I thought those looked pretty good. The art here is made by Toad. Toad did a fantastic job on the art. I love him. Hair, long straight brown hair that runs down just to the bottom of his shoulder blades. Usually has the end cinched with a hair tie, so he can put it up in a ponytail while cooking. He is a chef by trade, and making sure that at least he has the accessories to make it so that way he can put his hair up when he needs to when he's cooking. That was actually another thing we should probably add to this template is different types of accessories. Like I said, with much like with clothing, accessories make the character. You usually wear stuff that reflects your likes and your interests. So these are great ways for your character to show off who they are without just telling us who they are. Like I said with his shirt, which is like a Legend of Zelda heart container shirt. That could tell you right there that he is a big RPG nerd. He likes to play video games. And the fact that he's just wearing a t-shirt as it is, he's a comfortable guy. He doesn't really care about what he looks like outside of looking like a nerd. Gave him his eyes are electric blue irises, diamond shaped with white sclera. Like I said, this goes in with the explicit the more description of what they look like. Be as descriptive as possible, especially when you're first introducing said character, so that way people can get a good idea of what they look like. Not everybody is going to have artwork of their OC right off the bat. So you're going to have the uphill climb of making sure that your description helps people envision what they look like. Crest his crest is medium length with a curve at the end. His tail wide base tapered towards the end. Short triangular magenta spikes lining the top of the tip. His clothes. Spoke of that in length. His major in school is culinary arts. He's trying to be a chef. He's trying to be a well-known chef in the story that he's in. His personality, he's easygoing to a fault. Can't wait to make new friends. He's hard to really get angry, but don't mess with his friends or family. Is garbage, is shit at FPSs, but likes playing them with his friends. Short, sweet, gives you an idea of exactly what type of person he is. His likes, he likes to cook, video games, RPGs mostly. Not causing too much trouble. He doesn't like to rock the boat. And then 3 characters that he deals with in the situation he's in, with Haley, Anon, and Ruth. He does not like being rushed. He doesn't like bullies or fighting. And his fear is not amounting to anything. Fears can be as small as, like, just actually being afraid of, like, said bugs or something like that. But in this sense of fear, it's essentially, what is the fear that actually, like, defines his character? He has all these good traits to him, but what is going to help him grow in the story that he'll be in? And after that, his negative trait is he's too laid back. He's non-confrontational when he probably should be stamping up. He's not, like I said, he doesn't like to fight, and he'll tend to just stay back instead of probably stepping up when he needs to. He's essentially a doormat in almost every sense of the word, but that is something that he'll work on in said story. But for now, this is where he starts off at. Me, I feel like this isn't a terrible. This is a pretty decent way of setting up a character. Be that as it may, this is completely subjective on my part. Objectivity is to whoever else sees this character and sees if Ian is good. It's up to it's honestly to be determined. However, I think this is a pretty decent one to start off with, at least. And then we have my girl, Ruth Carlisle. Go through the entire rubric of how our character is created.
She has too many claws. Too many sickle claws.
No, that's a plus. Yeah.
No. You're not understanding. Therizinosaurus had it had 4 fingers and then 3 sickles, with a vestigial bump joint for the thumb.
Okay, all right.
Too many sickle claws.
Okay. That's fair. But also we're thinking about how the dinos in Snoot and Wani are more mammalian than dino. So, but you're not wrong. As a setup,
I'll tell you something else is that they were of the few Dinosauria that could like fully pronate their hands, but they could not supinate them.
I did not know that, actually.
Supinate means like turn towards your face, and pronate is turn away from your face.
Okay. See, learning something new every day. I'm gonna have to add that to her. I'm gonna have to add that to her shit.
Humans are the apes are the only things that can do both easily, just because of the weird way our bones are structured in our arms.
Okay, so she can only. So you would say Theras are only able to move their hands towards their face?
No, they can pronate them down. So it's like
Oh,
away.
oh, okay.
But that's like the actual like animal. I assume you're dealing with more human-like wrist.
Yeah, no, this is more human-like. Yeah,
Just a little bit of trivia.
that's honestly good trivia. I always love learning new things, especially about the type of species that my girl has made.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Therizinosaurus just means sickle-clawed lizard. And it was used to like cut down like large grasses, early wheats, because they would eat those.
yeah, that was it. That's it's always wild to think about dinosaurs that have like those long, sharp claws, but they're really were mostly herbivores.
Oh no, they'd still fuck you up if given the chance. It doesn't mean they're
Absolutely, yeah.
safer. They just like see and be like, I don't
No.
like that. I don't like that.
But
I'm
yeah,
gonna kill
that's
it. That's
yeah.
how
If we go
herbivores
to,
work.
if we go to Stegosauruses, yeah, that's
I
what the
don't like that.
spines
I'm
are
gonna
for.
fucking bash your brain in, Doug.
Exactly.
I'm gonna hit you really fucking hard until you stop moving, and then I'm gonna walk away
Yeah,
because
you
I'm
need to stop
honestly
that.
not smart enough to think about it further than that. This is
The
the
instructions
simplest
unclear.
solution.
Bash to death.
Yeah, no, this is the simplest solution. Is if it doesn't look like me, I kill it.
That's that's very sad, but you know what? That's what you have to do, especially when you're creatures that don't really have
Especially
that
when you're
high
dealing
enough.
with large-sized theropods like Allosaurus.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, if it doesn't look like me, I better kill it.
That's not good. You know what? I don't like the fact that you are in my airspace and you could probably kill me, so I probably should do it first.
Listen, Stegosaurus has more kills on Allosaurus than Allosaurus could ever dream of having on Stegosaurus. I'm gonna
You know what? I believe
that's me
considering.
keeping it a $1.50 is fucking. We find so many Allosaur skeletons. Well, there were a fuck ton of them that just have like partially healed wounds from Stegosaurus. We found one where it took part of the Thagomizer with it, and it walked away for a while, then died of infection. And we found the goddamn Stegosaurus that was missing that spike. Yep, fit perfectly. And the Stegosaurus lived in old age.
Oh, good grief! You know what? I'm not even surprised that you know that.
They were hard to predate from the top because of their dorsal plates.
Okay.
Yeah, that's cool.
Honestly, that is pretty cool. I did not realize until after I made Jacob that most parasaurs don't have spines on their tails.
Well, yeah, other hadrosaurids have them.
Yeah. So it's just well, but I like the design wise anyway. But yeah, no, I always love to learn more about dinosaurs. That stuff like that is always very interesting.
I've sat with a big dinosaur book too many times. I've seen a few documentaries. I follow that programming on YouTube. It's a whole thing.
No, that's absolutely fair. Yeah. All right. Okay.
It's information I don't have to think about absorbing. It's just like, oh,
That's because you always have it on
here
hand.
now.
There you go.
Yeah.
The more you know, honestly. I had no idea about theories like that, and Stegosauruses. What else is new? They are going to kill things with those spikes on their backs. But all things considered, going back to Ruth, I have been not to toot my own horn, but I do know that there are several people that really do like Ruth, and that's the best part because I already told you exactly how she came to be. The fact that this character that just spawned out of nothing, and I didn't even mean for her to show up until Bud of mine and I actually gave her a personality and built her character. That man, I think I just think she's neat. I think she's great. She's one of my favorite things that I've made, and I love showing her off to everybody. Ruth is as we talked, she's a Therizinosaurus. So she has the telltale the claws, the very long claws. Uh, she's tall. She's curvy and she is full body. Um, she's a unit.
Thick.
Yeah, she is, and she likes it. She has a dark purple. Her scales and feathers are dark purple with lighter gray towards her middle. She is her hair is she is a redhead slash ginger with a medium length, usually kept in a bun on the back of her head. She has blue eyes or are aqua. She has a feathery tail with a about medium length with the same type of color as her hair on the fringes. She likes to wear her tie-dye t-shirt under her overalls that has her shop's logo on the front. So her outfit can basically tell you she usually wears this, which means that you know that she is generally at her job, at her place of business. But for the most part, she likes to wear tie-dye outfits. Basically almost telling her of her age, even though it's not a bad thing to wear a tie-dye. It's just what she used to wear when she's just lounging around outside of work as well. She has a job. She is the manager of her own smoothie shop slash restaurant called Ruth's Fruit Typhoon. Her personality, she is pushy and bossy to a fault, but does care about her employees and makes sure that they're okay. Just don't slack off around her. She does not like slackers, which goes into her dislikes. Her likes are good workers, polite customers, and being there for her employees. While also her dislikes are, like I said, slackers, customers that bother her employees, and sticky claws. It sucks, especially with how long they are. She does not like to have them messed up. Her fear is more interesting considering I'm the ideas I have for her backstory. She has a fear of not moving past what she used to do in her old life. And that follows into her negative trait where she things went bad and she's trying to move past at least where she is in the story that she originates from now. She is in a town called Nowhere to basically escape her problems. She is trying to forget her past and just wants to live out a normal and peaceful life running her restaurant. But it's always there in the back of her mind, and it always seems to color her choices and what she wants to do. If she gets closer to anybody, she doesn't really want them to have to deal with that, so she usually keeps people at arm's length. And overall, that is Ruth as of right now. She's easygoing, but she's also make sure that you do not cross her at work, especially if you work with her. Do not slack off. She's the good-natured boss that people would love to have, I would say. Well, a boss that actually cares about their employees. These are just a couple instances of characters that I at least have made, and I feel confident that they are pretty decent. Like I said, it's completely subjective. You feel free to tell me if these characters are doo-doo garbage. I completely understand. It goes back to the point where hopefully you put in the effort to make these characters. That most likely somebody is going to enjoy them. It won't always be immediate, but when you put yourself out there and put out a story or a fic, and you have these characters like original characters, and people like it, it's always a great feeling. Like I said, a lot of people like Ruth. I'm very happy with that, especially given her origins and where she came from. And I can't wait to do more with her in her own said story that I want to make once I'm done with other stories that I already have to write. But as of that, like I said, this was sort of this was a short presentation. I know it was mostly the idea was for 2 hours, but I also know that given the time that I was able to get on, I wasn't really going to be able to spend too much time, so we're going to move on to the last portion. Yeah, it was more along the free talk. Considering I was thinking if there were more people in the chat, if we wanted to brainstorm like like an original character like together, if anybody was interested in doing that. I completely understand if you don't want to. It's just it was
Totally. I'm totally
Bro,
down
I'm
for
cooked.
I got a couple of
that's what I figured.
I got an idea cooking in my head.
Oh, absolutely. It's if you're tired, man. I made this specifically short because I knew I was gonna be last because I figured you'd be tired. I'm just happy that you're up right now.
Bro, I'm so cooked.
He is
That's fair.
raw.
He's so cooked. He's a Thanksgiving goose.
There you go.
Geese
That's
are
fair.
usually reserved for Christmas.
That's very true.
Christmas goose.
But yeah, if we wanted to do that, I had no issues. But Oates, if you are tired, I completely understand. If we want to just cut it here.
No, keep going.
Okay.
I'll muscle through. I'm stronger than many things. I wish my cats would stop running around like retards so they don't fucking break more of my computer.
Stronger than you. Do.
Fuck.
That's
like,
great.
Like, would you please stop it?
But yeah. Right before that, I just had a couple of things that not only do OCs have a place in said narrative, sometimes you can modify existing characters. That doesn't make them your own original characters, obviously, but if you give them original personalities, like I know there's some people that actually have taken characters like Fang and put them in a different situation, or in, like a friend of mine's story like Bodhisattva, which puts Olivia in a completely different world altogether. Sometimes these established characters can become your own type of original character for their own type of medium. Most people would call them like isekais, which aren't always great. Bodhisattva's good. Go read Bodhisattva.
I mean, Bodhisattva isn't isekai. It does send Olivia to a different world than she belongs.
Yeah, exactly. It's sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. But you know what? You can take these characters and move them into different situations. It doesn't. As long as it works well, like I said before, as long as it gels well with the narrative, if the character fits in, well, more power to you. At the end of the day, I view writing as something to enjoy yourself. If you enjoy writing it, then people will most likely enjoy it once you put it out there to share with the world.
Exactly.
exactly. Yeah. Other than that, I know, yeah, it was kind of short. If we wanted to mess with something, mess with a character, definitely do that. I actually have, let me see. But
I have a few OCs of my own.
what kind of OCs do you have, Hoots? What do you got?
Gallimimus. I understand that means nothing to you.
No, I
But
was
she
waiting
means
for
quite
more
a
of an
bit to me.
explanation.
Sure.
No, absolutely,
I mean, what
please.
do you want? I mean, well, you want me to tell you that she's like a very kind of, she's got like a creamsicle color scheme where she's like a light orange and a cream, I guess. That she's got kind of that just kind of red hair on her. You know?
Let's see. Let me see if I can't just.
And she has a body type like a Pixar mom, you know? She wears
There you
like
go.
I'm gonna keep it real with you right now. I'm not writing any of this down.
No, that's fine. Honestly, that we're talking about OCs here. We don't even have to write anything down. If you got what you got,
I got what I
mean,
got.
if you get, yeah. What? Okay, so is she a dinosaur or is she human? What is
Yeah,
she?
she's a dinosaur. She's a Gallimimus.
Gallimimus. Okay. Uh, cool. All right. Let me see. What does she do? What makes her tick?
All right. So within the spans of megaloboxing, she is studying history to be just like a history teacher.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that all that she is she obviously does she have a hobby that she likes to do outside of that, or is that her big thing that she likes to do?
She likes finding like interesting bugs.
Okay, so she has a bit of an interest in
Yeah,
entomology.
yeah, just a little bit.
Like that. That's actually that's
Her
listen, I
favorite is
know
the calligraphy beetle.
Oh, that's cool. I like that.
Yeah.
That's cool. I
I
like
mean,
that a
she's
lot.
generally pretty smartly dressed, you know. A little bit
Hmm.
of a sweater and like capri pants, you know, loafers.
What's her personality like?
She's a little bit autistic. I'm gonna be completely real. Uh,
That's valid.
Looking at what
Yeah.
what little I've written, she is kind of autistic. She's kind of like in her lane. She likes what she likes. She doesn't really put up with extra meaningless dribble. Uh, oh, she's straightforward to the point and easy to understand. Talks with
Okay.
clarity.
I like that. Well, okay, we kind of dove into her likes. What does she not like?
She's not like her boyfriend's occupation of being a boxer all that much, you know? She's not like seeing
That
him
makes
fucking
sense.
show
Yeah.
up bloody from being hit in the face.
Nobody likes to see their partner all bloodied and battered. Yeah, I know. I can
Well, I mean,
understand that.
what are you gonna do? That's the thing that he loves to do.
No, that's fair. Yeah, it doesn't mean that she can't be concerned or worried about it.
Yeah, just like it's like how many fucking shots to the face are you gonna take before you're non-functioning, dog? That's not. She has not talked the way that I talk, by the way. That's just what I'm capable of speaking right now.
Oh, trust me. I can tell you right now that I have. All right, the D&D campaign I'm in right now. I'm playing a warlock which has high charisma. Sometimes I don't know what the heck to say in any given moment to make the situation better. So we just have just a flat charisma check to see if I said it right. Sometimes that works out, sometimes it does. Half the time, I don't know what I'm saying. My character is eloquent. I am not sometimes.
Yes. I mean, I just don't have it in me to like get into character and like do all that speech patterning stuff. Uh, but yeah, I mean, like another thing she might dislike is just the Irish. No, not the Irish, but you know.
She's racist.
I don't know. She might just not like. God damn it! She just hates the Germans.
I see. She's nationalist.
Yeah.
Why are you treating the Irish as a race?
I don't, dude. I'm
Where
like
did
half.
where'd my boy Shuhan go?
Oh shit!
Oh
Shoe
no.
crashed.
Looks like he crashed. There he
Straight up
goes.
shoe crashing
There you
out.
go, Shoe.
There we go.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah.
efficient,
He was
apparently.
talking about how much she's racist.
Honestly,
makes
with the
sense.
dinosaurs, I don't know how much race comes into things.
Gotcha. Okay, so would that be that's considered a negative trait, or is that just a
That's just people taking words out of my mouth. She just does not care for the Germans.
damn?
Well, looks like the little German boy Hans has to go home.
No, little German boy. No.
Little German.
Oh, I don't want to get bullied. I'm out of here.
Listen, man, it was fucking Keith that did it. It's Keith's fault.
He's bullied the German boy. The little
Got
German.
It's a
bullied by the
shame.
German boy.
Now it's canon.
And now it's personal.
There you go.
The dinosaur girl bullied a little German boy.
Yeah.
All right, then. I guess my next question is what is one of her fears?
Probably that Delvin fucking dies in the ring.
I mean, yeah, that seems to be
That
the go-to one, yeah.
Oh yeah, but if you want something out of that, it's just that her life will amount to nothing. She'll have no impact on anybody. If you want something outside of, who she's with, what she's doing.
Fuck.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh yeah.
Always
the
remember
existential
yeah.
dread.
The fear, yeah, no, it's definitely good to have fear for other people, but also make sure that when you're dealing with said fear, it is something that is like deep seated in them. Yeah, no, absolutely, for sure. Your partner dying in the ring, that's bad. But what is something that's
Like
something
I
that's
said,
on
like
him?
the deep
Yeah.
existential, I will amount to nothing ever. Nobody will ever think of me again after I'm gone. That's something I'm familiar with on a personal level. That's kind of.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that is
that got
that
seeded
is
in
a
me at a
legitimate
very
fear.
young age.
Oof.
That was seeded in me when I was 10 years old. That I will probably amount to nothing and I will be forgotten. Which that might be some reason of cause to why I do this.
Mm. Right. And then I guess my last question for her is, what is a negative trait that she has?
Tunnel vision. Like,
That's
if you
actually
get her
pretty decent,
focused on
yeah.
something, she will not switch off. Now, later in her life, it might develop into, like, missing, like, when the school bell goes off to, let her students go. Or she's just, like, really
Right.
getting into whatever lecture she's doing. But, like, early on, it'll just be, like, she's talking about some little stupid goddamn bug. And, like, while, like, it would probably drive a lot of people off. I think Delvin would find that very endearing, that she just kind of zones in on, like, one thing and then shuts out everything she does not find important in the moment.
That's actually, I really like that idea of turning a negative trait into something that somebody else finds endearing.
Yeah, it's just like,
because
it would help Delvin ground himself, I think, just to be around
Oh,
her
yeah.
while she's doing this.
Sometimes that yeah. Oh, I'm
give
sorry.
him
Go ahead.
context for just how things go for like everybody else, or not everybody
yeah.
else, but like it like it's literally like you ever just like listen to your mom talk just because you feel like sad or whatever, you're like at your mom's house and you just listen to her talk about how her day was, and that's comforting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a similar thing to that. You're basically using somebody else as your therapy goat,
Yeah. That's very good. I like that one. Like I was saying before, negative traits aren't inherently. I mean, it sounds bad. It really does. But it's like I said, it's definitely something that a person uses to grow as a character. And when somebody like Devlin looks at that negative trait, which she probably would think of as being negative, and he sees that as a net positive, it can recontextualize that trait for someone else.
Yeah, maybe she isn't so bad. Like a negative trait is like generally going to be like a hindrance to your personal and professional life, which tunnel vision definitely can be, being like very
Absolutely, yeah.
ingrained in some small minutia that's overall meaningless to either sector.
Mhm.
But like if you know a lot
That's
about
fair.
something and you get tunnel vision on it, chances are somebody's going to listen to you at some
Oh
point.
yeah,
Living proof.
absolutely.
Living proof.
I say that's a really decent character. I really like her a lot. I want to see more of her.
Yeah, maybe I'll get off my ass and actually write Megaloboxing.
Hey,
Probably not.
I
Don't hold your
gotta
breath.
care.
Don't hold your breath.
no, you know what? I will patiently wait. I am a very patient man.
Yeah, 3 years.
No, well, you know, you know what? We waited for Deltarune for 5 years, and I will be continue to be patient for the rest.
Hell
There's
yeah.
still more that isn't out yet.
6 years
Oh,
of development,
yeah,
maybe.
Dude, there's like 7 chapters.
No,
Yeah,
there are
we're only on
not.
3 and 4.
Yeah.
There's
What?
not 7 chapters because there's only 4 out. He's just
Yeah, that
he's
means
pulling a
there's
number out of
3
his
more.
ass. He
There's
could finish
3
it
more
tomorrow.
left.
I mean, it's on the menu, but it's also very true. That menu can expand.
Fair,
It can also
yeah.
retract.
That's also very true. But I didn't
But
mind spending $25 on it.
Oh yeah.
I have not
Say,
touched that game at all.
Play
That's
it.
fair.
Gotta play it.
No, I don't need it. I already just got sucked into Factorio. I don't need anything else.
Alright.
Alright, then have you played Undertale?
No.
Ugh.
I'm aware of Undertale. I did watch like YouTube playthroughs when I was younger.
Okay.
Okay.
When I didn't have any money
That's
at
fair.
all or a computer. I remember
Okay.
using the
That's
YouTube app on the fucking 2DS. That's called the Trenches.
But in any case,
Mm.
I have an OC idea.
Bet. Lay it on me, Deadman.
Here it is. His name is Tony. He's a homo sim.
He's a homie sapien.
Homie sapien.
Yeah, he's a monkey.
What kind of complexion this guy got?
He's a monkey. He's
Why
a
did
monkey.
you ask this?
Oh, so he's a simian.
Yeah, he's a simian. He's a simian.
Monkey.
He's a monkey. He's got black hair, which means he's got black fur. He's got the classic monkey tail.
Okay.
He wears a leather jacket with a white shirt and jeans.
Okay. Yeah.
And he might have a Brooklyn accent or a New Yorkian accent.
Liking it.
So, oh gosh, my brain. Tony, he's not muscular. He's more of a slender kind of guy. Think of if I had to compare him with someone, I'd compare him with a Noun's belt. A little bit more
So
slender.
a lanklet.
Mm-hmm. And you probably guessed that he's basically a parody of like the Grease guy, and also Grease Monkey.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
I love. All right.
So debating on if Tony does like mechanic stuff or has like a bike or something like that. He probably has a bike, but it's not a motorcycle bike. It's a bike with an engine on it. Because
Okay.
he doesn't have enough money to buy a real bike, so he does his best to make one. Because you probably see those
Okay.
like motorbikes and whatnot. So he's got his own motorcycle, but it's a bike with a motor on it.
You know what? As long as it doesn't explode, I think it's a fine way of getting around town.
Occasionally it will explode.
Uh, you know what?
Tony's
That
not the perfect mechanic. Occasionally you will see that bike just going down the street on fire.
okay. All right. So is he going? Is he going to school or is he out of school? What is he doing? What does he do on his regular life?
He's probably doing school. No, getting those grades, hitting the books.
Okay. All right.
Sometimes ditching class.
Okay.
Because he's a free
That makes
spirit. He's a rebel. He's against the man. Kind
that.
of. Not fully against the man. He still has to go to school because if he doesn't, then he gets expelled. But he'll
His mom
fight
will
against.
beat him with a belt.
His mom is pure Italian, so yes.
Hey, mama, I don't want to
Hey,
disappoint
there you go. Bet. Love that.
But
All right.
Tony will fight against the man, except for his mom.
Yeah.
So
That's
I'm getting yeah. Good.
one fear. He's scared of his mother.
You know what? The fear in any type of authority figure is important, but being afraid of your mother is a very decent fear,
Mhm.
especially if you're Italian.
Yes. If I.
Not to pull off a stereotypes, but yes,
Oh yeah.
Italian mothers are absolutely scary sometimes.
Gosh, what else? What am I not like? I feel like I got most of it down. What else? What do you think I'm missing, Chu?
Let me. What is a negative trait of his?
Oh gosh. A negative trait with Tony is that I would say he's very grabby.
Very
He
grabby.
he either has to have something in his hand or like he will just kind of snatch something.
We talking about a full on klepto or
Probably, yeah, he's a little bit of a klepto.
okay.
I think maybe he can't really control, like, he just gotta have something in his hands.
Oh, he's a
So
fidgeter.
he's a fidgeter.
Yeah.
So he's gotta either have his like pocket comb, which he like it's kind of like supposed to be like a flip knife, but it's a comb.
Hmm.
He
What? Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
he tried to have a knife once, but he accidentally cut himself.
Okay. I like that. He doesn't
Again,
carry it anymore because of that.
yeah. Again, Tony tries to be like those greasers in the movies. However, he's not that great at it.
Okay. What type of story is Tony going to be in? Is he going to be in his own original story, or are you coming up with a fan fiction for that? Or have you even thought that far?
I just thought him on the spot for this presentation. I
Oh
was
man, I'm
like,
not going
what?
to klepto monkey. I want to know what my klepto monkey man is going to be doing.
You know what? He probably appears in. I'll probably give him a cameo in Trent's Wish, for the Mia chapter. Maybe
See,
one of
there you go.
her employees.
He could actually be working there. Yeah, there you go. Now
Yeah,
you have an employee at Mia's body shop.
yeah, Tony the monkey.
I am sure Mia has plenty of nicknames for her already.
Get the fuck
For
out
him
of here, you
already.
damn
Him.
dirty ape.
The classic.
Listen, I've worked a job that has put, I think, what you might call hate in my heart, and it's not good. It's not good for me.
You must
No.
throw it somewhere else, like into the woods.
Yeah, that's That's Tony the monkey.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love it.
Remember,
That's cringe-inducing, and I love it.
you can
It's
never let
truly a
hate
grease trap.
control
Tony
your
is
heart
cringe.
or some shit. I don't know.
Tony is cringe, but he lives by the cringe.
Cringe.
So see,
free.
in situations like that, you just pull Tony out of the ether, and you basically built him pretty well. I would say that he definitely could use just a little bit more thought process behind him, only
Of
because you
course.
just made him.
My
But
brain's
I want to
only
say,
working at like 10%.
you know what? Going with that, what time it is,
have
I knew this
accelerated
was going to be a
brainwaves,
situation like
okay?
that.
I'm stupid. Faster.
Yeah, there goes
You know
Tony.
what? You know what, Oates? I'm surprised that you're still talking with us.
Yeah.
If anyone wants to use Tony for their fanfic, go ahead. Just credit me for it. Remember, Tony lives by the cringe. And he'll
perfect.
probably not die for the cringe. He likes his life.
Barely down
That's
the
it.
street with a motorcycle on fire.
I'm going to
I like
have
that.
like a fucking incident where he like rips apart a car bumper.
Mhm. Tony, when his
And
bike
also-
gets set on fire, his classic catchphrase is "God damn it!"
Let me see. Maybe he has a collection of those hood ornaments that he just
He
snaps off of
steals
people's
Rolex
cars.
and Mercedes ornaments.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
my
he has
God.
like a wreath of them at home.
He probably works at
Steal
Moe's.
stop signs.
An errant traffic cone.
That's his hat as he wears a traffic cone.
Well, beware of Tony's bike. It is considered a bomb. You don't know
Not
when
allowed
it's gonna.
his
blow up.
bike is not allowed at the airport.
No, it's not. He's on several watch lists.
He is on every no-fly list possible.
Listen, I didn't know Nitro was that powerful. Okay,
Your dog, aren't you like an auto mechanic?
I am. I just get the wires mixed up.
What are you, colorblind? Yeah? Okay.
Probably.
Man, he's the reason the dinos are racist.
So, what colors do I have in my hand? Dark gray, medium gray, dark gray.
That's like that's like a darker red, I think, or
dark gray, light gray,
like,
medium gray.
No, I think I see color. I think I see color. I think I see color.
Yeah, but are you seeing all of the color?
I'm telling you, I'm seeing color.
Yeah, but do you see the entire spectrum?
Well, I see half of it. Okay. I see half.
Okay. Well, then you're missing out on some of the horror and elation.
It's probably why my bike keeps exploding.
Here, what is the color of the apple in your mind?
In the background. And then the principal. Tony, your bike blew up again.
I think the color you're looking for is sunbeam.
Ah, shit. Spears is angry at me again.
Spears is gonna fucking kill me, man.
There's several scorch marks in different parking spots of when his bike actually explodes.
Of course.
Why was it still running if you're over here?
It wasn't running. I turned it off. It
Then
somehow.
why would it explode? What's
It
interesting
sometimes it sometimes turns on its own.
Fucking haunted, man.
That's scary.
Maybe you should get a different bike. Maybe it's just time you move on. Maybe it's time you start walking or taking the train.
I mean, that's like bike 3.
Maybe you're done. Maybe you're done, pal.
Yeah, maybe you come up with the shop class.
Listen, I got like a sweet job. I go to Moe's, you know. I'm his delivery boy. He tells me to go somewhere. I park my bike there, deliver something. I don't know why, but the locations are very specific.
Yeah,
As a
bro,
reader,
you're
I'm
cooked.
clearly
You're
seeing
cooked,
one
bro.
of yours.
You are cooked.
I have to say this has been a very good session. I do enjoy
Yeah.
Tony the monkey.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Unknowingly the hitman for Mo.
Yeah.
Oh man, takes a side job. Hey, there's a chance for you to make some extra money if you're interested. Yeah, sure, boss. Anything.
Yeah. Oh,
Kills a
don't mind
man.
my bike that just exploded out there. No,
Yeah,
no,
don't worry about
Hey,
that.
can I use your phone to call a cab?
No, I must insist. I'm going to call you a cab.
Oh, can I borrow your phone?
Man, I am dealing with a whole load of tired people.
Yeah, can I borrow your phone real quick? Can I borrow your
Ripley
phone?
has-
Hey, Sean, do you got games on your phone?
Ripley has to deal with false terrorism attacks.
I got Blatro on my phone.
Oh
Yeah.
no, yuck! I was talking like Temple Run or like Mini Rush or something like that.
Oh,
I used to, not anymore.
I have Textras on my phone.
It's been a while since anyone's mentioned Temple Run to me.
I have
Been a
Wordscapes.
Congratulations!
Where does Wordscapes come
This
from?
is the first time I've thought of Temple Run in a matter of many years.
You know what? With half the stuff that they just add onto your
Like
your
every
apps,
time it updates,
when
I have a bunch of just like Candy Crush merge, sliding puzzle games that I don't
Yeah.
touch. For some reason, Raid Shadow Legends is on here. I did not download that. It just
I
throws
know
it in when it
full fact
updates.
that I did not have Clash of Clans the other day. What the fuck?
Water Sort Puzzle, Spades, Block Blast, Candy Crush Saga, Q Block, Solitaire, Raid, Merge Dragons, Bingo Blitz.
I don't know why they just
Ball
add more
Sort
stuff and add
Puzzle.
some.
Ew. It's me, Tony.
Solitaire, Vita Mahjong.
I have like 5 different solitaires. And I don't remember
there are
downloading those.
3 Candy Crush Sagas except one soda.
I'll be honest, Deadman. Tony's the kind of guy that would buy Jamster on his phone and be like, "Look at this new ringtone I got."
Oh yeah.
Instead of just like paying for Spotify and then you can just use any
Yeah.
song you want as your ringtone.
Yeah.
Tony.
Or just
Like,
downloading it
all right, so I
somewhere.
set the general format of my company's the ringtone I get when he calls me is minimum wage by They Might Be Giants, where it just like has a guy screaming out minimum wage, and then like opera goes off.
That's
He
great.
gets called. Tony, listen, it's Mo. I need you to take your bike.
Minimum wage, yeah. And then
Actually,
it just
Mo pays me a really good
falls into
price.
opera.
But he tells me to deliver this money to Ripley sometimes.
My
I don't
cat's
know
over
why.
here asking if I'm all right. She looks awfully concerned.
He wants me to deliver this specific pizza box at the specific time to Ripley.
Well, yeah, that's how pizza delivery works.
Yeah, it's exactly how that works. It's delivery, not DiGiorno.
You have like 30 minutes to get it there, and this is his order, man. That's what else do you want?
Here's the thing. Mo tells me not to look at the pizza. No,
Yeah,
usually
they don't want you fucking
Yeah, you don't usually look
slobbering
at
all
the
over other
pizza.
people's food, man. That's like health and safety 101.
Tony just doesn't know he's doing crimes for Mo.
Tony thinks he's doing crimes, but really is not.
He's just delivering pizza.
He is actually just delivering pizza at a livable wage.
However, he is accidentally killing old mafia people with his bike. At that point,
that's not even on purpose. That's just an accident.
It's not. It's accident. Like he parks his bike outside as he's like making pizza in the restaurant. Then like an old hitman of Mo's like, I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna. And then his bike explodes.
Perfect.
Love that.
I mean,
Tony's
it's a
like,
really
"Oh,
good
shit."
distraction too. You could be like,
It is.
"Oh, hey," you like Tony's talking with Mo, and suddenly, someone's about to get Mo, and suddenly a bike explodes. He's like, "Oh, what was that?" It's like, "Oh my god, that guy's the hitman! Come on, Mo, we gotta go out the back door." Just have like a written situation like that, and honestly, that's more grounded and feels more real in the story setting, and would be a pretty dope. Like, all right, yeah, I believe it.
Ripley gets called sometimes because it's a false terrorist attack.
Yeah. Like he gets told there's been a bombing when no, just someone's jalopy.
It's Tony again.
It's Tony and his unmechanicked bike.
At that point, that bike is like sentient or something.
Basically,
He's built a mini con.
Fucking
Yeah.
Helen falls out of the woodwork asking if you want to hear about the bombardier beetle.
Hey, Tony, nice bike. The bike just starts rolling towards the car.
Oh, wait, what? No, you see, it's stuff like this. This is exactly the type of sessions that I have with some of the characters that I've built with other people, and it's just everything's stuck there, and it's just.
So the bombardier
OCs have
beetle
a
has
bad
2
rap.
chambers of gas within itself that combine to make this very noxious burny substance that comes out of its behind. And it uses this and it launches it at its like aggressors towards it and humans and dinosaurs alike to try and irritate our eyes and make us stop bothering them.
I like to think that if anyone's coming near the bike, there are like specific things that Tony warns them not to do. Like, all right, listen.
Do not hit that accelerator cable.
Also,
You
do
didn't like
not
that?
pat the seat more than 3 times. Also, you see this bell? Don't ring it 2 times. Why is that? It explodes.
Why would the bell explode? That doesn't make any sense.
Also,
It's like
if
putting a self-destruct button on the Innator devices
also
in
if
Phineas
the
and Ferb.
bike has a flat tower, you have 5 seconds to get out of there.
It's rapidly approaching your destination.
So yeah,
Sir,
I
there's
gotta
been a
warn.
second motorcycle.
Tony just
believe
one
this,
day
there's a
adds
third
nitro,
motorcycle.
and in the news, there was a terrorist attack downtown. Oh, damn it!
Not again.
I should have never added nitro. I just thought it would be cool.
Oh
But
god,
it just
they all
made
think
it
it's
explode.
I just thought it'd be cool.
Oh, good. Oh, man, I hope they don't think it's me. From what we found, pieces of a bike are usual suspect Tony. It's probably Tony's bike. Let's be real.
It's just Tony's bike. Like, God damn it.
There was no malicious intent. We are coming for your license.
Every time it happens, Tony has to take another DM, like a licensing test.
And it's not. It's just like, all right, this is how you ride a bicycle.
That's what I like V8 in chat. It's Chekhov's gun, but it's Tony's bike. The bike is mentioned, and it's later exploded in a lucky moment to save the day.
Yeah. That's actually the best use of that. Just check off guns it.
Yeah. Tony's bike exists, therefore it will blow up at some point.
Surely.
Fade in and out are about to get mugged. Tony's bike comes in to save the day.
Here I am.
It falls off a building and explodes, and it's like, that's the most reasonable way it's exploded yet.
I didn't even put my bike there.
Yeah, I think somebody stole your bike, dog.
Don't worry, I'll be back.
Don't worry.
Respawn.
Don't worry. We'll know who the culprit is in the distance. There they
I
are.
like to imagine there's at least one scene where like somebody throws a harpoon through the gas tank.
And then it doesn't explode.
Yeah, and it's fine.
It's just fine.
And he just like he cuts off the other like part of the harpoon and just kind of leaves it in there, and it's like, well, this is working still, so I'm gonna go with it.
Got battle scars on that one.
And that's like a continuity changer for the rest of the series. It's just Tony's bike has the harpoon sticking out of it.
This is where I got it from Reef City.
Oh fuck.
I had to make a long.
Tony, I don't think you understand. What the fuck are you doing, Tony? Tony, what the fuck is this?
What is
I don't
going
know.
on? I don't understand. Why is there a harpoon in the gas? Is that legal?
Tony, why is there a harpoon in the fucking gas tank, man? Doesn't make any sense. It does not work out for me, man.
I told you I went to Reef City. Some guy threw a harpoon at me.
Who the fuck is throwing harpoons at motorcycles, man? Does not make sense.
This sounds like a job for Columbosaurus.
This is like an attempted murder, man. Dog, we deliver pizzas. That's what we do. We deliver pizzas for Mo. That's what we do. That's all we do. Who the fuck is throwing harpoons at you?
I have no
See,
idea.
there you go. You got your red herring. You got your red herring for the Columbo mod right there. You got Tony's bike.
Listen, my bike just does things, you know.
Tony, what the fuck? Like, I've had to help you fix this fucking bike so many times, man. Does not make sense.
I know.
And yet it always fucking blows up after I give it to you. What the fuck? What are you doing?
Okay, I might have to, like, you know, twist a few wires and stuff.
Why would... No. I'd give it to you in perfect working order. What, you losing the keys or something? Why would you have to twist wires? That's a bad plan. That's a bad plan.
I'm just making it go a little bit faster, you know.
No, you do not do that. The bike has 90 horsepower. It weighs 500 pounds. It's plenty fast. I assure you, it's plenty fast.
Listen, the bike is fine. Oh, where did the bike go?
God damn it! Holy fuck, dude!
Tony actually had the bike chained up, but it somehow got loose.
Where the fuck is the light pole from outside? What the hell?
They forget about it for 5 chapters, and then as they have a conversation, it just blows up behind them. Like, oh my god! So that's what it was.
It just comes into the coffee shop and explodes.
Exactly.
Where were you? Then we cut to a flashback of all the adventures that the bike was on.
It rolls down a hill.
What was that Stephen King book with the with the car?
Christine?
Was the car? I forget.
Christine?
Christine.
Yeah, Christine. Yeah. We gotta name it Christine.
Gotta name it Christine.
Or Christina. Or something to that effect. There we go. It gives the obvious sentience.
Oh, I was thinking of I think his bike would be named after a mafia guy. Like, dinosaur mafia guy, like Alponsaurus or something.
I would just call Pachinasukas, you know?
Yeah. I have no
But
idea.
alright, so Al Pacino plays a lot of mafia guys, but he's just like a regular ass actor.
Yeah.
God damn it. Alright. That's Tony's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Tony is a character.
Remember,
Tony is now a full-fledged character.
You can now use Tony in your fanfics. Just credit me.
Oh, I kicked my cat.
And this live.
Just don't be afraid to go to Deadman and have questions being like, how would I do it this way, though?
Have Tony's bike explode.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
Just have it explode.
Fang's in trouble, Tony's bike appears and saves the day.
It works in that moment.
It's a plot device. It's a Deus Ex Machina.
Yeah, sometimes it's like a 1/3 chance that it might not work.
It's situations like this that just making OCs is a blast, and trying to figure out a way for them to fit into different narratives is just a scream. We just sat here for a good 20 or 30 minutes or so just talking about Tony and his bike. And Tony didn't exist about 45 minutes ago.
Exactly.
Until I just went like
you breathe life into the character.
1950s and then made.
And now he's just a weird weird fail monkey at this moment with a probably sentient bike that explodes every other day.
Oh yeah. Probably comes in at the worst or best times.
It's fucking brother Paul.
Brother Paul. He's got a big family.
Hey, Paulie, what's happening? Tony, shut the fuck up. I'm tired of fixing the fucking bike.
What? I didn't even come to ask you to fix the bike.
I knew it was coming. I fucking knew it was coming.
Listen, the bike's fine. See?
No, I doubt it.
points
Explosion sound in the background. There it is. Tony, stop fucking with the bike. Every time I fix it, every time, gotta fucking tinker with it, and it's back to me as soon as you fucking explode it. Tony, this is the last time.
Listen, I don't know. I just do some.
Yeah.
I just do some modifications.
As this is all happening,
Stop the
secretly,
modifications.
V8 says secretly it's just as expensive or more expensive. So now, like, Tony's losing cash on this bike. He's repairing every single time it explodes.
It's a great big money sink right now.
It's like
Stop
it's his
fucking
baby.
modifying the bike. It runs perfectly fine stock.
Like
it's
if
a
a noun
fucking 1975 Honda goddamn CV750. It is the most reliable thing on earth. And
like
here
if a
you
noun-
are fucking with it and blowing it up.
Like if a noun got hands on his bike, he's like, "What the fuck is this?"
What the fuck? No. It's a
This is
fucking
like-
Japanese cafe cruiser, okay? It's the most reliable bike on the planet. And somehow you keep fucking blowing it up.
He would, a noun would literally say, "This is a bomb on wheels."
Why is there nitroglycerin in the gas tank?
I thought it would make it more faster.
Hell
My
no.
bad.
No, I mean, it'll fucking accelerate the pistons through your fucking body.
What? Come on. I went fast. Well, until I had to jump off when the engine ignited. It went full speed.
You
into
gotta stop doing that, Tony.
What? I can't
Just
control
go
it.
the fucking speed limit, kid.
What do you mean you can't control your bike? It's a bike. It's not like it has its own sentience.
Listen,
Now, Tony, you didn't make some custom like motor gas oil, did you?
I mean, yeah, I did.
Oh,
I got it from the
Okay.
shady guy from the alleyway. This recipe.
yeah. Hey, why does that oil smell like refried beans?
That's one of the recipe ingredients.
I see. Okay. All right, Tony. You're a wise guy, huh?
Yeah, I'm a pretty wise guy.
I can
No,
see
the
that.
fuck you ain't.
Listen, okay, the bike's the bike, okay? I don't know what to tell you. I tried to listen. You told me not to touch anything. I didn't touch anything. All I added was like a little flag, and then explodes.
All right, Tony. All right.
All I did was clip that baseball card of Stego Barra into the wheel spokes, and all of a sudden, I think it may have just flipped open a gas main or something.
Yeah.
I wanted to make it click. I wanted to make the wheels click. It sounds really cool when it's all zipping out.
Yeah, I also wanted to add in some lights. However, I think it traumatized a few people.
Dog, you have fucking orphans. So many children. It's fucked
So many
up.
orphans.
So many orphans.
Listen, it only blew up that one orphanage. And the
Dog,
orphans were fine.
I didn't even realize the fucking orphanage blew up. You just killed a lot of parents.
Oh no. This is awful. This is awful. All of a sudden, Tony's a mass murderer, and I don't know how to feel about this.
It's not murder, it's manslaughter.
Can't spell manslaughter without laughter.
What's wrong with man's laughter?
Oh my gosh. Tony's bike is just you from the corner.
The machine spirit, I guess, craves fucking vengeance against everyone who ever lived.
Just imagine,
Good job, you made an abomination to God.
It's like that one car in the fucking Stygian King novel.
I just imagine that when Anon and Fang are having this touching moment in the apartment. Tony's bike is just in the window, like watching it. It's like
Why? Wait.
and they
All
don't
right,
know.
all right.
Anon, the bike is here.
Yeah.
Anon, dweeb, the bike is here.
And we've gone full off the rails
Oh,
with this, I
fuck.
gotta
We
say.
absolutely.
Shit.
Absolutely. But you know what? At least it's still technically not off the rails because it's about an OC, which is part of the presentation.
We just gave
See.
a
You've
characteristic
created
to a
life.
bike. We've created life in a bike. Maybe. I don't know.
All right, did man, start writing it.
There you go.
The
Absolutely.
Adventures of
Get on
Tony.
it.
Chop.
The Adventures
Let's go.
of
Rock and roll, Kuchiku.
probably be a one shot.
Could probably talk to Worrisome. You could turn that thing into a transformer.
It's just Retgar. It's just Retgar.
Yeah.
He's good for
I am
one thing.
Tony.
Garbage.
I'm Tony's bike.
I
What do you
drive.
do? I explode.
I have major anger issues, dog. I gotta keep it real with you.
It's that robot from Futurama. It just explodes at the drop of a hat.
Malfunctioning Eddie, you mean?
Yes.
They don't see.
What?
Oh,
What do you mean I'm a
Oh.
robot?
oh shit.
Oh, we got Tony.
Yep, we got Tony.
Tony exists now. We have brought in a monkey man.
Yes.
The monkey's fist. The monkey's chain.
No.
The monkey!
I thought about it being a dinosaur, but then you realize we don't have enough monkey OCs.
I
We
do
need
have a
more.
monkey
Yeah,
OC as
simians.
well. I
Simians.
do have a simian OC as well, but you'll learn about her later.
I look forward to that. We do need more simians. I've always liked the idea of Anon being part simian and all that, and
yeah.
Smooth has helped out with that.
Listen, after the Columbo mod comes out, we'll see if I have the gumption in me to do what I have to do to get that simian girl out.
There we go.
Yes.
Looking
Include
forward to
one
that.
of the chapters being about Tony's bike.
It
then Columbo
it would not be a fic. It would be a game.
Could be a game.
It'd be a full S game. Whole S game.
The Adventures of Tony's Explosive Bike.
No, that would not be
Yeah,
a
I gotta
game.
wait that.
Listen, it would be a fucking depressed dinosaur detective dating simulator.
Oh my gosh. Trish gets angry because now and Fang are dating. She then goes up to Tony by kicks, and it's like Tony's like, no.
I'll say that again. Depressed dinosaur detective dating simulator.
I like that.
Okay,
I
all
want
of you,
that. I
all you
want that in my
saw.
veins right now.
I did not blow up that girl. I did not blow her up. She kicked it. You all
God,
saw
that's
it.
some fucking really good alliteration too.
Trish is in the hospital. The fucking bike.
Trish deserves death.
I don't agree with that, but hey.
Hey Tony, man, can you deliver this calf? Oh, sure thing, man. The bike gets hot. Regis gets super high one night.
Dog, I
One
think
day.
your bike's overheating. Check your radiator to make sure it's fluid in it, and that turns out to be the fucking root cause. It's like it had a goddamn coolant leak.
Paulie just opens it and goes, the radiator's filled with carf. Tony, have you been doing drugs? What? No, I don't even know how that got there. Cuts to a couple hours ago.
Reed is drinking antifreeze.
What the fuck's wrong with Reed? I don't know. Meanwhile, the bike's getting fucking blazed.
The bike's getting a little bit hot.
Yeah, no. Instead of it blowing up normally, it's a smoke bomb and gets everyone high in the vicinity. This is a different false terrorist attack, as everyone had gotten high. Tony's mom is like, "Oh, I'm gonna beat you." No, mom. But yeah, anyone could use Tony and his amazing explosive bike.
Is it Tony spelled with a Y, an EY, or just an E?
It's Tony.
All right.
Okay.
Tony, what the fuck is this, Tony?
What?
Tony,
it's not-
Tony. God damn it, Tony, you never listen to me.
What, Polly?
You fucking shove goddamn jelly beans the wiring harness, Tony.
I thought the jelly beans would keep the wires from like
Tony,
getting loose and stuff.
use goddamn zip ties like an adult.
How are you even using jelly beans as a
He's fucking smishing them into the wires and sticking them together that way. He's using them like glue.
That doesn't make any goddamn sense.
Look at
It
this
doesn't
and
even
tell
have any
me that it
conductive
makes-
properties.
It's not meant to be conductive. He's using them literally to make sure they don't fall into the fucking engine instead of using zip ties.
They look in the looking where the gas, and there's just like floating jelly beans. Tony, why the
Tony, you're banned from going to the candy store.
Oh,
For life, never again.
what? But it was almost about to fill in my card.
Does
Got
not
these
matter. Does not matter.
I just got one
you've
punch,
proven you
Polly.
cannot be responsible with it.
What? I was just giving the bike some jelly beans.
Yeah,
Jelly
exactly.
bean.
The bike does not need jelly beans.
I don't know. It was looking like it wanted some.
Does not matter.
Sometimes
I
Tony
understand
just-
it's fucking candy red, but like it does not need candy. I painted it like that because I thought it was a fun color.
Now I'm
Well-
concerned about it, Tony.
Wow.
As it's been said, I want to say that this has been a very conductive creating an OC out of the ether, and I appreciate that.
And like
I
I
do
said,
have to say-
everyone in
Yeah,
the chat, you could use Tony. Use him in any fanfic you want. He could be a plot device character and his bike. Mostly his bike. You just have to have Tony say, "God damn it."
God damn it.
Classic catchphrase.
Well, honestly, I don't really have anything else after that to add.
All right.
I mean,
Yeah.
thank you for the wonderful.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, thank
Absolutely.
Hey, it was
Yeah.
great. Thanks for.
Hey, Shuhan, I liked reading about Flint. I think he was a pretty cool guy.
Oh yeah.
I'm kind of interested in being like, oh, well, I wonder kind of what pushes his buttons a little bit more. You know, maybe
Oh.
he's pretty buff. You know, he's pretty strong. He's like, I rely on that a little bit much, but you know, he kind of
Also,
forgets. Oh yeah, there's other ways to
it
handle.
was
problems.
interesting to know more about Ruth. I never.
Yeah.
You know, like I just saw her art piece one day, and I thought, oh, that's a cool OC dinosaur, and
Yeah,
now
that's
she's
cool.
just become more than that.
Absolutely. Yeah, she's going to I know that Bando had to abstain from being able to be on tonight, but Ruth is a side character in Fossil Fuel as well. So she's going to be more in that. And like I said before, I have in the works a fic that is Ruth focused, which includes her backstory, the reason why she's in nowhere in the first place, and what happened to her old family.
Nice. I can't wait to see that.
And then because we were talking about Flint, I'm as soon as I get the chance to get back to Wani Snoot, I want to explore more for Flint. He was my baby's first Snoot OC, and I want to do more with him because sidetracks were kind of his way of building up his character, and I want to write more for that. So
Kind of like what his history is, which is great because when you build someone's history, that means they're now more grounded in the setting. Rather than
exactly, yeah,
being something to take care of one problem and then there's no history there, they accomplish their objective, they're just an afterthought.
absolutely, yeah. That's why when we were going over in book club, I was happy that you saw him as pretty fleshed out, especially with the sidetracks, as it were. Because in the main story, he's kind of there, but
Yeah.
yeah, but with the sidetracks, it kind of fleshes out his character, and it just was a way of not bogging down the main fic and having him have his thing.
Yeah,
So
it's like a way of not putting the spotlight directly on him in the main
yeah,
story itself, but it's enough to be like, if you're curious, though, here's this optional little guide to kind of tell you the history. And
oh, yeah,
that's great. That's a great way of doing that. So if you're curious about that, you can always be like, hey, if you're curious about this, go to here.
yeah. It's yeah, that's what it's there. It's for the supplementary for that story, and it's just so that way the side characters could have something to do. Like I said, make sure your side characters are also doing something in this or in said story. Don't let your OC overshadow everybody. That's why Flint himself is a side character who isn't in every single chapter. Wanted to make sure that he didn't become a Gary Stu or something like that, where
Oh,
he was just there. He dispenses information, and that's about it. And he can't do anything wrong. Sidetracks have shown that he can do plenty wrong, and he kind of stinks at doing his job sometimes.
He has fucked up a few times.
A few times. But hey, maybe things with Stella are gonna pan out. You never know.
Yeah, I like Stella.
Yeah.
Maybe things will be better.
Indeed.
Maybe.
And focusing on past mistakes isn't gonna change things for now.
Oh, well,
maybe I'll
I
get
gotta
some
hop
decent
out.
sleep at some point.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah.
This was a great
Maybe.
stream.
It's very possible.
It is Father's Day.
It is Father's
Oh yeah,
Day.
Shuan, happy Father's Day.
Yeah, happy Father's Day.
Thank you.
Let me be the
Yeah.
first to
I
tell you.
appreciate that.
Yeah, happy Father's Day, sure.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. We actually right before I got here, I was out doing a early Father's Day stuff because I work on Father's Day. So yeah, we were out to dinner. Oh, excuse me.
Oh man.
But yeah,
Doesn't count on the day of.
Yeah, I know. But
This
no.
did a good stream. Everyone subscribe to the
Like,
Goose.
comment, subscribe. I'm gonna
Yeah,
try and get another 6 hours. I doubt I'm gonna make it all.
Yeah,
You could try.
you could try.
Definitely try. And you know what? You got through my entire presentation. I'm
fell
proud
asleep
of
at
you.
Starman's because that's just the cursed hour.
I mean,
Yeah, it is the
to be
cursed hour.
honest,
That was when I went on last time, so I understand that.
There's a lot.
I'm looking at everything is 6 hours for part 2, and like part 1 was 12 hours, I think.
11 hours, something like that.
Yeah, we're sitting at 12.
Yeah, so
part
at that
one.
point, that's
We're at
18 hours altogether.
Yeah. We gotta at least get 20. I want to open up the floor to people who are still here, but I can't even see who's all viewing right now. Let me check.
All the warriors suddenly come out. Warriors come out to play.
That's just
I also hope that all of you enjoyed the crossover discussion with Deltarune and Snoot and the Snoot verse.
It was fun.
Again, I shouted out thanks to Necro Orion and Tishu with those ideas.
I'm gonna blow up Toby Fox Incorporated.
Mm.
It'll be funny.
Just a funny little goose.
Chris,
listen.
Chris and Susie need to get together to complete the
They
human
never
and
gave me a
alien.
proper name. Some could call me Untitled.
Untitled Goose Game.
It's a wonderful day, and you are a horrible little goose. that just fucking that I see that text hovering over me every morning, and when I get up for work.
Yeah, it's my horribly compressed GIF that I made. Shout out to Arkin who made my yapper, who is the one who's made the most art of my Sona, who is also Jacob Worthman, who is also Nikocado avocadoed him several times as well, because that's just funny.
It is.
And I appreciate all the work that he's done for just being him. So I wanted to put a
Alright.
shout out for Arkin.
Arkin, if you ever want to make a persona for me, hit me up.
I already have mine. Thank you.
Oh yeah, you're a goose.
I'm just gonna make the ugliest art imaginably possible.
Here's the thing, though, Jack. That's not all that bad.
Well, I do got.
It's not actually. I like it.
You guys have a great one. Everyone, enjoy the stream.
I'm so full of gas.
Have a good night, man.
Yeah, have a
Then
good
honk,
night.
then honk it out. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, I heard the hiccup. Oh, that's great. All right. Well, I'll probably hit the bit hay too.
God damn. So I'm being left all alone to stick it out. Man.
Well, I
Listen.
mean, you've gotten this far.
Got this far. I don't know if I have
What's
the strength
another
to
6
do it.
hours?
Well, yeah, I don't know if I have the strength to do it. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I mean, we've gone through the entire schedule, so I think we're good.
I was expecting it to like pick up and have like the Night Owls be like, "Hey, I want to talk about something."
I mean, you can stick around, see if they talk, but if they don't talk, don't feel guilty.
I don't feel like they're gonna talk.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
It's your stream. You shut it down when you're ready, man.
Fuck
yeah, man.
I mean, we've hit exactly 6 hours on this one.
Yeah.
And also,
So we
like,
got
I don't
18.
see a lot of chat activity, and like everybody I know is going to bed, so I can't just like call on them and be like, "Come here."
Yeah, grab you very gently by the
Listen,
shoulder.
Okay,
Come here.
I see you in there, fucking Iggy Lambert. Einwell. I'm just gonna yank you.
Anyways, you all have a good night. Thank you very
Jack.
much.
You have a good night.
You as well.
You as
No,
well.
thank you for having me.
I can't look over into. Yeah, it'd be very rude for me to be like, come out of your very comfortable VC and be on live on air with me.
Yeah,
for
here,
this thing
just
that you
come on,
probably
here, do
didn't
this.
remember was happening. Oh wait, Vise was supposed to come on.
Oh, is he?
He was.
What was he slated for?
He was just like gonna do art.
Yeah.
Fuck.
See, I'm at the thing where I need to it's the allotted time where I was gonna have to go to bed myself like now, so I hate to do that to you, but
Yeah, no, I'm just like looking.
there's anybody like I said, I mean I think you did a fantastic job so far, and 24 hours is a lot, and you like almost died the last time you did it here.
Yeah, no, like he was supposed to be here at 1 p.m.
Oh.
Wait, that's not right. That was smooth. Wait, did I fuck up the schedule?
I don't.
Oh, damn
1
it! I
PM.
should have had him. Okay, I realized what I did wrong. I should have put him in for like 2:30.
Oh.
Man, I fucked up. And I should have moved you back a little bit if I could, and I should have done like a lot of different things.
I mean, that's No, I mean,
Listen,
I
just-
was pretty flexible. Yeah.
I'm just one guy, okay? I can't possibly be in charge of the schedules for like goddamn 10, 12 different people.
The fact that you were able to pull this off right after you did the other one, I think, is really commendable as it is. So there we go.
I don't know if what I did. I don't think what I did was any bit commendable. It was just me being kind of selfish with people's time. It's been wonderful having you and Chu on.
I'm glad to be here, man.
You should go. You should go get some rest, and I might just do the same.
Yeah, I do. Well, if you stand around, I hope that I give you all the energy that I have. But I would say that I think you did a good job today.
Yes. I should probably disconnect all my shit so my cats do not destroy
Eat
my
it.
things while I sleep.
All right, Oates, you have a
Yeah.
good night.
You too, Shuan.
Bye.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it a little early. It is Father's Day after all, and well, I realize I've made a grievous scheduling error. I really, yeah, no, it's my fault. I should have been more prepared. It's on me.